Hello and welcome to Jackass. Jesus Christ, my encoding is fucked again.
What else is new?
What else is new? Welcome to the stream. Hello, friend. Thank you for redeeming Gremlin Sid. I will stop sitting like a gremlin. I barely started. I am already doing it. I'm gonna try to up the priority.
You always do it.
I always do it, yeah. Wait, why is it? Oh, there we go. I was like, why does everything look wrong? And then I found out why. Yeah. It's like the stream won't even fucking run this game. God damn it. It is life. So, I had an idea today, you know? And that is that we're gonna finish this game.
Oh no.
Yeah. We're just gonna go, okay? It's go time.
Not going Eminem mode.
Yeah. I don't know, I just had like this epiphany. And now that I realize that this is exactly part 20, it's even more better. I'm like, yeah, let's go. We're gonna finish the heck out of this game. Let's go, boys. Alright, old man. Let's pass this prologue.
This prologue of prologues.
Yeah. I remember this last time and I could not, so now I'm just trying to read it.
Trust it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Okay. Can you be the old man?
Me? Well,
Yes.
I'm not that old.
It's okay, just pretend you are for a sec.
I don't know how to be old though.
It's okay, just do it your way then.
It's quite shame what happened to Ginevra.
Can you not do that?
What you said?
No! Oh my god, Argo. I can't sometimes. The post-revolution merrymaking continued into the wee hours of the morning. After things settled down and the men returned to the city, an elderly man calling himself Odilon showed himself before me. Despite his evident age, the man stood tall and spoke in a clear, confident voice. Looking into his deep sapphire eyes, I felt as though I could see everything he had borne witness to in these walls engraved within them. Odilon revealed himself as an ally of the revolution and as having been in contact with Ginevra. Just do a normal voice, please.
Things proceeded as initially planned. She was to take power and build the land anew with my assistance. But great change is never without its costs.
I see.
Mina, what are you doing?
Checking the sound levels?
Nevertheless, I am unspeakably grateful how swiftly you managed to dethrone the former lord.
I thought you said Swifty and I was like, what?
Swifty.
Stop! Stop!
Without your heroic efforts, you would still...
Enough with the ass kissing. No, stop! Tell me who you are and exactly what you're hoping to get out of me.
No need to be apprehensive, I assure you. I am more than happy to tell you everything you wish to know. I serve as a consul in the late French word Barnier. It was I who aided the revolution from within the manor walls, coordinating with Ginevra on the outside.
So that make you the one who ordered the gates to be open for us then?
Verily. Furthermore, I arranged to have a number of guards to coat.
Well, you did fine work. We would have lost a lot more men without your efforts. I have to ask though, where were you while it was actually happening? I don't recall seeing you anywhere.
I was getting thrifty. I took the liberty of finding myself shelter.
How fortunate for you to be able to kick back and watch, only to crawl out of your hole after we relieved the lord of his head. Odilon looks like someone I'd see in those mobile game advertisements telling me to build a kingdom.
We need to build a kingdom.
You need to build a kingdom, Jacopo.
Look at the site presentation. They build a kingdom all wrong. You need to download the
Build the kingdom, download the game, reach level 5, and then you'll get $50 something, I don't know.
If you download the game today, you can get a 5-star building. Might you perchance be suggesting this old pack of bones take up the blade? I would only serve as an impediment to your success.
He does make a fair point, I will say. He is an old bag of bones.
30 years ago, mayhap, but hardly could I point a sword straight today. Or perhaps you would say that I, as supportive...
So, there you go.
of your cause, should have been present for the occasion regardless. But of little aid I would have been merely dying a fool's death, becoming naught but another body upon which the living would trek.
You're skilled with your words, old man.
Of course, I was speaking for like 60 years already. That's my job. There's but one service I can provide. My knowledge.
Knowledge?
Knowledge.
Meaning you intend to continue to serve as me. Stop reading my lines.
No, that's me. I predicted your line. I predicted what you're going to say.
Shut up. Meaning you
You're
intend
going
to
to say,
continue to serve as the Lord's
serve as the
consul.
Lord's consul.
Shut up!
See? I knew it!
It's gonna be a great night.
Would I lend my hand to this revolution? Ellipsis.
You expect me to just take your word, to trust you?
Yes. Surely you're aware that we cannot rightfully govern this territory without the acknowledgement of the neighboring counts and the king. I have knowledge and connections which would prove invaluable in establishing you as a legitimate and qualified heir to the throne.
Yes, I know.
There's also other part.
I did not saunter into here blind.
Free real estate.
Shut up. I still hadn't figured out how I would accomplish that, but... Thank you for the meme gacha! Jesus Christ! Da-da-da!
You're literally Harry in this. You know?
I know, what?
You look like Harry in this video.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to hear you over the music, Argo. Don't speak while it's playing. Stop! You asshole.
No, I'm hot, Mina. I'm not an asshole. I'm a whole ass.
Don't half-ass one thing. Don't half-ass many things. Whole-ass one thing.
If you're going to sit on something silly.
Wait, I recognize you from somewhere.
Oh.
I remember. You were here during the revolt 3 years ago. You're the one who helped Barnier escape.
That must have been my cousin. Yes, indeed I.
That's all the more reason not to trust you. You sat back and watched, not a damn peep, as that clown of a lord left his people to rot. Like hell I'm letting you be my consul.
You are an astute young man, but still far too green for your own good. And you fail to fully separate yourself from your old life.
Excuse me? Excuse
I
me?
assure you, I was no more fond of Lord Barnier's predilections than you. How do you think I got grey? I assure you, it was no more fun. But as I'm sure you're aware, he was quick to send his opponents off to the gallows.
Yeah, you kinda have to, you know, be with him or die at that point.
And he would be no more merciful to his counsel than a slum dweller.
Then.
My objections would have ensured but one thing. A swifty, meaningless death. Moreover, you know it was not yet the time to stay your hand, nay? We're Scottish now, nay? Sorry.
Shut up.
Dude, always remember this stupid clip. I'm Scottish.
I'm Scottish. Yeah, what's your thing? I'm Scottish. That was such a good clip. I swear, I'll never get over it.
Oh. Suha reached the same conclusion and was awaiting the appropriate time.
He knew his niche, and he went ahead, you know.
The perfect time to rearrange the board. You must dispense of the childish emotion that controls you, and exclusively in service of which most benefits you. And you cannot do so without someone to guide you. You're still merely a fledgling young man. You know not up from down in this vast new world. You have neither an army nor the weapons with which to defend yourself. And I can also be your Navi and just speak, "Hey, listen!" all the time.
Please don't.
Hey, listen!
No.
Hey!
No.
Should you go out into the world unaccompanied, it will snap your neck before you feel the hands upon your skin, or you might get cursed for 1,000-year-old.
What benefits are you hoping to reap from this? You're not acting out of a love for the people. That much is obvious.
A chance to fulfill my duties as a consul to the Lord. They call me Consul O. My expertise was largely unused under Lord Barnier's rule.
No way!
That was deeply frustrating time for me. So if I may be blunt, perhaps I should say that I would like to die knowing I have accomplished something worthwhile with my life. I can promise you I have no intention of mistreating the people for my own personal amusement.
You're still giving me no reason to actually trust you.
How about $5?
How about
my work
$5?
to speak for my worth.
I'll give you a $5. How about that?
Allow me to proffer unto my knowledge that I might be of service to you.
I don't completely trust this man, nor do I think I ever will. He's after something. Probably wants to use me as a puppet under the guise of assisting me as my consul. He makes a good point, though. I'll need someone to show me the ropes if I want any chance of governing effectively.
Those are the ropes. Yep.
Okay.
Have you come to a decision?
It's a pleasure to have you, Odilon.
At your service. That will be $5.99.
That said, no. Try anything and you'll be out of the door faster than you can blink.
Understood. Do you want to subscribe to a premium subscription?
No! Out! Good.
We might have with a premium subscription, get a free 5-star building.
No.
Now, if I may, I would like to offer my first instruction.
And what would that be?
Taco Tuesdays. You will need to make a formal proclamation of your succession. There are still many among your people who know not who you are. Thus you must declare yourself the rightful heir, the lost son of Lord Barnier's predecessor. You must assume a new name.
Say again.
The name by which you were known before is but vile behind which you guarded your noble identity. And the time has come now for you to reclaim your true self.
Hold on a second. I'm not...
Yes, I am aware of your lineage.
Okay, then what name do you suppose I should take?
Jean-Francois.
Barnier. Yeah.
We shall assume his name. Jean-Francois Barnier.
Is this some kind of sick joke? You're insane if you think I'm taking on that psychopathic killer's name. Why on this green earth would I ever want to call myself after the man I dethroned?
Among the nobility, names are oft passed on, from father to son, from brother to brother.
But why his name? A name associated with fear and tyranny. You're trying to hobble me before I take my first step?
You will remove that stain his deeds have left upon the name. Lord Barnier killed his father, brothers, and all their families and attendants, as Ginevra likely told you. What? Why do you suppose he killed them?
Are you mocking me, old man? He killed him because he was a damn madman.
Lord Barnier was not the rightful heir.
Yeah. Excuse me?
He was merely a stand-in to be disposed of and quietly replaced when came the time. However, he grew ferocious for power, fixated on becoming the Lord himself.
Oh, so we're gonna say like, oh, I'm the real Jean-Francois Barnier. That's what they're gonna be playing here.
No, I am the real Jean-Francois Barnier.
He was but a puppet.
No, I am the real Jean-Francois. So he killed everyone who stood in his way, both the Barnier family and the attendants who knew the truth. That's fucked up. Though he failed to realize that the Lord had sired on their son. You, the rightful inheritor of Jean-Francois Barnier's name.
So that's the story, huh? I'm not the fake. He was.
When the truth is revealed, the people will be enraptured, and, crucially, the damage to the Barnier family name will be minimized.
Yeah.
After all, the Barnier were but victims of his charlatan avarice. As you are to take on the Barnier's family name, it is to your benefit that the reputation you inherit is unblemished as possible. Furthermore, you have nothing to gain from keeping your present name.
Yeah.
No longer are you the man you were in the slums. You must become a new man entirely.
Ugh. Enough. I need time to think. A day, give me just one.
I cannot. It's a matter of the utmost importance. You must act swiftly, for the opportunity will pass and the tides turn against your Anan. The people are on your side for now. However, should you fail to expeditiously demonstrate that you, as the new lord, are likewise on their side, you will find yourself with more than one count upon your doorsteps. You must decide now. Sir.
Alright. I'll swallow my pride. I knew there would need to be some changes before I embarked on this road, so this isn't unexpected. Just moving quicker than I was prepared for.
A wise decision. Now, before we move on to the next order of business, I must ask. Are you physically well enough to remain on your feet for a short while longer? You will need to stand before your people and make a speech. Nevertheless, it is evident that you are wounded from your battle, and it would reflect poorly on your accomplishments were you to collapse during your first appearance.
I'll be fine. I can hold myself up long enough to give a speech.
Youth, what a wonderful thing. You must be sure to get your rest once you have finished. I will arrange for the best doctor to come examine you.
Appreciate it.
Now then, let us be off. You need merely repeat after me.
Hey, did you hear the new large speech? Barnier was a fraud this entire time. What? No way. But God, I could have skipped working down up to the manor to see it. That was so hard to say. You still got a chance. Go down to the stairs. The town crier spreading the word of the whole thing. Did you hear? The new lord led the charge on the revolution, and he was the real Jean-Francois Barnier. I heard. I was there for his speech. He's so young, and easy on the eyes to boot. They say he spent years living in the slums, hiding his true identity. It must have been so difficult for him. At long last, we're free from our suffering. Freedom of the terror of Lord Barnier. Cheers to the new lord. Yay, woo! That's what she looks like. Oh, give me a break. You know, damn lord.
Oh God, Maria, you look like you ain't sleeping in weeks.
My life was literally uprooted.
Look at this box under your phone. Just smile, girl. Today is for celebrating.
My whole family's dead. Oh, go
What
fuck
family?
yourself.
What?
You're the one who pushed him into this.
Huh? What you getting pissy about?
You pressured him to this dumbass revolution, into becoming a fucking lord.
Whoa, that ain't what happened at all. Jacob was the one who proposed the whole thing.
Bullshit. He was trying to talk sense into you at the Midsummer Festival.
For the love of cripes, I'll crawl up your ass and died. That butchert asshole gone. And now we got someone on our side in power. What's there to complain about?
Ugh. Is there anything in that meathead of yours?
What was that?
You do realize he can never come back now, right? He's the Lord. He's gone, and he's gone for good. Up there in that manor all by himself. And you dragged him up to the top of that hill and left him there.
I get that you want someone to take this out on, but Jacopo's also the one who proposed becoming the Lord.
No.
I didn't push a damn thing on him. He showed up one day with a ring bearing the Barnier's family crest. Then told everyone he was royalty and had to claim to the throne.
This is insane.
It was his word that sparked the revolution.
There's no way. Jacopo is royalty? He needs to get a better sense of humor.
I thought exactly at first too, but then I saw the crest on the ring. He's the real deal. Did you miss the whole part when he put down the ring in front of everyone before we stormed the manor? His whole spiel about being the heir? I was pretty convincing, if I do say so myself.
You seriously think I was there for some stupid pep talk?
Oh. Ain't ya his friend? I feel like a friend should be rooting for his success, you know? Well, that's what I'm doing, and I can say that much. Anyway, I got a hot day with a couple of kegs, so I'm out of here.
I'm gonna drink till I drop. Let's go, boys.
Unless you wanna come with. We're gonna be partying all night long.
Like hell I'm coming.
That's all I asked. Try not to look so sour all the time, Kay. You're much prettier when you're smiling.
Choking a dick, asshole.
Duly noted. Later.
Okay, wrote that down. Bye. I can't root for him because he's my friend. I know better than anyone that he's in over his head. All I can do is pray for you, Jacopo. Pray that you'll always be the Jacopo we know. That this won't change you. We're still friends, right? Even if we're world apart now. No wonder she hated him so much.
You're right.
Yeah, no wonder she hated him so much in the story. Like now you see the context of how he became the Lord. It suddenly makes sense. All of just like hits you like a truck. Like, oh, I see. Like that she was against it the whole time, right?
Oh, you mean isekai here?
Yeah. After giving me just enough time to recover, Odilon quickly got to work instructing me in everything I needed to know to be a lord. My first priority was to revitalize the city, cleaning up the mess my predecessor had left it in. As much as I wanted to ensure that everyone had food and water, it simply wasn't possible to make it happen overnight. We would need to significantly expand our farmland, build additional granaries, repair existing irrigation canals, not to mention crack down on crime and disorder. There was so much to do it was almost dizzying, but the last thing I had time to do was whine. That said, none of it could happen with a snap of the fingers. It would take time and manpower, which meant we'd have to use existing stores in the meantime. I asked the people, particularly among the upper class, to relinquish ownership of their stockpiles for me to redistribute among the population. That would allow everyone to make it through the transitional period, I figured. Naturally though, not everyone was happy with the arrangement. But the cries of dissatisfaction were drowned out by cheers of support when I explained that it was for everyone's sake, that we would need to band together to carry the whole city through what would be a rocky transition. As I was patting myself on the back for a job well done, Odilon shook his head and said, "'Twill hold a year at most." We have enough stores to last at least 3 years, though. 2 if we want to be extra safe.
You will set your manor ablaze long before the stores run dry.
Excuse me? Why would they? I'm obviously doing everything in my power to revitalize the city. And I was the one who freed them from the claws of the tyrant.
The people see only the results. Will they accept your promises of improvement now, if in a year's time they do not see those who bear fruit? Their trust in you will wither away. That you came from the slums is viewed now as a heroic rise to power, but you will soon be turned against you, just to legitimize you.
Oh, you're just a slum dweller, you can't actually run a country, blah blah blah.
You must produce for them tangible results.
God, I knew this wouldn't be easy, but still. It boils my blood to think my predecessor sat around on his ass all day. Did he even accomplish anything in his entire time as the Lord?
I can think of only one truly positive thing of his regime. His support for the arts.
His what?
Surely you have seen the numerous pieces of art adorning this manor walls. He would often treat himself with works from the finest artists and artisans in the land.
Oh, you mean all those paintings and vases and fancy drapes? Bunch of worthless junk, every last bit of it. None of it will do anything to fill the people's empty stomachs.
Seem you understand not the value of art.
Well, I did grow up in the slums.
You know what purpose art serves.
To make you feel better. It's nice to have around, but not much more than that.
Bribes, my boy. Those who hunger for power similarly hunger for ways to flaunt it, and the singularity of a piece of art fills that role. Some have genuine appreciation for art, others merely use it as a tool. But nonetheless, skilled craftsmen, artists, and their work naturally gravitate toward those with power. It would be wise for you to consider dressing somewhat less pedestrian soon. Now, we should be able to put the former Lord possessions to good use in helping you build up valuable relationship.
You mean start handing out bribes?
Indeed. But remember, they are negotiations tool. You must use them where they provide you the greatest returns.
Negotiation, huh? Alright, I think I see what you're getting at. If I want to revitalize the city in a year, I'm gonna need help from my good neighbors. In exchange for provisions and workers, I offer the various count pieces from Barnier's collection. Sound about right?
Precisely. My, you are much cleverer than I would expect of a man from the slums. Now, if only you would become accustomed to this manner of thinking, you would become a fine leader in short order.
Ooh. I appreciate the concern, old man.
I will dispatch messengers and arrange meetings with the counts so we can begin anon. And I hope I do not have to remind you, but you will need to be very careful with your words, Lord Barnier.
Yeah, I know. What the hell did you send, Argo?
What?
You said
What do you
shit.
mean? Yeah, I know. It's accurate.
It's very accurate. This was so funny. Ah!
You seem quite tired, Lord Barnier.
You think? Every day I have to go meet someone new, and to spend all my travel time learning how to read and write. It's enough to exhaust anyone.
It's necessary nonetheless. Illiteracy will only...
Yes, I know. You said I look tired, and I'm telling you why that is. I never said I had a problem with it.
I overstepped. My apologies. Your diligence has been invaluable in earning the Count's favor, Lord Barnier. They think quite fondly of you.
Is that so? Because that's certainly not the impression I'm getting. They put on a facade of friendliness, but beneath the surface, they're all laughing, trying to figure out how to best use me, or just outright scoffing. Not a one of them sincerely trusts me. I'm just a pawn to them. Also, I find it interesting how they're not showing his portrait now.
We are all pieces on one another's boards.
What's that supposed to mean?
It would be the most prudent to consider that unqualified friendship simply does not exist in high society. All interpersonal relationships are built upon the foundation of mutual benefit, save for exceedingly rare, short-lived exceptions. It's like us, Mina.
Oh. Are we in
Yeah.
high society?
You'll be high, okay? Nonetheless, you should not consider being used as a bad thing.
That was so bad! That was so bad! Awful!
What do you mean?
Absolute shitballs.
How dare you? We are climbing atop each other's boards, offering of ourselves, of definitely
Sure.
up to powerful peace. So they offer themselves to us.
I just go Argo. next line.
Should
It's
you wish
fine.
to survive in high society, you must always ensure you please see as a piece of worth playing.
I mean, you're putting yourself out there as well, old man.
Indeed, I'm your pawn, Lord Barnier. And I have a gun.
Oh.
I offer myself to you, and in your using me, I gain the position as a consul to the Lord. It's far more practical and reliable system than one founded in something so essential as emotion, would you not say?
Which is to say, I'm a pawn to him as much as he is to me. I suppose so. Then I too will have to ensure I remain useful, lest I be swept aside and another Barnier brought in to take my place.
Oh, sharp words, my lord.
Huh.
But worry not, for I have no qualms with your performance at present. Now, Lord Barnier, we must discuss your next...
Hold on a sec, would you?
No, yes, sir.
Do you mind not calling me Lord Barnier in private? I can understand why you want to keep out the charade even when no one's looking. But frankly, I'm just not comfortable with it.
Very well. Then, my lord, it shall be.
Can't say I'm surprised he won't use my real name, but still. Yeah, that'll do, thank you.
Not at all. Now back to business, my lord.
It took long enough, but we're finally starting to see some real progress. Yay! Who knew negotiation was so much work?
You should be proud of your accomplishments, my lord. It's hardly an easy feat to amass that much manpower and resources in only 6 months.
Doing better than expected, huh? How's public opinion looking? Reports should be coming in by now, I assume.
Some dissatisfaction, but numbers are within expectation.
Dissatisfied with what? I've spent every waking moment these past 6 months working my ass off to revitalize the city, and people aren't happy with that? They should be jumping with joy.
My lord, you must understand this is impossible to satisfy everyone. A degree of discontent is to be expected.
Even so, it should be blindingly obvious how much better I'm doing than that previous basket of rainbows and kittens.
All is forgotten on the gentle ebb and flow of time. You good?
Yeah.
You good?
Yes! Give me a second, Jesus Christ.
Past injustices matter little in the face of the
Smack
present.
you in the face.
Oh no.
It hasn't even been a year.
I'm injured. The people
Yoink.
do not genuinely care about you, nor will they ever. They may sing your praises one day and forget about you the next.
Yoink, doink, bonk.
I believe you have been through this before.
I don't like you, man.
Yo, man.
Surely there's someone out there who gets it.
That is a wishful thinking, my lord. You could work for yourself very perfect that people may see you fulfilling your duty.
You're so drunk.
I'm not drunk, I'm just lacking oxy. You must not seek their approval.
Hello, Becca. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How are you doing tonight? Happy Friday. We are finishing this game tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
Not tonight. Tomorrow.
Yes.
This is not April Fool's. I'm.
Oh my god, we're going to finish it on April Fools? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we are. It's the 31st
today.
Psych! We're gonna keep.
I have a second thought now.
It's okay. Just keep reading.
Did I read that line? I did.
No.
Okay. More will be expected of you, and more will you be the subject of undeserved resentment, for the simple reason that you exist in a position of power.
He just goes on and on, this man.
Only those in similar position can understand your hardships.
Hoppy, hoppy, chop.
Ultimately, then, you have two choices.
You're just vibing and feeling confident. Nice. Any particular reason, or are you
Ooh.
just having a good day?
Have confidence.
No confidence!
Either you dedicate yourself to the service of your people, or mercilessly exploit them from your like your predecessor.
Odilon drunk arc. I won't follow in that bastard's
It's
footsteps.
also done with a lisp. I pray your heart remains true. That you remain the wise and caring Lord.
Wise and caring. Damn it! So specifically aren't people happy about?
The foremost is food shortages. Those anticipated, and all we can do is ask them to something.
Persevere.
The second comes from the upper class. The second comes
Go
from
on.
the upper class.
You don't have to say it twice!
They are quite naturally displeased about being made to surrender their stockpiles. It would be prudent to offer them remuneration in the near future.
You just gave up. They're doing well enough for themselves already.
Lord.
I know, just letting off some steam. So I get to go
Steam.
butter up all the rich men in town. Wonderful. The whole idea was to help the less well off, and here I am. Just gonna go butter some poopers.
Mina.
Hi.
Dump.
Dump. Dump.
Letting out some dump.
Dump. It just reminds me of that fucking video with the guy reading out the German.
German names.
Gegenschlagoffensive.
Dump.
Dump. Why is German just so funny? Read your line.
Right. I understand you are not pleased about this, my lord. But do remember that you have more to fear from a few of the upper class banding together than the entirety of the slums.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the ads. I don't know
ads?
what to do.
Are they German?
Well, there's a lot, mainly because I'm just feeling myself and unbothered. Yeah! Feel yourself and unbothered. Yes?
Are you able to put something live on Meme Gacha?
You want me to put something on the meme gacha? Which one? The one about the guy reading out the German things?
Yes.
That is funny.
Yeah, I work on getting this video. For the wheel's most troublesome weapon, an upper class upbringing.
Keep reading!
They know precisely who to tell and what to tell about you to tarnish your reputation in the blink of an eye. You know what happened?
No.
I had a hiccup, but I didn't hiccup. I just kept reading. That was so funny.
We're already quite drunk, and it's only 40 minutes in. Now I got that Beyonce song stuck in my head. What Beyonce song? I don't know any Beyonce songs. Please enlighten me.
No, don't ask what Beyonce song. Don't do it. Do not place yourself by thinking that the common man will see through the attempts to undermine you. Even if they did, an unlikely supposition, they could do nothing to counter it.
Didn't.
Why did they add 3 freaking words at the end of it?
I don't know!
The freaking same line.
I don't
it's
know!
So stupid. It's so
I don't
counterintuitive.
I don't know! Read it!
They are powerless.
Thank you. But it was the people at the bottom who pulled most of the weight organizing and executing the revolution.
Indeed, Jacopo, they are bottom. It was an exceptional set of circumstances that allowed the revolution to take place as it did, not the least of which was the Lord's status as
Feeling myself by Nicki Minaj feat Beyonce. I've never heard that. I'm sorry. I don't know anything. I'm an uncultured swine. I mean, I know who those people are, but if you told me to sing a line from that... Yes.
You're not uncultured. We will
Damn.
not find them all agreeing on anything so readily now.
Alright, I get it. The point is I gotta win over all the rich people or my whole operation is gonna come to a grinding halt, right? So as much as it rubs me the wrong way, I'll do what I have to.
A wise decision, my lord.
It's okay, Lamau, I love the chaos, by the way. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is... this is our stream energy. Especially when we're playing a game like this.
Google Chrome.
Google Chrome.
Zweitracht. Kampf.net.
Minenhandwerk. German?
Just put it, just freaking put it, I don't care.
Right now?
I read all the lines, just, I don't know.
Later. Still the last of the complaint. I cannot. It's the okay. Basically, it's this video of a German guy, I think, and he's going over like his desktop computer.
Can you put it as a video source and just play
yes,
it?
Yes. I'll play it on stream so I can so I can actually show you what it is me and Argo are laughing about.
Losing our shit.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny. Like, it is unironically one of the best videos I've ever seen. Basically,
also,
I only saw it because, someone else was like asking for videos where it's like, what's a video that's like always made you laugh, no matter what? And then someone sent this video. And it is...
delivered.
Yeah. I actually don't know.
Alles laut vorlesen, bitte.
Papierkorb. Minenhandwerk.
Mikro. The thingy. I don't know how to make it play the sound. God damn it.
No, I can hear it.
You can hear it on stream?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Then I will just
yeah.
I can't hear it, but that's fine. Wait, give me a second.
You can read it out loud.
no. Wait, no.
Oh mein Gott! Sprache 3. Ufriger Furzliger der Legenden. Grundeukro. Zwietracht. Gehkrafterfahrung. Melodie. Gegenklappe. Dampf.
Durchspiel.
Siegrar, Alter.
Sigrar.
Was Alter, jetzt ist Schluss! Jetzt ist Schluss! Fuck! Was war das denn, Alter? Holy shit, es ging gar nichts mehr, Alter!
There you go! That's what we're laughing about! Halt die Fresse! I'm quoting that! Oh my god!
Fucking Sigrar.
I'm laughing so much that I'm coughing. Holy shit! Oh my god! I forget how funny that video is.
Yeah. Because you forget the names and then you.
Yeah, and then it's like it just all comes back to you.
And it's fresh now.
Okay.
I guess like global offensive.
Yeah, and that one in particular gets me so much. I love it so much. Just the way he goes, dump!
The spiel. Dump!
And the fact that they're just so German too. It's just
I
like
know.
it's just like a perfect video. Oh my god, okay, Jesus, you need to stop crying.
And to be honest, and it all started with this old man saying Steam.
Yeah. This guy said Steam.
And I was like, dump.
Dump. I'm sorry. It's Friday. This is what we do on Fridays. Is that the last of the complaints?
I am not helping my stomach.
Oh god, I needed a laugh.
The influx.
Yeah.
The influx of immigrants has caused an increase in general unrest.
Of course it has. I bring them in to help with the restoration effort and like go and cause their own new set of problems. It's like I'm chasing my tail here. That was so good.
So long as there are people under your authority, never will you be completely free of strife.
You're telling
Also,
me.
it helps that we knowing vague German, like
yes,
also helping.
Yeah, the more German you know, it actually gets funnier.
Yeah.
You're telling me. So would increasing the guards' presence in the city help keep the peace?
Most of those with the training necessary are already deployed, meaning you would need to have new guards trained from the ground up. You'll have to mobilize them where they are most needed.
In other words,
tighten your grip on the slums.
so now I've got to take away their freedom.
I know you have a personal attachment to that area, my lord, but you must cast that aside. No longer are you the man you once were.
Yeah, that was a lot, but I'm definitely gonna put it in the meme gacha. But we're just gonna be laughing every time it comes up. Like, I don't think it'll ever stop being funny.
You pissed on it. You pissed on it, didn't you?
You little piss boy. If you want a good time, Becca, you can always redeem the meme gacha for 500 points. Yeah.
There's always something funny there.
Yep.
The slums should never have been allowed to fall into such lawlessness in the first place. Oh my fucking god, my stomach will merely be restoring to its proper state.
Yeah, that video is gonna stay in my system for a while. It killed me so bad. I was just coughing, man.
Yeah, you literally freaking synchronized the laugh with Germans. If you truly wish to bring prosperity to this land, you must eventually scale down and then eliminate the slums.
But if I get rid of the slums, I'll be getting rid of their home.
My lord. Yeah.
I know, I understand what you're getting at, and I understand that everything you're saying is perfectly logical. Can we hold off on that for a bit? A bunch of guys down there formed this peacekeeper group to, you know, keep the peace. They'd gladly help out if we could talk to them, I'm sure. We can scale up our patrols, but no stepping on their toes. Got it?
As you command, my lord.
Oh, yeah. Hard to believe it's been a whole year. There he is.
Hard to believe I'm back. Hard to believe I'm back to my main art.
I saw this video between Brazilian and American German and the difference between the words to use. Yeah.
Oh,
I think that also compounds the joke. If you know anything about like German,
which helps because like between me and Mina it's only Germany.
Yeah, but if you know some stuff about German and Germany, and the thing that Germany just has, and I don't know how much they do it anymore, but at least like previously, they dubbed everything into German. Everything.
Everything is, yes, Mina, it still does, yes.
Yeah, everything gets dubbed into German. So the idea of them taking something as stupid as a game title and Google translating that into German and calling it Gegenschlag Globale Offensiv is fucking hilarious to me. It is Dampf. Imagine if you went on a German computer and you boot it up and then instead of Steam it says Dampf. And I'm just like...
That's the thing with naming things. You name them in the language you want to name them, and it also sound of cool too, right?
Yeah.
But then the other language is just stupid.
Yeah, and now he has the ring on.
Oh, nice. Somebody put a ring on it.
It feels like I only just started yesterday, yet also like I've been doing this forever.
You're looking so much worse for wear, by the way.
Airplane is German is what sent me, that is,
Flugzeug.
Flugzeug, yeah.
It's a flying train, little transaction flying train.
Yeah. My favorite
Flugzeug.
still will forever be Krankenwagen, but that's just me.
And for me,
Sickmobile. Sickmobile.
Schmetterling.
Yeah. Sick car. Krankenwagen. Sick wagon.
Feuerwehrwagen.
Do I? Or am I kidding? You're right. On the other hand, you don't look like you've even lost an hour of sleep this entire year. Just to show how inexperienced I really am.
When you get old as me, you only need 1 hour of sleep. It's true that I have been in this position for many years. I also didn't bear nearly as much responsibility as you. I merely stand in the background and offer you small pieces of advice. All while you face the crowd directly, negotiate with cunts, make dozens of difficult decisions.
Cunts or counts?
Cunts.
I see.
What's the
Thanks.
difference?
Are they different? Not in this context.
There's one
I
thing
don't
I have
think.
learned in all my years. It is that I could never begin to imagine the weight a ruler must carry. Never mind one who will never race to take the throne and thrust themselves into the labyrinth of politics and high society. It would be a great surprise if the trials had not taken their toll.
I know you're gonna start murdering Morgana. Great time. That reminds me. Barnier was the lord for a full decade before we took him out, wasn't he? And as I recall, he wasn't much of a despot early on. If just 1 year has taken this much out of me, how much longer before I'm no longer able to act like a reasonable human being? No, don't think like that, Jacopo. Actually, forget it. What matters is that we seem to be doing a good job minimizing discontent. Let's go, boys. It's sad hours, let's go.
Indeed, you have successfully made it through the first year.
But yeah, that video
Here's the
was
badge, and here's your candy.
Oh,
It
thanks.
is decidedly more presentable than it was when you took the throne. This is a smiley badge for you.
Oh, thanks. That's so nice
My
of you.
precious
Wow.
I made it through the first year. I didn't die. The precious few who can replicate your accomplishments in such a short time, my lord. You would do well to take the pride in your work.
Sorry, I just got a message.
From Germans?
No. Fine. Pushing to do everything so quickly has taken its toll. The people are worn thin, slaves are dying by the droves. I still have a ways to go before there's anything I can be proud of.
Slaves are the tools of progress, my lord.
Bruh!
Tools do not last forever and must be replaced regularly.
Bruh! Odalon cancelled! You can't build a house with your bare hands. I get it.
You learn quickly.
Not
I know
even a year
that's where you
ago.
draw the line.
Yeah. Not even a year ago, I would have been up in arms about the number of slaves dying, but now they're just numbers to me. Apparently my worldview has changed quite a bit.
It's about time we started considering our next step.
Meaning?
Meaning your efforts thus far have merely been toward repairing the damage caused by your predecessor.
You make it sound like all this has just been a warm-up.
My apologies. I did not mean to discount your great efforts, my lord.
Bruh.
I was simply speaking of the grander scheme.
Yeah, I got that. You want to settle on a direction for how to grow the city, right? Oh, man.
Yes, indeed.
I swear to God, I'm not gonna forget that video. It keeps replaying in my head.
Which one?
Gegenschlag. Du Spiel. Dampf. Figra oder. I love it so much.
Du Spiel.
I can't. I can't. I'm sorry. It's so funny.
The status quo is vastly inadequate for bringing prosperity to this land, and there is no saying what the surrounding territories may cease being so friendly and set their eyes upon conquering us. But of course, you cannot keep your eyes trained outward in fear of attack and allow the land to devour itself from the inside either.
So what you're saying is it's a balancing act.
Precisely.
So, what kind of advancements do I want to pursue? There's something that's been on my mind. This land is ill-suited to growing crops. When I lived down in the slums, I had no perspective and figured that what we produced here was no different than anywhere else. But now I know better. The grapes used for our wine are miserable compared to what I've been served elsewhere, as is nearly everything else we grow. I can only assume the land itself is to blame.
Oh, the wine from the south is indeed exceptional. You quite nearly gave me a heart attack when you leapt from your chair in the middle of the meeting. Shouting, "This is nothing like the wine from home!"
Enough! That never happened. It was my first time tasting anything like it, alright? Anyone would have had the same reaction.
You've grown so much, but nevertheless you are still quite green.
God, I really need to watch myself around this man.
In any case, it would be ideal if we could begin producing higher quality grapes. Not necessarily to compete with the salad, but enough to be serviceable. Efforts to improve our farmland are underway, although
Sounds
it
good.
will take some time before we see the progress. Have you any propositions, my lord?
Actually, I was thinking it might be best to cut back on agriculture.
Do elaborate.
What if we were to build the city up into a trade hub of sorts?
Meaning you wish to open our gates to our neighbors?
Exactly. One thing the city has going for it is its wealth of artisans. But for years, we've only ever exported our goods. I want to bring people here to purchase. We reduce taxes for merchants and give them special privileges, set tariffs and border taxes lower than they are in the capital, and business will naturally find its way here. This land may be less than optimal for farming, but it's more than adequate for trade. We're in a convenient location to serve as a hub for the surrounding realms. Rather than close our borders and wall ourselves off entirely, opening up and making ourselves of value to our neighbors is far more likely to dissuade potential invasion. Political blabberish! Don't give a shit! Sorry. We're all pieces on one another's sports, isn't that right? This sister can't apply to the entire city. The best way to expand without stepping on anyone's toes is to do so in a way that benefits them as well as us. What do you think?
A rather aggressive strategy you propose, my lord. You may be so bold, there will be many obstacles to this plan's success. We will need to arrange meetings with the head of each realm you intend to invite, the order and timing of which will be crucial to its success. Furthermore, the influx of outsiders will be a source of much tension among your people.
So you think I'm aiming too high?
You're indeed aiming exceedingly high. Your obstacles will be numerous and pressing.
Who cares?
Nonetheless,
Word!
obstacles can be overcome.
You really made sure to say that in bold text, didn't you?
Yes. And I have ideal thing to overcome such obstacles. It's a gun. Your exhaustion is
Oh.
nothing compared to the weariness that awaits you down this
I
path.
see. Instead of negotiations, you're taking the quick path.
Yeah, this is my opening to negotiations.
Yeah, just a warning shot.
Yeah, that's my opening statement.
The old man, he opens his cape and it's just an arsenal of guns.
My arguments.
Yeah. My truth bullets. That's an old reference. Wink wonk.
Negotiation is nothing more compared to the weariness that awaits you down this path. Do be well aware of this, my lord.
You're damn right I am. If I'm gonna do this, I'm
Damn
gonna go all
straight.
in. Damn straight! Oh no, not this
Oh.
song. No! They dare not play this song. Oh my god. I'm gonna have them for this. The Lord's Manor sat atop a tall hill. Gazing out, the city stretched before me. Countless columns of smoke rising from the buildings, the people scurrying about like so many ants. From up here, I had the perfect view of the bustle of the city, but I was too far away to feel the life breathing through it. I think I used to be one of those tiny little specks. Thousands of people lived there. They had families, jobs, friends, and hobbies. But as much as I was cognizant of that fact, I don't think I've ever seen that word spelled out. cognizant. So that's
You
how I
what?
spell it.
Cognizant?
Yeah, I've heard it being said before, but I've never like seen it spelled out. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
naruhodo.
yeah. But as much as I was cognizant of that fact, no longer grasped on anything more than a conceptual level. Oh my god, Vika! Stopping by quick to share this and I
Stopping
love...
by quick to share this and Illy.
Congratulations on your 3 months, Vika! You're now a yellow! Congrats
Not
on
also
your
yellow?
yellow! No.
You got it?
Yellow!
Yellow,
Yeah.
yellow, yellow.
No, stop. You're not gonna sing
Yellow
this.
is
No!
banana.
No. Stop. You always manage to ruin everything.
What do you mean? I'm not doing anything.
Thank you so much for the sub, Vic. I love you.
That's why I'm
And
on your
good
shoulder,
luck,
you know?
Good luck. I don't know if you're gonna stream it today, but good luck with what. I hope. I see you. Bye.
What a concise. What a concise.
How
statement.
concise and. How
The lexicon of that girl.
I love you too, and I'll try to take your lurk more. Thank you, thank you. See you soon. Bye, bye, bye,
Thank you so
bye.
much. Mm,
Have fun lurking. Remember, we got the lurk command for fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you know what's also yellow, please let us know.
Yeah, lurk. Woo! I love it. Hee hee hee.
I like you, Vika.
Yeah, you're great. We should find the video for her.
What?
So she can see it. What we're laughing about.
Oh, you want me to find it? Okay.
Yeah, send it in the chat.
Um,
Me and Argo were listening to
I've
Tomodachi Life. Yeah,
timestamp. It's a compilation, so I time.
Yeah, it's a compilation of Tomodachi Life songs. If you know anything about Tomodachi Life, you'll know why it's so funny. So yeah,
okay,
that's...
which one was it?
I think it must have been the second one we watched, I think.
No, don't worry.
Yeah, I'll just read the narration in the meantime, how about that?
Yeah.
But as much as I was cognizant of that fact, I no longer grasped it on anything more than a conceptual level. It was incredible just how much my view of the world had changed in merely a year's time. I'm gonna go out into the world, I said. I felt that clawing my way to the top of the ladder would let me see it. Would let me experience it. That was power. I could have the whole world at my fingertips. Yeah, please, have fun.
It's timestamped.
Yeah. Please have fun with that, chat. But reality wasn't so simple. This sure isn't what I was looking for. Hell, I feel like the chain just got tighter around my neck. There was no way to truly grasp the view from this height without climbing it up and seeing it for yourself. And that was exactly where I was a year ago. Blind to the reality of life in the upper echelons, fantasizing about a world that didn't exist. Unlike the me of the past, I did have the satisfaction of feeling like I was accomplishing big things. But was that really worth cutting myself off from all my friends? Did those achievements really justify a bloody revolution? Or, I suppose I should ask, was this work valuable enough to me to justify it all? Reminiscing about days long gone wasn't gonna help anything, and in fact it only served to cause me pain. Actually seeing this, it's very interesting what they decided to do with his story in the third door. Like, knowing this mentality of his now, it's kind of interesting parallels. I couldn't return to that time. Lol, what's that? That's Tomodachi Life, it's a 3DS game. It's weird. And you played it with Mies, so you could make your own little weird characters, and then you could send your friends your little weird characters, and it was just a whole thing. And I really want to play it.
You wrote the words for the preset songs.
Yeah.
Dances,
you write the songs.
The synthesizer just sings them.
The synthesizer sings them really badly, and it's fantastic. Yeah. Love it! It's fantastic, it's so great. We've been thinking about playing it just for fun sometime.
Jesus Christ.
Just to see what it's like.
We need to figure out how it even works now.
Yeah. This is where my quest for power had brought me, and now I had to live out my days as the lord of this land. Telling myself day after day that it was far better than being a powerless slum rat. God, I've been so busy these past few weeks. My eyes are... One day I'll show you the world. Do you ever get tired of saying that? Okay, Keith, we're really gonna look. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
have
bye!
fun.
Thank you so much!
Thank you.
You gotta think big. Dream. The world's changing all around us. A life just fighting to make it day by day to day is hardly a life at all. I don't want to spend the rest of my days confined to this tiny little corner of the world. Well, try not to let your dreams grow so big they crush you. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll just have you sing for me if it ever gets to be overwhelming. Why would I be there? Why wouldn't you? It's hard to show you the world if I don't bring you with me. Knowing you still won't know where you want to go. So I'll bring you with me. We can find a place for you together. Pretty good deal, huh? I don't need to see the world. All I want is... Dozed off for a second there. It feels like those days were an eternity ago. I don't need to see the world. All I want is... All you want is what, Morgana? What were you trying to tell me? Oh boy. Man, it feels like a whole different place here now. You think? It's like the same old nasty dumb as it's always been. He's talking about the whole city, you dolt! Exactly, things are on the up and in the city proper, but we still ain't seeing a scrap of it down here. The heck's up with that? All the new shops are spilling out past the city border. The highway into town's turned into a full-blown bazaar. Ooh, sounds nice. Is there anything in the damn head of yours? We're saying, how come we're still living like rats if they got enough spare coin to build all that market space? Hell, with all these damn immigrants coming in, the slums are an even bigger shithole than before. You know, I never thought much of it till now, but you're right. The guy's been a lot busier lately with all the drifters. And Jacopo, Lord Barnier, ain't showing his mug down here even once since he took over. I mean, I get that the bloody Lord can't spend all day hanging out in the slums, but he could at least visit. Said he's spending all his time buddying up with the rich folks. And we used to be in such good friends, too. Wonder if he's planning to just not bother with us all. I hope not, but that's sure what it's looking like. You think he'd at least throw us a bone rather than letting the merchants in the upper class take coin baths in his coffers. Guess when he became one of them, he became just like him, too. Feels like we're in the exact same place we were a year ago. He's no different than the old Barnier. Yeah, he's actually starting to understand what Maria was on about, I think.
God, oh, it's you. So you find anything?
Yep, got the proof he was looking for. What if you'd be so kind as to never give me a job like this again? I'd be hanging fries over if the nobles found out I was sniffing around their business.
Oh, quit being such a bitch. You didn't steal nothing or kill anyone, you're fine.
Wow, that's his 2 thresholds. That's like his 2 rules. A man's secrets can sometimes be worth more than his life. I wonder if he's planning to, like, stand up against Jacopo. But on to business. Your suspicions were correct.
You'll fuck me sideways. And call me Shirley.
Yeah, he's probably found out that Jacopo wasn't actually a noble, I'm thinking.
Here's your pay. Take it and piss off.
Nice doing business. Hey, hold up now. I was meaning I can get that for you, and this is all I get in return.
Got a problem with that, you little bitch?
No, sir.
Don't you worry. You get your fair due shortly.
These construction costs are really starting to pile up. Can we put the manor repairs off until we've taken care of more pressing matters? Like using that money to help the poor.
The Lord and his residents are the face of his land. If you wish for the city to continue thriving upon the fruits of your relationship with the surrounding realms, you must maintain a minimum level of respectability, my lord.
Respectability.
Respect my respectability. Merchants particularly are merciless judges of appearance. Of this you can be certain. No respectable merchant would do business on the equal terms with a city whose lord refuses to take care of his own home.
I get that, but still, it's so much money.
They are necessary expenses. To acquire the resources required to aid the lower class, we must increase the rate of production. Efforts must begin at the top of and gradually work down. You must not be in such great rush, my lord. The work you are performing is on a much larger, longer scale than perhaps that to which you are accustomed.
Mm-hmm.
You have a point. Then let the construction continue. I definitely come to see just how crucial a bit of embellishment can be surviving in high society.
Every engagement is like throwing myself into a lion's den. Everyone surrounding me, messing me up. They question my pedigree. Some with their eyes, some with their mouths. Yes?
You
Some
know what
either-
happened?
No?
I was reading just a couple lines.
Oh damn, you're right.
You
Now upon let construction
lied.
continue. I'm definitely coming to see how crucial a bit of embellishment can be to surviving in high society.
I read that as a couple, don't you worry.
Some even attempt to dig up dirt on me in order to tilt the scales in their favor. Oh yeah, and there was that one time when I was straight up shouted at right to my face. You're no more damn noble than any of those other rats whose nest you crawled out of, if I recall. Not that he was wrong.
Raquel.
Recall?
Cow.
Took the throne by force. It's only natural that people are gonna have their suspicions that I came from the slums. It's just the icing on the cake.
Sassy wassy.
And damn lucky if condescension is the worst treatment I get on a first encounter. And then there are the distant relatives Barnier let slip through the cracks, slithering back up to assert their right to the land. There are a lot more people out there to get me than I first anticipated.
You remain strong, my lord.
I hate my life. I'll always be strong. If I so much as let these wolves smell weakness, they'll pounce all over me. Like hell I'm gonna let that happen.
Come on.
I won't have time to work on helping the poor if I have to spend my days fending off packs of bloodthirsty nobles. I must always appear strong under any circumstances. I of all people should know just how easily a lord can be dethroned. And I'll be next if I leave even the slightest opening. I have to do whatever it takes to make sure that's not my future.
Perhaps you should get some rest, my lord.
Excuse me? Are you insane? I have to review the construction budget so that...
Allow me to handle that. I will get you something to drink. Perhaps a glass of that southern wine you're so fond of.
I hate this game.
It's quite sweet, perfect for elevating build-up fatigue.
I'm not fatigued.
Come on now, please take the request from an overly concerned consul, my lord.
Fine, you win. It's hard to believe it's only been a year and a half. I feel like we've go way back.
Oh, we do see each other every day after all.
I'm starting to crave some variety, to be honest. I never found a good opportunity to ask you this, but...
Yes?
Do you have any family? Because if you do, you're more than welcome to have them live here.
I appreciate your concern, my lord, but they have all passed away.
By my hand. I killed them. They passed away by acute knife poisoning.
All of them were snakes. Literal
Like,
snakes.
yeah, actual snakes. All of them?
Yes, all of them were snakes, yes. Indeed.
We sure are making this man weird.
My entire snake family was eradicated as the previous Lord's order.
Damn.
Once, and only once, I offered him my humble opinion. So infuriated was he by my insolence that he had my family murdered.
Damn, bro.
I would have much more preferred myself killed in their stead.
Definitely does make his actions more, what will you say, understandable.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was a man who reveled in others' suffering.
And you just kept on serving him?
This is correct. I acted as his loyal servant, too afraid to speak up again.
Acted?
Recall what I said when we first met. I was sitting in wait for the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
Now you understand why.
He wanted his revenge too. Well, damn.
And if I may come clean about that time, I had every intention of disposing of the revolution puppet master. Never once did I trust Ginevra. Her foolish motives were plain as a day. And the new Lord Mother she planned to control her planted usurper from the shadows, acting
Damn.
as the effective governor of the land.
She really wouldn't just have been satisfied with getting a cozy lifestyle.
Having no family left myself the city, and these people are like my children. So I refused to stand by and allow her to turn them into tools to satisfy her own avarice. The land would hardly survive a tyrant sweeping in and replace a tyrant. She was removed from the board by the former lord before she had a chance to see her aspiration to fruition.
Yeah.
Knowing she was no longer a danger, I decided I would wait and see how the successor fared before taking any further action.
That kind of explains his play here, for sure.
To determine
Right.
if you were sufficient to serve as a lord of this land.
And I guess I passed, huh?
Are you not upset, my lord?
Nothing to be upset about. You never hid the fact that you acted in your own interests. That if a piece had no value to you, you discarded it. And I always knew there was more than what you were telling me. I'll just say, I'm relieved to still be standing here.
Oh, if you only knew how close you were to failing on the other side of that line.
Am I really that on edge? After all the work I've put into this?
Well, you do have a rare aptitude and strength of spirit. You're still much too easily swayed by your emotions. Ergo, I shall continue to instruct you until you are able to fully satisfy my expectations. It's rather curious, so often do we speak so great our time together. I've come to think of you as my second son.
Don't get all mushy on me, old man. We're not friends and we're not family. I'm a pawn on your board and you a pawn on mine. Strictly business.
Oh, my apologies. I never say the word.
Right. Never happened. Moving right along. You just keep doing what you do best.
At your service, my lord.
Out of curiosity, do we have any free hands around capable of riding a horse?
For what purpose?
There's someone I want found.
Whoever it may be you wish to find, my lord, I'm obliged to remind you that.
You don't even have to finish that. I know. I'm supposed to leave the past in the past.
Let us see then. Your men have their hands rather full at present. We can perhaps arrange for one of them to be reassigned.
Are you sure?
It is a small request, and not once in your entire tenure have you requested to use your men for personal matters. I believe you can spare a hand or two on such rare occasion.
Much appreciated.
Shall I arrange for them to set off immediately?
Please. I'm looking for a girl. If she's alive, she'll look around 13 or 14. And she has unusual markings on her face.
Marking akin to burn scars?
Barnier once imprisoned her here in this manner. He used her as a prop for his banquets, cutting her up from head to toe. My guess is that the patches on her face are results of Barnier's abuse.
Indeed, I know the girl. I presume she had not survived the slave revolt. I take it you care quite deeply about this girl, my lord. And allow me to offer my sincerest apologies in his stead.
No need to apologize. Will you help me fight her, Odalon?
I'll oversee the search and operation personally to be the best of my ability, my lord. I pray the girl is still alive.
As do I, unlikely as it may be. I'm just chasing after a sliver of a dream that shattered long ago. That said, if you do find her alive, bring her here without telling her it's at the Lord's order. She'll likely assume it's the old Barnier who's after her if you say anything. And if she happens to have found a new home where she's happy, just leave her be.
Understood.
Yukimasa didn't get the memo.
What memo?
The memo. Time drifted slowly onward.
Many memo?
Yeah. As I'd anticipated, there were no news regarding her whereabouts, but new shops and stalls continued opening in the city, with them coming a steady flow of travelers and passing merchants. And as traffic through the city increased, so too did the number of people seeking an audience with me. I was getting busier by the day. My plans to attract merchants and artisans from the capital had worked, and every one of them seemed to have a bigger, more ambitious proposition than the last. My days became a cycle of meetings, reviewing propositions, balancing the budget, and deciding whether to proceed or postpone. And amidst all the tumult, my thoughts drifted ever further from the poorest of my people. And that's the last of today's meetings. There's no end in sight to this.
That's a good thing, my lord.
But I don't care!
It means you have succeeded in drawing traffic to the city.
I guess, but still. I need to go back and review all these proposals, so... Lord Barnier, a moment! I don't have a moment to spare. The townsperson requests an audience with the Lord.
You have been instructed to like enter the commoners.
I tried, but he refuses to leave the gate. Hold on, what's this man's name? Sir, he calls us immigration! Oh shit, is it really him? Let him in, by all means.
My lord, you mustn't give anyone special treatment.
Gratian's not just anyone. We've been to hell and back together. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. I should hear what he has to say.
No, my lord, you cannot. You're past this.
He's a good friend. I'm not sending him away. That's not even on the table.
Friend or not, you mustn't give him an audience. You're the lord now, and he a mere peasant. Cannot be certain he will hold himself with the proper decorum.
I don't appreciate what you're implying about my friend, old man. He's no goddamn brute. He is. He is! He is!
I imply nothing, my lord.
Keep your counsel to topics you actually know something about. I'm not gonna stand by and listen to anyone insult my friends, not even you.
My lord, must I remind you yet again to keep your temper in check?
That's enough out of you. I'm done. Not another word on this subject.
My lord.
Hey, guard, open the gate. Yes, sir!
Subject couple, it's been ages.
Feels like forever. How have you been doing?
Yeah, I've been better. How about you, kid? Show proper respect to your lord, peasant. You have to refer him as Lord Barnier, not any false names he may have responded to while in hiding. Seriously, you ain't gonna let him kick back even for a body?
Enough, Odilon. You can call me by my old name.
It's my lord!
Said I've heard enough from you.
Look at you taking charge and barking orders all important like the whole new man, my lord.
Please, you can use my name.
I'm dead serious though. Hard to believe it ain't been 2 years. You seriously look like a whole new man.
You think so? I don't feel like I've changed all that much myself.
I don't know, it just was the word. Emanate lordliness now. Guess it don't take long to the nobles then to turn into one of them, no matter how far down the chain you come from. And look at this room. Look at all these fancy fucking furnishings.
Yeah.
Oh, this is all Barnier stuff, is it?
Nope. With all the meetings I've been having, I needed to make sure I had a room that was nice and presentable.
That's one to put it.
Hey, don't think I'm just throwing around money for the fun of it. If I want to pull in a negotiation, I need to look like I had...
You have to explain yourself, kid. I totally get it. Ain't easy dealing with a bunch of rich folks who stick up their asses.
I appreciate it. Anyway, what brings you here today?
Oh, but do I need a reason to visit a friend? I think I just want to hang out and catch up. Come on.
I never said that. I'm just extremely busy at the moment. I don't have much time to spare for anyone.
Come on, don't be such a tight ass. That's exactly why I'm here. To make sure you don't get that stick up you so deep to puncture your brain.
Damn.
You gotta let loose sometimes.
I suppose. Thank you for your concern.
So let's get slow just like old days. I even brought the booze.
I wish I could, but I don't have the time.
You drink with merchants and rich snobs, but not me? That stinks, kid. Right in the gut.
I see you're as pushy as ever. Alright, fine. One drink in the back room.
That's what I'm talking about.
Throwing it back in the back room.
My lord.
It'll be fine, Odilon. We go back years. There's nothing wrong with a couple friends sharing drinks after hours.
If you insist, my lord, but the peasant must leave his blade behind. I will not under any circumstances allow you to be alone with the armed slum dweller. Yeesh, everyone here needs to loosen up, huh? You seriously think I'm gonna pull a sword on old Paul?
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. That's a hard maybe.
Humor me. Whatever, fine, you win, old-timer.
Oh, they actually removed it from his sprite.
Oh shit, it's gone! And so is the budget. Happy now. Yes.
They just need to draw it on a different layer, it's fine. Sorry about that,
know,
Christian.
I'm just joking.
No. I'm joking too. Just making a little jokey joke, pokey poke.
That layer gonna cost us.
Deadlow maneuver is gonna cost
And
us 50
there goes
years.
Timmy's salary.
Sorry about that, Grecian. Odin's always on edge. It's nothing personal.
Oh, it's cool. Can't say I blame him. Let's go get trashed. Movie night.
Movie night.
Oh, it's something from that pub we used to haunt. Which I usually think way better shit than this now that they're freaking lord. Like old times, you know?
This reminds me of the time we had the drinking contest.
I'm going another round.
I'll have to refrain. Odilon would murder me if I did that.
I feel like the geezer is got you by the balls, huh?
Yep.
No fun allowed up here in the lord's house.
It can be rather suffocating, yes.
Okay, at least not lose today. The old times, kid.
2 old times. No, this is a sight I never dreamed of. The 2 of us here in the Lord's Manor drinking together. We were both slaves when we met, for God's sake.
You know, fucking jokes. You never know what life bring you. Been almost 5 years since then. We weren't even 20 yet.
I expect we've both grown quite a bit since those days. Or are you still running around like a wild boar even now?
Hard to say. I think I'm as bad as I used to be. Getting into the shit kinda comes with territory, you know? And the slums are still the same as ever.
I see. So how's everyone doing down there?
We're stepping by as usual.
The rest of the gang and Maria?
The guy's still lazing around at the pub all day. Maria's ruled the brothel and she's getting by the best she can.
Oh.
Obviously not the same place and it's smaller than the old one. But for a chick, she's doing alright for herself.
I'm glad to hear it.
So tell me, kid. You and her totally had a thing, yeah?
Where on earth did that come from? I believe I already told you no, we didn't.
It seems like she's about 10 times more worried about you than anyone else. It must have been something.
It's called family, Gratian. You know that word?
Don't make sense otherwise. I just had a thing for you and you never saw it. Poor girl.
There were no romantic feelings on either side. We were friends. Simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less.
Have you seen those honkers?
And? What does that have to do with anything?
It just doesn't make sense to me. How can a guy only be friends with a chick?
You are so bad. It just means we value certain things in life differently.
Yeah, you like to do sometimes. Get all weirdly noble like that.
Bruh.
Hey, I didn't mean that as a jab.
It has nothing to do with being noble. Maria's special. We've known each other most of our lives, and we survived hell together.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that before, didn't you? That you two known each other longer than anyone else. It was like back then for the two of you.
Before I met her, Maria was raised in an orphanage. She said she ran off because she and the director didn't get along.
Can say I'm surprised. How about you?
I hardly remember anything from before I came to the city. Just bits and pieces of what my mother told me. Being guarded by a bunch of men. Being kidnapped by bandits.
You mean that noble woman? That's a shame you had to lose her soon after.
He's trying to get
Reunited, huh?
information out of us, I think. Indeed it is. But he's not giving it.
What did you think about the time you cut the shit?
Excuse me?
You're not a Barnier. You didn't inherit the throne. You're just a damn fraud. Ain't that right, Jacopo?
What are you talking? Oh, fuck me.
Fine sign the kick in, looks like.
I knew it.
Gotcha, good. Any idea how hard it was not to throttle you through that entire conversation?
What? Yeah. Almost out of nowhere, my heart rate skyrocketed and my legs started trembling so violently I had to lean against the wall to support myself. The whole world started swirling. And I could just barely make out my old friend glaring at me through the fog.
How you like that? Feels like your heart's about to burst, don't it? Don't you worry, kid. You won't be feeling nothing soon.
You poisoned the drinks? Why would you?
Why? You seriously need me to spell it out for you? You've been snuffing your head with fucking rainbow up here? You know what they call you down in the slums? Jacopo the Betrayer.
I did not betray.
You take one goddamn look at the city and tell me that again. After you're treating anyone with a card and some trinkets to sell like fucking royalty, the slums is still in the same rat nest you left it. Now we're even worse off now with your new marketplace. Anyone can turn a little bit of money into a big pile of gold. But if you got nothing to begin with, you're just dead in the streets. And you're doing it making the rich even richer.
No, I'm trying. I wanted to explain how I had everything planned out. How I first needed to improve the economy as a whole before I could turn my attention to the less well-off. That nothing changing was proof I was protecting them. That the slums had been in danger of being eradicated entirely and that I had stopped it. But I could see in his eyes that nothing I said would convince them. As far as he was concerned, I was pure evil.
You're not the man I used to be.
Christian, why? I thought you believed in me.
You're damn right I did. And then you went and filled this bunch of lies. You called it yourself the rightful heir. You called yourself a Barnier. But I did my digging. You don't got a lick of royal blood in you. All you ever wanted was to line your pockets, you selfish bastards.
No, I...
You had any intention of helping us.
Please, hear me out, Christian.
But all just pounds to you. The whole damn revolution was part of your game.
I'm begging you.
How does it feel knowing your throne sits on the backs of those people you betrayed?
Please.
You don't have any right to call yourself a goddamn lord.
Christian!
Hell, you barely have any right to call yourself a fucking man. You're just a rat in fancy clothes. Should have been me. Or the made an infinitely better lord than you ever were. If only had that ring, then it could have been me.
So that's what this is all about. In a flash, everything I once felt for this man, all the friendship, the camaraderie, the sympathy went cold. As much as he tried to dress up the whole farce, that was where his heart truly was. He was just sour about not being the one who got to be lord. He believed himself superior. He got himself caught up in this stupid fit of jealousy, and now he's trying to kill me over it? That's seriously all this is? Are you listening to a word you're saying?
What was that?
You're the one who's not the man he used to be. And you're the one who's being a self-centered bastard.
Look, all you want, dead man.
The Grecian I knew would never resort to using poison. He'd have drawn his sword the second he passed through those gates. Faced me like a man. But look at you. Even Barnier had more of a spine than you. In this specific case, I do not disagree. Yes. This is an exceedingly cowardly thing for him to do, knowing his personality. Really?
They're comparing me to the sack of shit.
Yes. You both suck, by the way. I hate both of you. But yeah, you aren't a good guy.
Alright, fine, I'll pay it your way.
He had a knife hidden on him. An instant later, Grayson was brandishing a short blade. He had snuck it in under his clothes, I presumed. I was almost amazed at how thoroughly prepared he was. He'd never had... Yeah?
The artist that got rid of his sword. God damn it.
God damn it!
We missed his knife.
We missed the knife in the layers. Ah! Damn it! He'd never had any intention of this going any other way. He hadn't come to talk. He was never gonna hear me out. He was here to do one thing and one thing only, and I doubted he had any plans for what would come next. Raw hatred was all that fueled him. He wouldn't take my place after killing me. He wouldn't work himself to the bone to ensure the city kept running. He didn't give a single damn about any of that. You're scum! I won't be taken down by some worthless, self-absorbed rat. Nothing I'd ever tried had been enough to best Grayson in combat, and that was when I was at my peak. Now with the myriad needles of his poison prickling my every pore, barely able to stand under my own weight. But still, I had no intention of surrendering my life to this cur. I took in a deep breath, then I clenched my teeth. Shouted at my shaking limbs, "Move! Move! 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 Move, damn you!" My fingers, I could feel them again. Before the thought finished passing through my mind, my hand reached for a blade. Grasping the rapier hanging from the wall, I swiftly drew it from his scabbard. It was a decorative blade, not meant for combat. It would probably bounce right off Grayson's muscular chest, but there was one place I could target.
What in hell, you son of a bitch?
Knife in hand, he lunged at me, just moments before death befell me. My vision, blurred by the poison, grew unbelievably clear. Grayson almost appeared to be moving in slow motion. I wasn't sure my mind had ever been so clear, so sharp in battle before. The dying embers of my fading life burned anew into a blazing inferno. Arrgh! Rawr! 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 And like my fart with bony ear, this one was over in an instant. Before I had time to breathe or even blink, it was settled. And in that same instant, everything I had built up with this man turned to dust. I had never once defeated him. For as long as I'd known him, I was always, always, always number 2. And now for the very first time, I won.
Why did it have to be you there and not me?
The blade of the rapier in my hand skewered Grayson's throat. His mouth flapped open and shut like a fish. He glared at me, face twisted in a mixture of hatred and agony, sputtering fragments of contempt until the life drained from his eyes. My first victory against my old friend also took his life. And it all happened in the blink of an eye, hardly enough time to even register in my mind. And now the slums are gonna hate him even more.
Yay.
Ugh.
He was fucked to begin with. Yeah. My lord, what is all the Oh, you fragged him. Nice. What happened? You could say this is an advanced tactic from Gegenschlag, global offensive. Just knife him.
Yeah.
Are you poisoned? Someone, is anyone there?
Yes, sir!
A doctor, quickly as you can.
Aye, sir! Running.
No, we need... My lord, please, my lord. A doctor will be here shortly. Please stay with me just a little longer. My lord.
Odilon, you were right. I was stupid. I should have listened. I thought he was my friend, but he wasn't, not anymore. And because we had once been friends, that made him my greatest threat. Oh boy. You can just... Can't breathe. My blood feels like it's made of magma. My throat burns. It's like it's being eaten away. Who's there? Who's there? Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Answer me! Ah!
I love how you just...
That actually got me! That actually got me! That was really scary, I don't know why. Go on, do your Teletubbies voice or whatever the fuck you were doing with him.
How did it feel, boy? No, it all went exactly as I said it would.
How? But you're
I wouldn't be able to trust anymore.
you're dead.
The worst is yet to come, boy.
Silence.
Could work to serve to the marrow of your bones, and still the people will never look beyond the surface.
Said enough.
Listen, you can hear the scorn of their voices.
What are you doing? Are you holding your hand over your nose?
Yes, I'm calling you a tyrant, a soulless monster. I know you can hear them.
They are not.
They say you're no better than me. But you're a foolish ruler who cares not for his people. They shout an endless cacophony of discontent.
Shut up. Just shut up. I'm nothing like you.
Can you then remain virtuous leader no matter how bitterly your people despise you? Is your love for them truly so resolute? No, the virtue you brandish was never so selfless.
Ugh.
Tell me I'm rock slab rat. It's not benevolence that drew you to take the throne, but your thirst for power, for prestige.
Not another word.
Do you know what truly brought you here? We're tired of people looking down on you. You thought you would be treated with respect if you had real power. You wanted it more than anything in the world.
Enough already.
You dedicated your life in the service of others. It was never going to last. Allow me to make prediction. Soon, very soon, you'll find yourself drifting over to my side. You stop caring about the people alive, and for that they will despise you.
But instead he just tried harder and harder to like cater to their favor, and that's what ended up with Morgana's situation. I can kind of understand it now.
You lose any bit of sense left in you, push everyone away until there is all alone, and then you succumb completely to madness grip.
Stop talking.
You don't have what it takes to be the lords of the land.
I said stop talking!
What? The people aren't the only ones who are on your side. You have enemies everywhere you look.
Ugh.
The nobles won't accept you as one of them. They try to drag you off the throne by any means. Your aides and servants will turn on you.
Oh no.
And this won't be the last time you ride the cloud of poison. Again and again and again and again, never will you stop being the target of others' loathing.
He is dying.
Or will you continue to act the same kind of paragon of virtue, never wavering in your faith in others?
Honestly, I never thought that Gratian was gonna last that long as an ally. Like, I was actually surprised he didn't like do something like this before. Like, just as a reader, I was like, when is it coming? When is his inevitable come to Jesus moment? And I was just waiting for it the entire game.
I take you to Jesus!
Yeah.
In the face of those attempts on your life,
Shut your goddamn mouth!
it won't be easy, boy. Because you came from the slums, you face even greater threats than I.
Silence!
I bet that just terrifies you. It drains all the hope from your heart. There's an easy solution. Follow my footsteps and reign with terror.
Stop talking! I've heard enough of your goddamn noise. What?
Already afflicted with a great curse, boy. Curse known as Ligma.
Ligma what?
Ligma boy!
Hey! That's so bad.
Barnier, you scum! Even in death.
Even in death, you continue to bamboozle me.
It's a curse from which you'll never be free. And hence you will never be free from me.
Boha boha ha ha. Boha boha boha.
However much you may come to regret taking that throne, you can't give it back now. It's not something you can simply... You know how he looks like?
Yeah,
He looks like a Jigsaw from Saw movies,
true.
right?
Kinda.
It's not something you can simply hand off someone else. I mean... Not a duty for me to simply rely with yourself. Mina,
Argo.
it's uncanny, look. Wow.
Oh well. Yeah, I definitely see that great attachment. So such a
Shut up.
resemblance. I've never seen. Yeah, okay, kinda. I can see it. Go on, read your line.
Anguish and agony and misery, it brings you every day. Will follow you all the way to your grave.
Grave! Stop, damn it.
Grave.
Keep your babbling to yourself, you damn ghost.
Go on, try and make me. Cover my mouth, why don't you? You can't do it, can you?
You can't.
You're too weak to defeat even a mere spirit.
Shut the hell up!
You know precisely what your future holds, boy. You sit upon the throne alone. With a single person at your side. Not even death shall free you from your eternal solitude. For it is not but an empty shell which with you decorate the throne.
Stop talking!
Well, hey, listen, hey.
No,
Do you hear that, Slamrat?
I
There's
don't!
more dialogue coming.
No!
Someone's come for you.
No, not more dialogue! Stop!
The question is, do they act out of genuine concern? Can you be sure the water they give you is safe to drink? Perhaps they mean to finish you off. If a simple grunt like you could get you kind of poison.
Oh, sorry, even spirits get sleepy.
How easy do you think it would be for the Lord Consul to procure a substance hundreds of times more potent? Hell, he wouldn't even go through the trouble. You'd no more than a threatened insect with a wings turned off. A feeble woman or a crippled slave could plunge a knife into your trembling spine with a little effort. Behold, the former mastermind of the revolution. All this suffering you brought into yourself by trying to defy your fate. I'm a negative. You can put me on.
Are we free now?
Stop.
The nightmares continued. Again and again and again they haunted me. Every time I drifted off to sleep, there floated Barnier's severed head, cursing me, mocking me, laughing at me from every direction. And as he said I would, I soon began to hear the people as well, endlessly condemning me, deriding me, berating me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but Gratian's words told me otherwise. All my old companions called me Jacopo the Betrayer, he'd said. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Was it day? Was it night? Was I sane enough to tell the difference? Was I even still alive? I had no idea. It was always the same refrain every time he appeared. You can't trust anyone. Your friends will all eventually betray you, try to drag you off your throne. Your people have no faith in you. Everyone despises you. I couldn't even tell anymore. Were those Barnier's words, or were they coming from the depths of my own mind? All I knew for certain was that there was no escaping them, and that they were slowly eating away at my spirit. My breathing was labored, and my entire body felt like it was on a spit being roasted in the entire eternal flames of hell. And at times I couldn't stop shivering. I felt like I'd been tossed into a frozen river. Dr. Scar's Odilon. I couldn't tell who was who, but there always seems to be someone standing at my side. The faceless shadows were anything but comforting, though. For Barnier's ghost constantly reminded me of the threat they posed. I quite certainly wailed like a terrified child. Everyone seemed like a danger. If even Gratian couldn't be trusted. Who was to say the doctors weren't sneaking poison into my medicine? Who was to say Odilon didn't plan to silently remove me? I didn't know who I could trust. Or maybe Barnier was right. I couldn't trust anyone. Still he cackled. Still he cursed right by my ear. There is a soul left in this world who won't betray you, he whispered, laughing away. Wah! My fever seems to be receding. I can finally move again. It looks like I survived. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you, Odilon? Anyone? Lord Barnier, I'm so glad to see you feeling well again. Thanks. We've all been worried sick. Lord Barnier? What? Oh, pardon. You just seem, not quite yourself. But after all that's happened, I suppose this shouldn't be a surprise. How long was I out? 3 days, sir. The poison kept you bedridden for 3 full days and nights. That long, huh? Then I've got a lot of work to catch up on. Yes, sir, but I implore you to take things easy for the next few days. When do I ever have time for that? Now where's Odilon? I haven't seen him. Go fetch him for me. He's presently... Don't tell me he's not around. Where the hell did that old man get off to? No, he is here. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was... Odilon! My lord.
My lord, is that you? Thank heavens you are well.
Forget about me. What happened?
My deepest apologies.
I don't want an apology. I want you to tell me why this happened.
Please, my lord, distress not over the simple old man.
Why, Odilon? The Odilon I know would never deign to put himself in front of a gang of slum dwellers. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was struck in the head with a stone and is in critical condition. The following day, that is the day after Gratian poisoned me, a dozen people from the slums showed up at the manor gates. They cried in angry protest against the Lord, demanding change. Evidently, Gratian hadn't kept word of my deception to himself, so in addition to their other complaints, they shouted that I was a fake, that I wasn't actually nobility. They threatened to reveal my secret if I didn't do something about their living conditions. As the commotions dragged on for the day, people within the manor started getting restless. Eventually, it got to be so tense that Odilon stood near a window, told them that they needed to cease immediately, and that if they wouldn't, they would be charged with lèse majesté, which is when he was hit in the head with a rock and lost consciousness. God, you damn fool.
I'm quite pleased to see you have recovered enough to shout with such vigor. Oh, I needn't worry.
Wait, slow down. Worry about what?
Regrettably, it would seem old age has bested me. I think the stone must have gotten my eyes. But I cannot see you there, my lord.
I'm right here. Please don't give up on me. You're stronger than a stupid rock. Give it a few days and you'll be back to perfect health. And even if your sight doesn't come back, you can still do your job. I can tell you everything I see. Come on, Odilon. My
sincere apologies.
Please. Why would you even go try and talk them down yourself anyway? Whatever happened to acting only in your own benefit? What did you have to gain from not having them executed on the spot? They were rioting in front of the Lord's manor. You had no reason to bother warning them. There was no question they were committing a serious offense. Why didn't you just do what you always do? And then I would argue with you about it like I always do. What the hell got into you, Odilon?
I suppose I have softened up somewhat.
Excuse me?
You cared so much about your friend in the slums, my lord, that I took pity on them. Old age seems to weaken more than just body. Truly inconvenient.
Odilon.
Nevertheless, I am glad this old body held out until today.
What are you?
I would not have been able to pass on peacefully had I not seen you recover from the poison, my lord.
God damn it. Fuck you, onion ninjas.
Onion ninjas! Alarm! Alarm! Onion ninjas!
Onion ninjas.
Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee woo!
I thought you redeemed the save because I do actually need to save.
What?
I haven't saved yet.
What? You need to speak to the mic, Mina!
I haven't saved yet! I did
Jesus
save!
Christ.
See?
Grumbling 5 meters away from Mike. Jesus.
Stop it, don't talk like that. I told you, you're stronger than one damn rock. I'm your lord, damn it. My word is the law.
With a great regret that I must defy my lord's command.
Enough, I mean it. You stop this right now.
My warning against being swayed by your emotions remain unheeded, I see.
And who the hell's fault do you think that is, huh?
You are the lord. The sooner you learn to control that blaze, the smoother your future endeavors will proceed. Do not allow your days to be cut short as well, in moments' weakness.
I will say I can understand that Odilon is saying this out of the kindness of his heart, right? But this is the last words you need to tell Jacopo right now. Like, you're just enabling his paranoia at this point. Ugh.
I implore you to always remain strong. Strong and ever high of heart, so that none may drag you down. With that upon me, my hands are shaking dreadfully.
I didn't think anything scared you.
It terrifies me to know I will be leaving you alone. Before I was able to teach you everything. I cannot bear knowing that I have forsaken you at the onset of a great and perilous journey. There is so much more I have yet to pass on you that you will need in order to become a great ruler. So much.
Then don't go. Stay and teach me. You said you wanted to fulfill your duties as consul. That you didn't want to die until you had accomplished something worthwhile. You can't tell me you're satisfied with this. Odilon. Odilon? Oh no. Don't do this. You can't. Say something. Fuck this game. I'm mad.
No, that's not the line! Please say anything. Tell me it's all a cruel prank.
Thank you.
Odilon!
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, nice reading. Wow, you're really good at it.
Stop.
Lord Barnier.
Oh,
Why are you crying? I am crying here.
Make
Odilon's
arrangements
dead.
for a
Make arrangements
funeral. I'm doing it! I'm doing it! What happened with the riot?
It was a riot.
They fled soon after striking Odilon. I would wager they returned to the city. Thank you. Would you like something done about them, Lord? I would. They need to understand that their actions have consequences. I can't hear someone say that phrase without thinking of the video. They slandered their lord and murdered his consul. We can't just let them walk away. Yeah, your actions have consequences! We can't just let them walk away from that now, can we? Then we will have them all arrested and thrown into dungeon. I said there will be consequences. If we just slap them on the wrists, they will come back and do it again. They'll mock me, condescend me, ridicule me, keep making a mess of my home. Tell me, do you feel safe serving a lord whose people neither respect nor fear him? Would you have any admiration for a leader like that? Have them executed. Since Odilon isn't here to advise it, I, Lord Barnier, officially order. Every spark of opposition is to be snuffed out. You find every last one of the rats and relieve them of their heads, and then put them on display in the city square. Make sure they know damn well exactly what awaits. Anyone who opposes Lord Barnier. Yes, Lord. Oh boy, that was his turning point. Odilon's blood was on my hands. My inexperience and naivete had gotten him killed. He'd warned me, again and again, that my people had no love for me, but I ignored him, foolishly believing in friendship. Letting Gratian into my house and ultimately getting Odilon murdered. My trust didn't belong with Gratian, or my old slum companions. It belonged with Odilon. I should have realized so much sooner that he was the one and only person left I could trust. Men with whom I had spent years had likely participated in that riot. Men whose names I knew, whose faces I recognized, with whom I had spoken on countless occasions. but I felt not even a pang of regret in ordering their deaths. I didn't reminisce about the good old days. Those days were gone, irrelevant, meaningless. I felt no sympathy for the people they were leaving behind, nor did I so much as bat an eye when I saw their bodies lined up before me. Compassion bred weakness made you vulnerable. I had to excise every last bit of it. It was the last thing I needed, for I was the Lord, Jean-Francois Barnier. Hey, look at all those heads. Supposedly they were beheaded for trying to assassinate the Lord. Seems like a lot of folks for an assassination attempt. Who can say what happened up yonder? Have you been down to the square today? I have, my heavens, I almost passed out at the sight of it. Why would those stupid fucks try to go after the Lord anyway? There's been whisperings around town. They say he was actually born in the slums and isn't a noble at all. Wasn't that just his cover while he was in hiding from the phony Barnier? I certainly hope that's the case, but either way it's probably best to keep quiet about the topic. I'll say, I doubt he'll do anything as bad as the phony, but it still brings back bad memories. And things were getting to be so pleasant too. What is this? What kind of sick joke? Fucking Gratian's right at the very front. And the other guys he's hanging out with at the pub. Did you kill them all, Jacopo? Killed all your old friends? Why? What the hell, Jacopo? Like, see, from her perspective, she's just like, oh, you killed Gratian for no reason. But it's like, oh man. Like, it does make sense. It doesn't make it okay, but like, seeing it from his perspective, it's suddenly more understandable. Like, Gratian wasn't defendable either.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he wasn't a defendable character either. You would never hurt anyone. What happened to you? You went through hell with these guys. How could you just fucking murder them? Ugh. Have you really changed that much? You have. You have, Jacopo. You've become a completely different man. No, you're long dead. You died in that goddamn revolution. The Jacopo I know no longer exists. All that's left is Lord Barnier. Everyone, they're all gone. You, Morgana, Jaren, Gratian, every last one. What the fuck, man?
What the fuck, man?
What the fuck, dude? I appointed a new consul shortly after Odilon's death, but he was an ineffectual, short-sighted oaf, and to top it off, he had a tendency to simply nod and agree with anyone and everyone rather than express any opinions of his own. If anything, having him around made my job more difficult. But it wasn't as though there was anyone else competent enough to take the position, and relieving him so soon would come with its own crop of problems. So, I ended up using him to shuffle papers and handle other menial work while I took care of the actual decision-making. My first order of business was to establish the clearly defined rules and punishments. Speaking ill of the Lord, spreading false rumors about his lineage, creating art of any form which should be interpreted as defamatory. These were all considered acts of lèse majesté and, in the most severe cases, were potentially punishable by death. I started seeing results almost immediately. The people stopped claiming I was fake and that I came from the slums. The Barnier name became a symbol of fear once again. The renovation effort proceeded as originally planned. The city flourished as a commerce hub, attracting merchants and patrons and visitors from near and far. Some fields had to be removed as well to accommodate the expansion of the marketplace, but they were hardly producing anything worthwhile to begin with. If farmers wanted to keep farming, they were free to move elsewhere. I scaled down the size of the slums while scaling up security. Lacking leadership, what little remained of the peacekeeper group had turned into a gang of unruly thugs. So rather than keeping the peace, they largely made things worse. In response, I forbade the formation of unauthorized organizations within the slums. And with all that in place, the city was much safer and more orderly, and the economy significantly stronger than it had been under my predecessor's rule. However, those unfortunate enough to miss riding the wave of economic growth found themselves falling ever further behind their neighbors. The ravine between the poor and the wealthy had become nigh uncrossable. My own manor was hardly a bastion of safety either. Not only was I rapidly enacting new policy, laws were stricter and punishment harsher than before, so many were, to put it lightly, more than a little displeased with me. I'd gone through several food tasters and just as many direct assassination attempts. It wasn't particularly difficult to avoid major incidents by simply suspecting everyone, but I could seldom relax as a result. In time I came to prefer solitude. Well, not so much prefer, as require it for my own safety. Odilon's death left me with more than just solitude, though. The phantom slipped free from my dreams, appearing from my shadow whenever I was alone, laughing endlessly.
Hey, tell you boy, I'm a ghost! You're controlling them with fear, just as I did.
You even have a ghost blood goblet.
Oh, nice. You want it too?
No thanks.
Ah, you're gonna get yours too, don't worry.
No
It's a
thanks.
fulfilling, is it not?
No thanks.
The look of terror on a man's face is the most exquisite thing in all the world.
Silence you.
Stand by the window and listen. You can hear them all the way from the bottom of the hill. They're moaning the great and terrible Lord Barnier.
Quiet.
And you know who their cries are about. It's not me any longer. It's you, boy.
Shut up, goddammit.
Don't fool yourself. You're not better than me.
Enough, I said silence, spirit. I'm nothing like you.
Is that so? I mean, you're right, I'm dead, you're not, but...
Don't
Tell me, boy, how do we differ?
hold those disgusting banquets for one. Nor do I torture slaves for my own sick pleasure.
At your command, hundreds of slaves are being worked so hard it will surely spoil their deaths. How is that any different than murder or torture?
Their deaths aren't meaningless. They're giving their lives for the good of the city.
In your eyes, perhaps. But how many would take your side?
You have no idea what you're talking about.
The people were truly satisfied with your rule. You wouldn't be holed up in this room all the time.
Ugh.
You have no one to open up to, no one to offer you companionship. What better proof of your tyrannical ways than your own isolation?
Shut your damn mouth!
You wretched man. How many times have you been betrayed? Found anyone that you can trust after all your friends proved you to be...
Abby, hello! Yeah, we're gonna be streaming for a while. We're gonna go until we finish the damn game.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Uh,
For God's sake, quit babbling already. You were really hoping you would be relieved of your Barnier duties, but turns out he returns as a ghost. We're gonna get our mileage out of this character portrait!
Solid will be your constant companion for the rest of your days.
I hope you'll enjoy your lurk and be... We do have a lurk command. Da-da-da.
You shouldn't even let your guard down even for a moment, no? Know that 100 men lie in wait, ready to plunge their blades into your back. Your attendants dream of the day they can sneak poison past your taster.
Shut up. Lurk.
Ah, you poor pathetic child.
Lurk.
How much misery and stress have you brought upon yourself because you let dreams run amok? Plowing your way up into a world much more too big for you.
Be gone, damn you!
Ha 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 ha.
My lord! I heard a huge crash. Lord? How many times do I have to tell you? Stay out of my chambers! Forgive me, but I was afraid you might be... I can take care of myself, damn it! Don't make me say it again. Yes, sir! Wahaha, wahahaha. To hell with you. We're nothing alike. I'm making their lives better, not worse. I'm not a tyrant. You are. I started relying on alcohol to rid myself of the phantom. When I was drunk enough, I didn't have to see anything. I didn't dream, I didn't have nightmares, and most importantly, I didn't have to think. There were times I couldn't be sure whether I was in my right mind. There were times I was so panicked I wanted to scream my throat raw. But there's never a time I was safe showing that weakness. I knew from experience it would only put me at risk. I couldn't complain to anyone. I couldn't ask anyone for help. I couldn't believe in anyone. Odilon's dying words came back to me again and again. Stay strong and ever high of heart. What did it even mean to be high of heart, though? I certainly had nothing to be proud of. Not having spent my early years a filthy, impoverished slum rat. Not having spearheaded a violent revolution, stolen the throne. Not this farce of a tale about me secretly being a noble. I hadn't been raised to be a lord. I hadn't been taught to have a proud, noble spirit. It was likely what Odilon had wanted to impart upon me. The nature of a ruler. People automatically respect a man who's truly dignified and noble. They instinctively admire him, kneeling out of wholehearted honor. And that's what makes a true king. Not knowing the first thing about how to be that kind of man, I fell back on the only alternative that came to mind, forcing them to kneel beneath my iron fist. 2 years under Odalon's tutelage was nowhere near enough to instill in me the natural nobility I needed. Thus I was left to be tormented by this accursed phantom whenever alone and play the ruthless ruler elsewise. In my attempts to mask the fear lurking within, it grew louder and more ostentatiously contemptuous. But practically every other word out of my mouth was an insult. The old Jacopo was long gone, and Lord Barnier had crept in to take his place. It was gradual enough that I hardly realized it was happening, but now all I saw in the mirror was the face of a cruel, wretched man. I even came to hate my old self, think him foolish. What kind of a vapid, nebulous dream was I want to go out into the world? What basis did I have for thinking myself any more significant than some other kid on the streets? And where the hell did I get the idea of having that having influence meant having freedom? I could barely even take care of myself. Where did I get off on thinking a little power would let me protect the people I cared about? And what about now? What, fundamentally, did I even want now? What did I have to protect? Nothing. I was too far gone. There was no light to be found, no matter how far I marched this path. And only a bottomless abyss waited at my back. I had left myself with nowhere to return to. Before I knew it, nearly 4 years had passed since the revolution. By then, not a soul dared defy my will. I was surrounded by people who supported my every decision. Few of them genuinely agreed with me on everything, obviously, but no one could deny how much growth I'd brought about, and so long as I continued to produce results, I would continue to have their outward support. As a trading hub, the city flourished, but the citizens were less than thrilled about the work I was doing. Damn. The poorest especially seemed to hold a great deal of enmity for me. But I was reaching the point where I couldn't manage on the support of the upper crust alone. Simply dumping sacks of coin into the streets wouldn't end poverty though, and increasing taxes on imported goods would undermine everything I'd built up. Lacking an actual solution, all I could do was work to make them feel like they were better off than they actually were. Fortunately, it was much easier to pull the wool over the middle and lower class's eyes than it was the better educated upper class. I started by building public recreational facilities, which citizens had priority access to, and then I turned my eyes toward religion. About a year earlier, as part of the city's expansion, a bridge was built across the river that served as the city's effective border. The church had still not been established in that new district, so I wanted to build one and gather a following. Conveniently enough, my predecessor had been in the process of building a second manor on the other side of the river, and with a little bit of work, it could easily be repurposed into a church. Once people started making use of the church, it would be simple to win their favor by making myself known as a generous patron. Faith was the ultimate blinder for the uneducated, and history showed time and again that religion could be a powerful tool in the right hands. Ah, this explains why a weird mansion became a church. It was simply because Barnier had been in the process of, like, making himself stuff. And then they were like, oh, well, I guess we'll put a tower on it and then it's a church. But the high foreigner and merchant population in the city meant that no one particular religion had managed to take hold. The merchants especially tended to develop their own individual philosophies over the years, with few caring much for higher powers. That was a possible explanation for why the church had never had much sway in this region. There was, therefore, a chance the whole thing would just be a colossal waste of money. However, I had recently caught wind of a curious rumor. There was a nun serving at a small church at the far edge of town, who people had come to refer to as the Saintess.
Marie! Come here, Sister Marie! Oh, what is it? We picked some flowers for you. Take a look, they're so pretty. Ooh, why thank you. They're beautiful. Eek! Get away from me! She actually fell for it. Hey now! How many times do I have to tell you it's not nice to trick people? You're too much fun to tease, Sister Marie. That's hardly an excuse. It's still wrong. I'm your big sister here, so you need to treat me like... Oh, there's a bug on your dress! What? No way! Where is it? Get it off! Someone get it off of me! Just kidding! There's nothing there! Ah, ha, 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 ha. Get back here, you little rascals!
So her name's Marie. Not quite what I envisioned of the so-called Saintess. She seeks out orphans to take into her care and offers food for the hungry, shelter for the homeless, and rest for the weary. And where exactly do the funds for that come from? She covers it all herself, supposedly. I highly doubt she has that kind of money just sitting around. Look at the building. It's practically falling apart. Wait a second, I get it. She makes use of all the church's resources to fund her charity. That is correct, my lord. Is she really so foolish as to not realize that it's unsustainable? The locals are quite fond of her, but the same cannot be said of the priests and other nuns. Her work is causing them great financial stress. I'm not surprised. Shall I summon her? No, don't bother. I've seen more than enough. Yes, my lord. What? You have something to say? No, my lord. I simply find it curious you would take the time to come all the way out here, when you have far more important work to attend to. Not that I would ever imply your judgment is anything other than impeccable, my lord. I just thought the saintess might be someone I knew. Pardon? But I was mistaken. They don't call her the saintess because she does God's work. They just call her that because she's a damn goody two-shoes. So much for words having an actual meaning, Christ. I see. Lord Barnier? It's nothing. I'm heading back now. Yes, sir.
Marie, the giant man's here!
Come on now, be polite. It's your boy, Argo!
Marie. He seems to be doing quite well.
Oh, you have no idea. So well, in fact, that this little hooligan found himself a whole handful of bugs. And goodness, he about scared me out of my skin.
A little mischief is a good thing. Their smiles wouldn't be half as bright as any other orphanage.
I'm not sure about that.
In any case, here's what I earned this week.
No. I keep telling you that's not necessary.
But you do accept titties, no?
Yes, but still.
Now it's hardly enough to cover what you need, but please.
No, that's not what I mean. It's your money. You should use it for yourself.
I have nothing to use it on. You put much better use than I ever could.
Oh, alright. Thank you. But try not to work yourself too hard, okay?
I promise.
Goodness, you really do make a lot in a week. I didn't realize carpentry paid so well.
It does!
Yeah, I lined the walls with the blood of my enemy. Yo!
With Jesus!
Jesus! Jesus. Jesus. What?
Cheese wheel.
Jeez, we. Oh, give me a second.
No! Mina!
I'm going far away. I came back.
Indeed, I'm fortunate enough to have found good work.
By good work, he means murdering. Do you see this man? He's
No,
covered in.
carpentry.
Maybe I'll leave the church and take up carpentry myself. Just kidding.
You kid, but you would do quite well for yourself. You're strong enough to carry me, at least.
That took every last bit of strength I had.
Hehe.
Ho ho. Who's that man? Even with all the foreigners we get here, I've never seen anyone who looks like that. He's a frequent visitor to this church, though he does not appear to come for the charity. An Oriental, perhaps? Oh, Oriental? My former consul told me of them once. Vagrants from the Far East who supposedly look much like that man. How curious. He may be able to fool the nun, but I know damn well no carpenter in the world makes that much in a week. There's something fishy about him. Look into that man. Tell me anything you find out about him. Yes, Lord Barnier. Now I'm heading back. And that's how we got to know the swordsman. It all makes sense now. In addition to the renovations for the church and gathering intel on the Far Eastern man, I made sure to keep an eye out for any unusual rumors or happenings outside the city's borders. Of all the reports I received, the one that caught my attention was the word of a witch who lived by a lake. This lakeside witch supposedly had miraculous powers, allowing her to cure any ailment, and the effect was transmitted through her blood. This wasn't the first time I had heard of the witch. An elderly woman who prepared and sold medicinal herbs, but I hadn't realized she also traded in miracles. It sounded like a bunch of snake oil to me, but she'd allegedly cured a deathly ill young girl and started to make quite a name for herself. But on top of that, he also said that the sound of the witch's first cry had ended a years-long drought in the village where she was born. This doesn't bode well. Why not, my lord? Try using your damned head once in a while, would you? Two competing denominations forming so close together. You don't see how that could lead to all sorts of headaches? The objective is to unify the people under a single banner, to which I then pledge my support and earn their favor. But that all becomes moot if their faith turns towards this witch. The people do love their heroes and miracles, after all. It is quite an attractive proposition, I must say. I'm mocking them, you buffoon. I beg your pardon. The chances of it growing into something actually worth worrying about are slim, but better to snuff out the flame before it spreads, rather than sit back and hope it burns itself out. Shall I deliver an order for her to cease operation, then? That would be best. Actually, no. I'll deal with this personally. You just keep your mouth shut and do exactly as you're ordered. Nothing more, nothing less. Understood? Yes, lord. To start, summon the man from the church. A few days later, I was standing face to face with the man in my audience room. He seemed much less personable in person than when I had seen him with the nun. Stone-faced, cold, and faintly smelled of blood. Not that I could actually smell blood, but there was an animalistic air emanating from him. That much I'd expected, though. I knew before summoning him that he was anything but a respectable man. I take it you're the Oriental man who's been seen buzzing around the local church of late.
Who me? Yes. What of it?
Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damn respect.
Apologies, I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language.
We did see this scene in the first game, right?
Probably.
It feels very familiar. Very well done. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Yeah, I remember all of these lines. I remember them. Now, for the reason I called you
What's
here...
the next line? Sorry.
You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? No, I just remember this specific, the specific exchange. Where it's like, are you the one who's been at the church? Yes, that's me. Show some respect. I'm not familiar with the customs. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Like, this specific exchange, I've heard it before. Like, oh, you're lucky I'm such a kindly... You're the one who killed a cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you?
So you know about that.
Huh. I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Oh, right! We actually did get talk about that, didn't we? From Jacopo, before he got up here. They were talking about... Yeah. I remember. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take that would be you.
That's right.
You made one hell of a mess out there.
Am I here to be punished?
That depends on how our talk goes.
I think I'm going back on being a slave. You're fooling yourself.
I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard.
Correct.
Isn't it comical, then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog?
Absolutely agree.
I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're gonna help me out with a little something I'm working on.
Help you with what exactly?
Something that's gonna make me a lot of money, and if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of, along with the church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess.
You're right about that. She is.
Yeah. Ha! The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not?
It is, yes.
If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one which she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her.
What would you have me do?
Jumping at the first whiff of scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you?
I don't like conversation that overstay their welcome.
I do like that this guy, like, he doesn't take any shit, but he also doesn't care about it. He's like, sure, whatever, I don't care. Like, he's so unbothered by anything anyone says. He doesn't give a shit. Fair enough. Then let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch, whose blood has the power to cause miracles.
Miracle blood sounds like a sham to me.
You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me.
Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I help you, Nan will be able to save more people than she does now. How does capturing this witch accomplish that?
I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tips, of course.
For tits?
Tits!
Yes. Selling it then.
Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's what you want to think of it by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lab it up.
In turn, you'll make a fortune.
Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy. So basically, he was willing to sacrifice her if it was just that old lady, right?
Yep.
And then once Morgana gets brought to his doorstep, he's like... Oh!
Shite. Why are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Yeah. Like, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it happening. I can see it playing out in front of me, you know? So what'll it be? Will you help or will I have to?
I'll help. I have no reason not to.
You care even less. He cares even less.
Come on.
Decisive and a good listener. Excellent.
Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her?
I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood.
Okay.
Also, it's just the irony of him doing the exact same thing the Barnier was doing, just with a new coat of paint. Is just the tragic irony of it all. Ah!
And do you want me to get her?
You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience?
Don't act like you're any different.
I assure you I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city.
I mean, you're as much murderer as me. You'd never come up with a scheme like that if your hands were clean.
He is right. I do wonder if this is in...
Simple and clean.
Ah ha 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 ha. The man's right.
You're nothing but a murderer. How to cause the blood seep into your hands?
Why are you singing, sir?
Because I'm happy, Barnier. Not only have you killed, claimed their lives, necessary sacrifices.
I promise you, we do like this game. It's Friday.
Mina is like, I really apologize.
I apologize for us not taking I apologize that we're not taking all of the lines that seriously. It's Friday.
We're trying to get ourselves afloat because we need to read the lines. We love it, but it's just
Yeah, like,
a lot.
yeah, like exactly, like, the problem isn't the game, but these kinds of games I've realized were not meant to be acted out.
Many more will die for your ambition.
Silent spirit.
Never, super witch.
Never!
Power to perform miracles. Only to win her attention of the villainous lord.
It must be done. I don't have to explain myself to you. Stop singing, Elvis Ghost. Stop it.
Never.
It's not like the old hag is long to live anyway. Yeah, that is it. He just thinks.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Yeah, what the hell is villainous about having her spend her final days for the greater good of the city?
Like we know he had zero. he like, has zero idea it was Morgana.
Yeah. But like, just getting that cemented. It's like, oh, yeah.
Old hag, just it's like,
Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot more. So many lives will be improved at the cost of only one. Like there's a lot more context around it now. That how the Jacopo we started out with became the Jacopo we have now.
Like overall, Jacopo was fucking cursed to be fucked, basically.
Yeah, cause he just did not have it.
And his positive, like the funny fact is that his positive like traits was something that fucked him so bad.
Yeah, and also like in my humble opinion, right? He was trustful to the point of being foolish, right? Because I'm sorry, I don't think that Gratian was a person who showed a lot of reason for you to trust him. Like even when you were
the broken dude.
Even when they were still on amicable terms, he was showing so many red flags, man. It was a goddamn flag festival! You know? Also, I do need to go refill my drink. I've just been yelling with an empty drink. We'll just... You guys can admire the very happy gallery here. Let me just give you the full view. There you go. Hope you enjoy the view. Cheers!
Who wore it better, Yakimasa or Barnier? Yukimasa or Barnier? Thank you for the follow. Oi, sheep! You got a follower. I know you're thirsty, but you need to be back. What?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Thank you so much to Heaven's Dragon for the follow! Thank you so much for the follow! I'm sorry for being late, I was getting a drink.
God damn it.
How did you enjoy watching the two guys' beautiful smiles?
Who wore it better?
Who wore it better, Anyway, we're back. Thank you so much for the follow.
You keep telling yourself that.
You're really gonna continue that?
But what you're doing is no different than my banquet.
Please.
You cut from the same cloth as the man standing right before you. And with the same cloth as me.
Be gone, Phantom. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would condescend to your level. Damn it. That's the first time he's shown up with someone else around. At least you behaved yourself today. I'm pretty sure you're smarter than most people I deal with. You won't betray me either. Who knows how much longer he'll live, though. Stay. Don't touch it until I say so. Oh, quit pouting at me like that. You're the Lord's dog. Stand tall and proud. Alright, here you are. Drink up. So he has a doggy now. Looks like it's safe. I swear. So much work just to give myself a damn drink of water. When I heard about the Saintess, I thought it might be you, but it was someone else. I never did get around to resuming the search after Odalon passed. There's no one around I can trust with such a sensitive task. It's probably for the best I never do find you. We can't go back to the way we were before. Not that there's much chance you're even still alive. If by some strange chance you are still alive, what would you think of the man I've become? She dies hating you, man! Several days later than originally planned, the Forester man finally arrived at the mansion. I'd arranged to meet with him on the uppermost level of the observation tower on the church grounds. Oh yes, the staircase again. The staircase of my nightmares.
You'll love it.
I love the staircase of my nightmares. The door of my nightmares. This is
The
where
door for
Michelle
faces.
died, y'all. About time. The man appeared before me, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. I had ordered he use the sack, afraid he might be foolish enough to actually drag the old woman all the way here. There's
There's your witch.
One witch, speed delivery. He threw the bag on the ground, causing the woman inside to let out a muffled grunt.
Ugh.
Didn't sound like an elderly woman's voice, though.
Ugh.
Yout! The stench. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood.
You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made.
What a thing to say.
Mistakes were made, literally.
Oh, damn it.
I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. That's why the art is like that. No suspected anything.
Yeah. He's even farther gone than I imagined. I should have been clearer in my instructions. Though I suppose it doesn't matter much. She's not gonna live long either way.
But you were able to immediately recognize it at the smell of blood. Says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you?
Dude, I
You
literally
literally
killed the previous lord. Yes! And that's like a well-known fact that this...
Fucking hell.
That's like front page news. Yes! I took his head and then I brought it to the square.
I just don't follow the old
Enough
news.
yapping. She is alive, yes?
Of course. Mistakes were made.
Fighting back a sigh, I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. I felt slightly sorry for the woman, but the feeling didn't last long. I'd seen too many bloodied, mangled bodies, both dead and alive, to be faced by one more. He crouched down to untie the bag. And a young girl came tumbling free. It can't be. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. It had been 4 years, but no length of time could wipe from my memory those patches on her face. I'm just taking screenshots cause I like CGs.
What? No. That's...
With those breathtaking golden eyes. But why? How? What was she doing inside the bag? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? Morgana? She was pale as death, shaking visibly. Confusion seized me, a cloud of swirling darkness forming before my eyes. The first thought that came to mind was that he had gotten the wrong person. I'd only ordered her captured because I thought the witch by the lake was an old woman. If I'd known she was a young girl, let alone her, I would have never given the command. Yeah, but the woman was long dead when Morgana got there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but those thoughts led nowhere. I was simply trying to avoid facing reality, trying to place the blame on anyone but myself. I couldn't take back what had already been done. I couldn't change it. There she was, the girl who had once won my affection, lying on a ball on the cold stone with an arm missing. It didn't matter how we'd gotten here, or what I had felt about her. There was no fixing what I had done. She looked up at me, at the source of the muttering above her. Her eyes were opened, almost frighteningly wide, and they wandered aimlessly, unfocused to the point I wasn't sure she was seeing anything at all. I felt a tinge of madness in her. Is that you? The words spilled from her lips, so soft they barely reached my ears. Hardly a trace of the beautiful singing voice from my memory remained. It was hoarse and raspy, every sound seemingly laced with an unfathomably deep, pitch-black hatred for all existence. You remember me? Would you even be able to recognize me anymore?
Nope.
How could I ever forget?
Morgana. She remembered me? The days we spent together. Yeah, because she's basically just seeing the... She wasn't seeing his... Yeah. Kind of person I'd been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. All her friends. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. Did she really remember all the time we had shared?
How could I ever forget? All the pain and humiliation you put me through.
What?
How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold?
What? What was she talking about?
Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood.
I couldn't even begin to process the words I was hearing. They were little more than angry, meaningless shouts crashing into me. I mean, at this point you are just basically that guy. What the hell was she saying? Did she think I was someone else? Did she think I was him? That I was Barnier? No, Morgana. That wasn't me. That wasn't the man who had caused you so much agony.
Look at the girl. You would claim you haven't cursed her pain.
You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment.
No, I was the man who rescued you from him, I wanted to shout. But I couldn't gather the strength to force up a single word. Only gasps of air came from my lips. It was like I'd been robbed of my voice.
I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing he'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred.
No, Morgana! When I finally managed to produce a sound, it was barely more audible than a whisper. Because it's like, I do... If you recall, right? She did forget what Barnier looked like. Like, actually, I think that we never did get to see what he looked like before this game, right?
Yep.
And I know that that might have had to do with, like, budget and shit, but I actually kind of like it. But I actually kind of like it in a retrospective sense, because Morgana didn't remember what Lord Barnier looked like. And that makes the twist so much crazier, right? It's like, oh shit, it wasn't Jacopo, that first one. The first one wasn't Jacopo. And I really like that. In a frenzy, I made to reach out for her, when I noticed a pair of narrow eyes glaring at me.
Yeah, to where you knew the witch world.
Huh? Know her? I don't just know her. She's Morgana. She's the girl I...
This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body.
No.
She's not wrong.
That was another man.
You have become that man to her.
I'm not Barnier.
You hear yourself, boy. The rightful heir to the Barnier name, are you not? That's what you said when you stole the throne from me.
This man ruined my life.
How will you respond, boy? You say it wasn't you? Can you say it wasn't you?
Yeah.
How will you convince her?
This hurts. Ow.
She's clearly not in her right mind. Does she even understand if you reveal the truth? Can you do that knowing it won't make it true to her? You tell her nothing more than slandered, a usurper, that you deceived your way into power, that everything you built up this years was all a lie, that you killed your former friends for nothing, that Odilion died for nothing, that you endured betrayal after betrayal for nothing. You have the spine to say it, boy. All the sacrifices you made, all the pains you suffered to make it here, will all come crumbling down the moment you do. What will it be, false lord? Is the guilt worth it? Is sharing the truth with this half-dead girl on the brink of the madness worth losing everything you worked so hard to accomplish? Make your choice. What's the matter, Lord?
Yes. I know her. Or I knew her years ago.
I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick.
What do I want to do? Obviously. Why? On Earth. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Did I make this choice? Oh shit!
Congratulations, boy.
He's red now.
I'm red now. I'm a red unit.
Yeah.
This concludes your inheritance of the name Lord Barnier. Congratulations. Here's your certificate.
I can't believe it now. Bye! 4 years earlier.
4 years earlier.
Oof. It wasn't until I lost everything that I truly understood just how blessed I'd been. How much time with them had allayed my wounded spirit, and how hard they had worked to mold me into an ordinary girl. But it was all gone now. I may not have said as much, but I liked it there. I was quite fond of the tranquility. I didn't want to lose it. I wanted to be happy as much as anyone else. I longed this track of how far I'd walked. My legs were stiff and my knees didn't want to bend anymore. It took all my effort to remain upright, and I was certain I would never get back up if I did fall down. I still couldn't wrap my head around what had happened. It was all so sudden, also horribly senseless. It was so mind-bogglingly horrendous, part of me refused to believe it was anything more than a bad dream. And that was what kept me walking, because if I did accept it as reality, I'd lose what remained of my will to live. It was supposed to be a party. The girls got together to celebrate my birthday, making food and treats that, while hardly extravagant, was still a significant improvement over what we usually had. Everyone was laughing. Part of me was irritated by the whole affair, and as I'd never been comfortable in such lively environments, they were celebrating me, my birthday. I should have been overjoyed. Maybe this was my punishment for being so unappreciative. As soon as I stepped out, bandits raided the brothel. Had I stayed there but a few minutes longer, things likely would have turned out quite differently. Whether for better or for worse, I couldn't begin to guess, but at the very least I probably wouldn't be here alone. I could have gone with them to the next life. During the raid, a man grabbed me, and I lost consciousness almost immediately after. When I awoke, I was in a foul-smelling carriage. People were packed into the carriage like livestock. There were dozens of them, every inch of usable space filled up with a body. Looking out across the cramped space, I knew instinctively I was on my way to becoming a slave. Once I'd been sold off as a saint, a highly valuable commodity. This time around, I was cheap, expendable labor. I was filled with an overwhelming emptiness as the realization struck. Something resembling sorrow wavered about in the void as well, but it wasn't sadness for my own predicament. It broke my heart knowing I would never see them again. That everyone I had to thank for all those warm, peaceful days. They're all dead. Oh god. Maria's okay though! Maria's okay! Had either been killed or sold off. In time, the sadness swelled to form tears in my eyes. My whole life I had managed to endure without crying. And the first time I did, I shed tears to someone else. The man sitting next to me asked, "Why are you crying?" To which I answered, "I'm sad because I didn't get to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me." But if that had been the end of our conversation, I wouldn't be here, hobbling down this endless road alone. I wouldn't be covered in so much blood. Some time after I'd responded, the man suddenly stood up and murdered the guards and slave traders. At first, the other slaves thought they were saved, and for a moment I believed so too. He was a very curious-looking man. His eyes smaller and narrower than ours, his nose a different shape. I'd never seen anyone who looked like him before. All I knew was that he wasn't from around here. The man, wielding a sword stolen from a guard, searched through the slave trader's clothes with the keys to our shackles, which he gave to me and made me free his hands, before proceeding to kill the slaves. I stood aghast as the massacre unfolded before me. Blood pooled at my feet, severed limbs were strewn about the carriage, bodies piled up haphazardly, many having only had enough time for their eyes to go wide in shock before being cut down. Men, women, children, everyone equals at the end of his blade. The strange-looking man laughed as he slaughtered the slaves. He laughed and he laughed, like he was having the time of his life. And when he was done, he stepped out of the carriage and wandered off, leaving me alone, the sole survivor. I had witnessed so much death in so short a time. Cruel, meaningless violence. Its victims powerless to resist. And here I stood among the bodies left alive. For some inexplicable reason, left alive. The screams, the despair, the pleas, the death, the laughter, all reverberating inside my head. "O Father, who art in heaven, Please give me your mercy. I cannot take it anymore. I pray. Free me from this. Fuck me! Can't read it. It's just like an unwilling response. My body just goes. You know how it is? Like when your body just goes. I'm gonna take some sippies and I'm just gonna.
Oh no.
And I'm gonna check this one Discord notification that's been annoying me. Okay, give me a second. I actually do need to do something really urgently. So, if you will just... like 5 minutes.
Oh, what? What?
At most. I think it's probably a lot less.
The fuck? What's going on? Yeah.
It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It's about the Rika Commission.
Oh, right. What the timing?
Yeah,
No, nie.
Okay, sorry. I'm done now. Apologies.
Hello.
Hello, sorry. I just needed to type out a message. Don't worry, don't worry. It's all good now. I needed to calm down anyway.
Okay.
For the stupid game! Sorry. Free me from this pain. My spirit was about at its breaking point. I was certain that I too would sink into the bottomless abyss if I kept all these emotions inside me much longer. I hate this game. Gives me... Oh no, not this place. I walked and walked and walked and walked. No food, no water. My exhaustion at its peak. My mind in a complete haze. When off in the distance, I caught sight of a lake. So thirsty. Water. I began hobbling in the general direction of the lake, not caring that it took me off the main road. Bandits could have assailed me. Wild animals made me their prey. None of them mattered to me anymore. At least then, I wouldn't have to walk anymore. But for better or worse, I made it to the lake unmolested. The water was clear as crystal and seemed to sparkle like one as well. As soon as it was within reach, I dropped to my knees and drank, my thirst seemingly insatiable. The blood covering me had dried several days earlier, but its bitter stench lingered. So after a brief glance about my surroundings, I washed myself. The chill of the midwinter lake water and occasional gust of wind pierced me to my very bones. No one in their right mind would bathe in this weather, but common sense and the chattering of my teeth didn't stop me. I wanted only to be clean again, and the frigid water felt like it would strip everything away, leaving my body and spirit new and unsullied. Once I was satisfied, I came to the belated realization that a small cottage sat on the lakeside. There's smoke coming from the chimney. Maybe there's someone inside. It could be someone bad, though. Maybe it would be safer to stay away. But who knows when I might find someone else. Excuse me? Is anyone there? Hello? The door's unlocked. It was so warm inside. The heat from the fire seeped into my chilled flesh, spreading slowly. I almost burst into tears again. Sitting before the fireplace was an old woman. A cauldron hung above the flames, bubbling with a curious colored liquid. Ma'am? The woman merely sat there, her head drooped. Slowly I approached her, half certain of what I would find, and placed my hand on her shoulder. She was dead. and I hardly so much as batted an eye at the sight of yet another corpse. In fact, she looked like she had passed quite peacefully by comparison. How blessed she was. There was no sign bandits had been rooting for the cottage. Presumably, she had fallen asleep and passed away naturally while in the middle of concocting something. Looking around the room, I found myself surrounded by countless items I couldn't begin to identify. Plants of all colors hanging from the ceiling to dry. Berries crushed and stored in small glass bottles. Why did I say it like that? Bottles. Bottles.
Balls.
I just said that
What?
really... Bottles. I just said that really weirdly, I'm sorry. Bottles. Whereas I guess the old woman made her living off her herbal
Minging.
medicines.
Minking. It's fucking minking. It's your paradise punch lemonade. It's fucking minging. It's fucking minking.
Suck your dad.
Suck your dad. Minking. It's fucking minking.
I love that. Having gotten a good look around the room, I thought that perhaps I'd been guided here. And if my father had led me to this place, he would not frown upon me for doing what was necessary to make use of it. So I dragged the old woman's corpse from the cottage and pushed it into the lake. If I didn't take up residence in the cottage, someone else eventually would. I would just be left to deteriorate. And I would rather take the opportunity bestowed upon me to have a place to rest my weary soul. As the woman's body sank into the clear lake, a realization struck me. I hadn't crossed myself. A few days after I moved into the cottage, a man came to the door. Apparently he'd been a customer of the woman's, a witch by trade, and he was looking for more medicine. When I spoke to him through the door, he gave a soft, short gasp and said, "Who are you? Who's the witch?" I am her granddaughter. She is not presently home. Oh, I never knew the old lady had kids. So is she gonna be back? Not for some time. Well, damn. You know much about herbs, girl? What? As long as I can get my medicine, I don't really care who supplies it. You or her doesn't matter, I'll still pay.
One moment, please.
My knowledge of herbology was essentially non-existent, but if there was a possibility I could make a living off of it, there was no reason for me not to try. I asked the man to give as much information about the herbs he had been receiving. Color, texture, smell, anything. And rummaged about until I found something that fit the description. The entire exchange occurred through the barely cracked door. The man paid me as promised, but quickly realized that money wasn't of much use to me, as I had no intention of returning to the city. So I told him that in the future I would trade for supplies, which he happily agreed to. A few days later, another man called upon the cottage. But unlike the first man, he sounded crude and uncivilized. I didn't want to cut off a potential source of supplies though, so I handed him the medicine he requested. But when I did, he let out a low snicker and said, "What do you say I look after you, girlie?" And then shoved his hand through the crack of the door and grabbed my wrist. You ain't fooling me. The heck's dead and it's just you, ain't it? Little girl like you needs someone to look after her. There sure no bad men fretting ya. Every word that came from his mouth oozed with sleaze. I knew what would happen if he got the door open.
Let go!
Whoa! I yanked my arm back with all my strength, slammed the door shut, and set the bar. But even that wasn't enough to quell my uneasiness, so I put a chair against it as well. The man pounded on the door, each slam of his fist causing me the whole room to vibrate. Overreact much, huh, girlie? Come on, open up! I still ain't paid you yet. Or something real nice, too. Open up, I want you to have it.
I don't need your payment. I'm never doing business with you again, so please get off my property.
Wanna say that again? You got a lot of nerve, eh, you little bitch? Open the damn door. You don't want to know what happened if you don't. You got more for sale than just bags of leaves, don't you? Open the fucking door!
Just stay quiet, Morgana. The best way to handle people like him is to just not respond.
Good for nothing, you. One day you'll learn your lesson. This world will eat a little girlie like you right up. After giving the door one final parting kick, the man stormed off, loudly grumbling about how stupid and ungrateful I was all the while. I didn't deserve a word of his cursing, but at the same time I couldn't bring myself to be upset about it. He was right. The world would not be kind to a young girl living on her own. Not so long as men like him roamed free. I paced before the fireplace, my mind racing.
I can't be sure I'm safe anywhere, not even here.
but going back to the city isn't an option. Now will the Lord lives to keep throwing his blood sabbats. Everyone who might have protected me is gone. I have to make it on my own now. I have to be very careful about opening the door. I could be attacked again or worse. I mean, most men would probably run as soon as they saw my face. But most doesn't mean all. There's some out there who go after anyone. I can't let my guard down while I'm doing business, not even for a second. Man or woman, everyone is a potential threat. I'll make it on my own. I don't need anyone else. Me and only me. Being out here has really shown me just how sheltered I was at the brothel, how kind everyone was, how peaceful my life was. I just want to go back. No, stop it, Morgana. You're stronger than that. I put enough wood on the fire for it to last the whole night, then curled up in a bowl and slept beside it. For the first time in my life, solitude frightened me. Morgana? What, were you planning to sleep all day? Come on, you're not sharing. Huh? Huh? About time. Good morning. What little of it remains anyway. What was that look? Still waking up?
What are you doing here?
Excuse me, why would I not be here?
That doesn't answer my question. How did you even...
Little bird told me where to find you.
So you survived?
Do I look dead to you?
No, but... Still I thought you were killed during the raid.
I may not be as good with a sword as someone, but you know I'm no pushover. I wasn't gonna let a bunch of bandits get the best of me. What, were you worried? Seriously? Here thought all you knew how to do was stand me to the fires of hell.
Was I worried?
Of course I was, you oblivious dolt! This is like the good ending. The alternate ending.
I never actually meant it when I said you should be cast into hell. Of course I want to see you alive. Of course it would hurt me to lose you.
I'm sorry, that was callous of me.
I was afraid I'd never see you again. Thought I'd lost everything, everyone. I was scared to death.
Oh, no need to cry. You're tougher than that.
I'm not crying.
If you say so. Sure. Jacoba's really over here like, sure, Jan. Oh. Sorry. I got the reply very, very quickly. Okay. Okay. There we go, boys. Okay.
And what do you mean I'm tougher than that? Like, had he just checked, right? We wouldn't be here. What do you think I am, made of stone? First you try and pretend I'm a normal girl, now you act like I'm some kind of heartless creature. Make up your mind already.
I'm sorry, really. You're a perfectly ordinary girl, Morgana. I'm sorry.
This is going to take long.
Yeah. Can you say that looking at my face? I'm looking at it right now.
Even though I'm a mean-spirited, bitter little girl?
Even though you're a mean-spirited, bitter little girl. Though it's nice to you acknowledge it.
Oh, burn in hell. Say, I want to ask you something. And I want you to not call me weak for it this time.
Let's hear it.
Will you stay with me? I don't want to be alone anymore. It terrifies me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll stay right here forever.
You know, you won't be able to accomplish your dreams out here, right? And you're fine with that?
You bet. You told me to stay, and stay I will. We live right on the lake, and there's some mountains nearby. All things considered, it's not a bad location. We can plant some crops, go fishing in the lake, sprawl out on the grass under the starry sky. Sounds like a pretty good life to me. And maybe sometimes you could sing a little song, and I'll sit there listening quietly. If you want an accompaniment, I can procure some instruments. Sounds as nice to you as it does to me? Nothing? Seriously? What else could you want? How about...
No. It's more than enough. Yes, if I could have a life like that, it will have made every misfortune of my life worth suffering.
Becoming Harvest Moon game, lol. Yeah. If only. That's an illusion. She dies hating him, B. Sorry.
Ah, he's not here. It was a dream. What else could it have been? He's dead, just like everyone else. They all died in the raid.
Nothing could go wrong! Yay! The fact that we already know what happens, I'm just like, great.
And even if he was alive, he wouldn't come looking for me. What a childish dream. Fight it, Morgana. You cannot cry over a simple dream. You're the daughter of God. Your tears are only to be shed for others, not yourself.
Oh. Ah! Yeah, that's Argo. Why are you knifing? Why are you knifing? No? Oh, you can't talk? Wait. I'm sorry, you can't... I lost power? Wait, you left... Wait, I didn't even hear the noise. Did you leave the... You're still on the call. What the hell? You're still on the call. Do you guys hear me? Hello? Oh. I pounded my fist against the floor again and again and again, sobbing like a petulant child. Yeah, we can. Yee. I hear you. Nice. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything on my end that blobbed up. That would have been sad. Ah, yeah. Is it... You said something about storming. Does it have anything to do with that, or is it okay? Okay, I'll be here until it's back. You're with us in spirit. It's okay, he's still on my shoulder. He's still on my shoulder. I'd never cried like this before. Not as I witnessed men, women, and children being slaughtered. Not when I was taken from my home. Not when I was chained up and tortured by the Lord. It is stormy. True. It wasn't until I realized just how much I needed that warmth and that I would never have it again that my spirit hit rock bottom. Finding and then losing happiness hurt worse than anything else. All hail mobile internet.
I wish I'd never known happiness. I wish no one had ever shown me kindness. Not if it means I have to go through this. I wish I'd never known what it was like to be normal. I could have just stayed daughter of God my whole life. And I wouldn't be feeling like this.
Oh. Oh god.
I never knew crying like that was so exhausting. And I never want to experience it again. I want to go back to who I used to be, a saint. If I didn't know happiness, I wouldn't have to feel like this. I just have to forget it all. That part of my life, it never happened. No peace, no rest, only trials from my father. That is all I have ever known. It's not hard. Just don't think about those years. And you won't have to cry like this ever again. It's for the best. It's my only choice. See, I was always right. I never was and never will be normal. The only ones who will offer me salvation are God or one of his angels.
And so I did precisely that. I led a solitary life. I did all my business hidden behind the cottage door, and I sent away anyone who wasn't here for medicine. Once a mounted man in armor rode up to the cottage. He looked like a knight, but I had no interest in getting involved with anyone who went around carrying weapons. I was responsible for my own safety, so I had to be careful about who I opened my door to. I had to be extra careful about who I dealt with, but I didn't feel sad or lonely about it. By making that my normal, there was nothing to lament, which meant old memories served no purpose but to cause me pain, so I endeavored to push them far, far away into the depths of my mind. I couldn't simply discard my memories of what the Lord had done to me, of course, or of all the wonderful people I'd met at the brothel, but as time trekked on, they faded into almost nothing. I couldn't describe what any one person's voice sounded like, how they acted around me, what kind of person they were, the things we did together, what they looked like, what their name was, anything of importance. I knew good and well that it was callous to forget about all the people who had shown me so much kindness and warmth, but I would never see them again. And thinking about them only brought me pain, so there was no point in remembering. It was all I could do to make it by. This means I'll have to voice Mel, probably. Nearly 4 years had passed since I had assumed the role of the Lakeside Witch. My 16th birthday was approaching, but my age was perhaps the only thing I had in common with an ordinary teenage girl. That if I had grown up like any other girl, having spent my childhood as a saint before being held captive by the Lord and made to witness countless people's deaths, that would probably mean there was something deeply wrong with me. I'm sure Mel stole my electricity. Oh shit. I actually need to look at something else. I am so sorry, guys. I promise that I will be with you in just a second. The whole neighborhood is dark? Holy shit. Shitball. I love looking at Rika, okay? Yeah, leave Rika alone! No! Leave her out of this. She did nothing wrong. Over. No. B, you don't understand. If I'm ever getting with Rika, it's because I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm gay. I love her. By that point, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I built high walls around myself, keeping my contact with the outside world as terrorist and pragmatic as possible. Same! With each passing day, my voice grew more monotonous, my interactions following a well-rehearsed script. What is gay? Me. My customers didn't make any attempt to force their way into my shell either. I began to suspect they might think me not a witch by trade, but that I had actually formed a pact with the devil and worked his dark magic. No one said as much, but I could sense what seemed to be fear in their voices when they came to me. On the other hand, I never had anyone else try to force themselves into the cottage like the men 4 years earlier, so I would say I had a rather peaceful life. If you considered a life in which no one wanted anything to do with you peaceful, that is. I'd also come to learn a fair bit about herbology. I could now make my own medicines rather than just making do with what's already here when I moved in. Although a fair bit still amounted to almost nothing when compared to what my predecessor was capable of. Nonetheless, I had a relatively solid grasp on what herbs use to treat different symptoms. Enough to formally assume the name of the Lakeside Witch at least. And so time flowed on, uneventful and quiet, until one day when a young man showed up at my door. Excuse me, is anyone home? I knew right away that he was a new customer. No one who had traded with me before bothered with such pleasantries anymore. They wanted the process to be quick and frictionless, and I preferred it that way as well. Who's there? Ooh, it's the old Morgans. When I responded from behind the door, he seemed to be taken aback. After several moments with no answer, I tensed up slightly and repeated the question. My sister has fallen very ill and she desperately needs medicine. He has a very pretty voice. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her? What are her symptoms? She's got an extremely high fever that won't come down. She has no appetite, she's only drinking water. And she can't get out of bed. Everyone always seems to be looking for medicine for themselves. I haven't had a customer like him in some time now. We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm gonna give you 2 medications. Give her the first one while her fever is high, and the second after it's come down. Thank you very much.
When was the last time someone thanked me? Here's your medicine. It's powdered, so mix it with some water and have your sister drink it. Are you not going to open the door any wider? Is that necessary? No, sorry. Just a second, let me get you your money. Ah. I take supplies for my services, not money. Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. This is all I have on me today. Would you maybe be willing to accept this as payment today? Very well. Is that a gold coin? Those herbs aren't worth nearly this much. Just who is this man? What on earth is he doing here at a witch's cottage? In any other situation, I wouldn't have even been tempted to look. What if he saw me? He would think me disgusting, ridicule me like everyone else. It didn't hurt, knowing what people thought of me. But it was hardly pleasant hearing it vocalized either, and what if he decided to do something in that moment? I dropped my guard. He could force the door open and have his way with me. He doesn't seem like that kind of man, though. Truth was about the farthest thing from my mind. Trust was about the farthest thing from my mind when interacting with people these days. I always remained on high alert, keeping a safe distance from everyone, no matter how good they appeared on the surface. But for some reason, I felt strangely comfortable in this young man's presence. At the time, I couldn't have explained why, but in retrospect, I imagine it was largely a result of his upbringing. Hello? Are you back? Oh no, it's just a meme gata. Or is it? Why didn't it show up on the thingy? That's so strange. It's smashing, boys! Yeah, the notification didn't show up, did it? I don't see it. Why are you bonking me? I didn't see the notification. Why? Don't you? It did for me. Damn, my life is a mess! He spoke in a clear, well-enunciated voice. He had a polite, friendly air about him, which I could feel even through the door. It wasn't the sort of well-mannered you could fake with a bit of practice, nor the sort you encountered out in the middle of nowhere. Curiosity took hold of me. I had to know what he looked like. I wasn't gonna throw the door open, of course, and had no intention of inviting him in either. I just wanted to get a little peek of him through the crack in the door. So I opened it ever so slightly wider than usual when I reached out to take his payment. Ah. Oh no, he saw me. Wow, I didn't think you'd be so young. I guess you were a little older. What? Thank you for doing business with me, and I'm sorry for not coming properly prepared. If I need any more, I'll be sure to bring supplies next time. Alright. Again, I really appreciate it. Have a nice day. You too. He saw my face and he wasn't disgusted. He actually smiled. I was so caught off guard that I thought for a second that maybe my face had healed. So I ran over to the water basin and a glimmer of hope in my heart gazed into my reflection. But the face looking back at me was the same as always, a grotesque, unsightly, patchy mess. Part of me was disappointed, but more than anything, I was flabbergasted by what had just happened. How could he smile at the sight of this face? For a split second, my mind slipped back in time 4 years. The man who had applied ointment to my face. He had never seemed disturbed by my appearance either. Not long afterward, the young man called upon my cottage again. He said that the medicine had briefly relieved his sister's symptoms, but that it had failed to actually cure what ailed her. Herbal medicine required patience and persistence before its effects manifested, I informed him, to which he responded with a sad smile. He was a handsome young man, not far from what I imagined from his voice, and the smile suited him quite well. There was a distinct elegance emanating from him. Ragged clothing aside, he was about how I envisioned a fairy tale prince might look. Though I knew quite well those only existed in fiction. Real nobles were terrible, miserable, reprehensible people. After a few visits, we started having little conversations outside of our business transactions. Also, just a little side note that I thought would be funny. I didn't realize until after I had designed her, but like, my new character has the exact same color scheme as Mel. Blonde hair and like green. He told me his name, Mel, as well as his sister's, Nellie, and I told him mine.
Mel was 17, only a year older than me. And one day, he invited me outside for a walk. Told you! You are Mel. I'm not Mel! I'm not Mel! I'm not! It's not healthy to stay holed up on inside all the time. You got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? I was going to turn him down, but my mouth seemed to disagree with my mind, and the next thing I knew, I was taking a walk with someone for the first time in years. Although whiff might be something of a stretch. I kept a safe distance from him as we walked. Mel seemed disappointed with my unwillingness to get any closer, but I couldn't bring myself to trust him that much yet. Nonetheless, it was a momentous enough occasion that I felt justified describing it as such. I'm sure I made him uncomfortable on numerous occasions during our walks. To say I acted disagreeably would be an understatement. Anytime he closed the gap between us, I stepped a little farther away. Every response I gave was curt, and I repeatedly shut him down whenever he started getting wistful or sentimental. The Morgana of 4 years prior might have been a little softer with him, a little more human. Maybe she would have given him a little smile or a pout instead. But that girl was long gone. I despised the humanity that had once started taking root in me, and I endeavored to be something different again. In one instance, he heard a robin chirping and said, "If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too," to which I responded, "There's not a single creature living in this world that is free. What? Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds." I guess he is technically also yellow. Like yellow and green. The idea that they are free is nothing more than a man's short-sighted delusions. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly emphasize with others. I do not understand people. So please, if I say anything that upsets you or makes you uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know yet, but I think you've got more empathy than you're letting on. Main color of Mel is moaning and bitchin'. Bitchin' and moaning and moaning and bitchin' and bitchin' and moaning. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. At one point, that was true. It was perhaps somewhat difficult for others to see. I felt great beauty in the world when I knelt before the gravestones, but such sentiments have long since been lost to me. Same. So you don't have to be so closed off. I might not have been able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? If there were ever someone who could understand me, if there were ever someone who could understand what I am now, who could empathize with me, who have been through trials as great as mine, they would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone, really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them. If you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred, and as a result of that, I was Language! How do you speak it? I get so mad sometimes. I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Mina broken. Yeah. My brain wanted to say farce, and I was like, no, force. Stop punking me, come on. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. I want to get to know you better. I'll consider it. Alright. So long. Oh, bye. See you soon. I was conscious of how cold and distant I was being toward him, but I had no interest in changing anything. Not that I even knew how to anymore. I'd never known particularly well how to choose the right words, the proper way to act in various circumstances. But what little knowledge I had possessed, I'd long since lost. I assumed after the things I'd said to him, Mel would never ask me on another walk again. But I was wrong. He did the very next time he came for medicine, and every time after that as well. Hey, so I was thinking, I bet you'd make a really good singer if you want it.
A singer?
Yeah. You've got this really pretty voice. I think it'd be nice if you tried using it to sing. I'm sorry, it's not my place to tell you what to do. You hardly talk. Why would I think you'd want to sing?
I'm glad we're on the same page. Never again.
Sorry about that, really. Anyway, I wonder who first came up with the idea to sing. You can brighten someone's day or sour their mood with just the sound of your voice. Kinda amazing, don't you think? It's almost like magic. Oh, and there are battle songs too, for getting soldiers fired up for combat.
Battle. Now there's a word I never expected to hear from you.
I mean, I am a guy. I admire anyone who has the strength to go to battle. I could never ever do it myself, though. The sight of blood makes me sick, and I barely know which end of a sword you're supposed to grab.
You're a noble, aren't you? What need do you have for knowing how to use a sword?
That's what I used to think too. But now I think I should have gotten training. I may not have been a soldier, but I needed to be strong. I could have avoided so much if I was. Nellie wouldn't have to live in a rundown shack in the middle of nowhere.
As I recall, he said once that he was forced from his house after a dispute over who the rightful heir was. High society sounds like endless fun.
Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sure you don't care about any of this.
No, you're fine. I'm the one who asked.
Thanks. I want you to know I really do appreciate it.
Hmm?
It's nice to just be able to talk about this stuff to someone.
You're naturally sociable. I'm sure you could find plenty of other people willing to listen.
I don't get into town much, not even to run errands, but I'm still kind of an outsider. You're my only friend right now. I hope that wasn't too presumptuous of me.
Call me whatever you like.
Oh, thank goodness. We should do this more often, really. Talk more, get to know each other better, become even better friends.
To what end?
No end, just, you know, having friends is better than being alone, that's all.
I see. I'll be heading back in now. See you again.
Yeah, see you soon, Morgana. Little by little, his words were getting closer to reaching the old me. Not enough to provoke an actual response, of course. But that wasn't his fault. I'd locked myself up too deeply. I no longer knew how to express emotions. Most especially those that resulted from human warmth. However, I had regained enough of something to feel a sort of nostalgia in my interactions with Mel, and I thought perhaps with enough time, I could go back to who I had been 4 years prior. But shortly thereafter, he threw all that into the wind with a single utterance. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. He appeared exhausted that day, much more than usual. His sister's condition had begun to worsen again. That one muttered word sent off a spark in my mind. It sent me back in time, well beyond when I was taught humanity 4 years ago, to my very origin. I was the daughter of God. My blood had healing properties. And the instant I remembered that, there was only one course of action I could take. Without a moment's hesitation, I informed him that miracles did exist, that I'd been born a saint, and that my blood had miraculous powers. That after leaving the village of my birth, my power had only ever been misused, first by the Lord for his 6 banquets, then by me, for letting it lay idle so long. Now was the time for me to correct that. He was a kind-hearted young man who loved his sister, who deserved this blessing more than them. I told him everything. At first he was surprised, but never once did he accuse me of lying. He listened carefully and intently, taking in every word, and when I was finished, he said he believed me. He said he would entrust his sister's care to me. Mel's sister slept upon a simple bed. She was a sweet little girl who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. Both she and her brother had beautiful flaxen hair. They looked as if they had both been yanked from a painting. Seeing them there, I wanted to do everything I could to help them, to ensure their happiness, and I knew I had the ability to do so. No longer would I be the one receiving others' charity. I could be the one giving it again, and so I made a new cut on my mostly healed arm. For the briefest of moments, a flash of him applying ointment appeared in my mind, but I quickly cast it off. The flaxen-haired girl showed signs of recovering as a result of my miracle. The boy came to my cottage overjoyed to thank me. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like for once I'd actually saved someone's life. I'd finally been able to use my gift to help someone truly good. After the miracle, though, he stopped referring to me as his friend. Understandably so. No one could think of themselves as equals with someone who performed miracles. Awe, fear, reverence, they were all feelings that came from the same place. An inability to think of me as human who experienced the world the same way he did. He saw me as abnormal. I'd always been fine with that. It was how I was supposed to be. Being different was what I always wanted, and in some way it was what kept me going. So seeing him put more and more distance between us shouldn't have bothered me in the slightest. But I continued to offer his sister my blood, no matter how distant he grew. Eventually he stopped inviting me on walks, but that didn't matter. I would serve my duty and perform miracles regardless. He would simply knock on my cottage door and say, my sister's fallen ill again. Would you come perform another miracle? I could hear the apprehension in his voice. No longer did he show me his gentle smile. No longer did we listen to the birds singing together. No longer was I the one being cold and distant. And no longer did he say, see you again, when we parted ways. Like in my village, when everyone feared and revered me as a saint, it filled me with a childish sense of superiority. But there was no superiority now, only a prickling in the softened shell of my heart. I was no longer the child I had once been. I changed. I had learned what warmth felt like. My memories of that time were vague and ethereal, but the feelings they had created lived on deep within me. For a time, I felt a warm familiarity around Mel, which only made me yearn for him to treat me that way again. I wanted to be able to open up to someone once more, though I never said as much out loud. Gloomy day after gloomy day passed, and then I received a new visitor. I asked them their business from behind the door, but they hesitated for a few moments before responding. My instincts told me that whoever it wasn't the noble boy, so I waited perplexed and slightly on edge for them to say something. And when they finally did, I was left aghast at what I heard. Are you the witch with the miracle blood? Why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slaves in the carriage, laughing all the while? What was he doing at my cottage? I thought he had wandered off somewhere, never to be seen again. I thought he was out of my life for good. Why? Why did he call me a witch? And how did he know my blood had powers? Had Mel told him? And maybe his talkative little sister had gone running around blabbing about it. I should have been clearer with them, made absolutely certain they knew to keep their mouths shut. Please leave. It took all my strength to get those two words out without my voice shaking. I could hear the screams from 4 years ago, echoing in my mind. I could see the limbs flying, the blood pooling at my feet. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it pulsing at my ears. Please stay away from my home. After all that time I'd spent forgetting about everything, closing myself off, finally finding peace. Why did this monster, who reminded me only of senseless violence and death, have to come back into my world? I never wanted to go through anything like that again. I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little? I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy, so please go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please just go away. As you say. Is he gone? Thank heavens. My eyes feel like they're burning. No, Morgana. You have to be strong. I cannot let this get to you. Be strong. You have nothing to fear. Nothing to fear. No, stop. Fight it back. Oh, boy. I had sworn never to cry again. The moment fear released its grip on me, everything that had built up came pouring out in a hot stream. Tears soaked my face. I wiped, and still my hands came back wet. With each passing second, I found myself reverting into an ordinary, helpless little girl. No. That's what I'd always been. My whole life, I'd just been putting on airs. When in reality, I wasn't even strong enough to withstand a little fright. Even with the horde man gone, I couldn't rest easy. I couldn't be sure if he was gone for good. Maybe he was just waiting for a more opportune moment to target me again. The following day, I took a brief walk with the noble boy, but I couldn't bring myself to talk to him about what had happened. With how much distance he was keeping between us, I doubted he would be willing to do anything to help. For 3 days and 3 nights, I shook in terror, thinking, considering, speculating, wondering. Hardly getting a wink of sleep. I was too anxious to sit still, so I paced in circles around a chair by the fireplace. It's too soon to be sure I'm safe. Can't go outside unless I absolutely must. Not even just to get water from the lake. He could be waiting in the shadows to take my life. I'm not safe here anymore. I shouldn't have said anything about my powers. They've only ever brought me trouble. I should probably find somewhere else to live. Where? How far could I even get on my own? He could be out there, waiting for me to open the door. I would need help. I'd be a fool. No one's gonna help me. The boy barely even wants to talk to me anymore. All I wanted was the quiet life. Is it him? Did he return? Calm yourself. He knocks harder than that. It's not him. Who's there? It's me. His sister needs more of my blood. I'm not here about Nellie today. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. What? I want to talk things over. He's finally reconsidered. If he can treat me like a friend again, maybe I could ask him. I want to talk to you too. I opened the door without a second thought, and then my guard dropped, because in my mind the flaxen-haired boy briefly took the place of the slave man from the brothel. The man who had saved me from the terrible lord offered me his hand, guided me into the light, and here he was again to set me free, take me away from this place, to take me somewhere new. He had pulled me out of the darkest depths of despair, and here he was again, ready to offer me his hand, a glimmer of hope cast away the shadows. So I reached out to take it, and my arm went tumbling to the ground, my hope following not far behind. My arm! That's a lot of text. Take it. Take it. That's your share. Disarmed. Should last you long enough. What do you mean, take it? Take it? What do you mean? Why? My arm? Why are you taking it? Why? How could you betray me like that? How could you? I opened the door. You said you would. Damn. Nothing personal. I just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. The Lord? Why him again? If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally. You get to be the sacrifice. To keep her church from collapsing. To keep her world from collapsing. So don't take it personally, witch. Yeah. And it's the exact same thing. No, I'm not a witch. After cutting off my left arm, the strange-looking man stuffed me into a sack and tied me up and threw me over his shoulder and carried me away somewhere. And while he was walking, he muttered to me over his shoulder, explaining where we were going. Apparently a new church run by someone called the Saints, and she was going to give me blood to patrons of the church. I think it was some kind of miracle elixir. What was this nameless nun doing calling herself a saintess when I was the real saint? And why did I have to be the witch sacrificed for her sake? It didn't make any sense. Most of all, why was the Lord involved? Why did that vicious, cruel, horrible, miserable man have to come back into my life? Why couldn't I just leave me alone? Was it really so hard? Why? He already had his way with me. He had his terrible banquets. Damn. I wasn't born to spend my whole life suffering. You weren't. You poor thing. About time. There's your witch. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. You smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes. Of course. Yeah, she isn't even really seeing them. No tears. No, that's a good girl. Thing wouldn't be the same if you cried and blubbered like a lowly slave or a whore. Dignified and saintly, that's what I need you to be. Welcome, witch. I'll be giving your blood to all my people now. Not only me. Is that you? Oh, do you remember me? What an honor. A truly splendid honor. How could I ever forget? How could I ever forget? Oh, all the pain, humiliation you put me through. How could I ever forget the blood stab you so loved to hold? You haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you? You haven't had your fill of my blood? Thrilled to know the great saint remembers the lavish parties I threw for her. I take it they'll have quite an impression then. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you for even a moment. It's splendid to hear. I'm sure you tried very hard to cast my memory aside. But you never could you? And you know what that means. That's the scars I left all over you. Run deeper than anything else you've ever experienced. Look at that face, so twisted and hideous. I bet you loathe me. But you'll never be able to forgive me. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despised you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I gave you a lifetime of hatred. Never, you will never have my forgiveness. This man, the Lord, destroyed me, mind and body. This man ruined my life. I see, so I'm the one who ruined your life. But why should that concern me? Your words are as insignificant as the chirps of a dying robin. Scream and shout until your throat goes sore. It doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Ah! Oh, Father, God of heaven and earth, my life has become nothing, shattered and empty. Good day, Lord Barnier. Not hungry. I need some time to rest, so don't bother me. Yes, sir. Make sure everyone knows they're to stay away from my room. By your command, my lord. Why? Why was she the lakeside witch? How could this happen? There must be something I can do. Some way to fix this. No, don't fool yourself, you damn buffoon. There's no fixing that. Her arm's been cut off. Her mind broken. If only that Far Eastern dog hadn't been such a damn idiot. She might actually be in proper shape. Fucking fuck! I'm the one who gave the order. The only one to blame for this is me. I can spend all goddamn day regretting it, but there's no taking back what's already been done. God damn it! What the hell am I supposed to do? What can I do? I could set her free. And a doctor, yes, find a good doctor. There's no getting her arm back, but he could at least patch her up. This is all my fault, so I'll do right by her. Look after her myself. Make sure she's taken care of for the rest of her life. You out of your mind, Jacopo. Why would she ever want to stay with you? Oh, damn it, I can't even stay focused. What is there to think about, boy? You already know what you must do. Get out of here, spirit. Don't you learn your damn lesson and just stay dead, damn it? Last thing I need is a pathetic ghost constantly sticking its nose in my business. Strong words from a man who can't even keep his head in the presence of said pathetic ghosts. The answer's plain as day, boy. You proceed exactly as planned. Make witch's blood into a miracle elixir and distribute it at a church. You'll take in tithes as well as winning the people's favor for supporting their new beloved church. It's a fine scheme. I'm impressed you came up with it, boy. Silence! That was before I knew she was the witch. What does it matter? The girl's gonna be dead soon, regardless. Progress and growth, it always comes at a price. You need to simply accept that the price has already been paid. Tell me, is the girl worth throwing the entire venture aside? Knowing you'll lose all the goodwill you made to gain from it and more? She's my... A child could tell you which is more value. You bear the weight of this entire land, boy. Don't try to cast that aside because you killed one little girl. She isn't dead, she's still... Surely you can't call that living. She's not. She is, and you killed her. I did not. There's no turning back. Why are you so upset about this, boy? Countless slaves have perished at your command. You had the slum rats who tried to bite you slaughtered. And only now are you concerned about another's life? Surely you're not still clinging to your naive sentimentality, are you? Oh, but she's different from those disposable sacks of flesh. She's dear to me. We have so many wonderful memories together. I love her. Enough. You've come too far to step down from the throne. No matter how much you may have cared for the girl before, it's out of the question now. You cannot have her. When a nobleman marries, it's for political purposes. Be it connections, resources, appearances. There's always something to gain. Taking a nameless peasant girl will make you the laughingstock of the land. So lock her up and drain her until there's nothing left. Shut your damn mouth, accursed spirit. You don't have any idea what you're talking about. You don't know the first thing about how I feel about her. Things we shared. Wait a minute. What's going on? How the hell do you know any of that? Took you long enough, boy. How did I not realize? You were never the kind of man to speak of progress and growth that I wasn't. What the hell? What are you? I've already told you. I am the curse, known as the Lord of the Land. Or if you need me to put it in simple terms for your simple mind, I am your sickness. You're out of your mind. I'm not sick. I'm not the one who's out of his mind, boy. This is a world of madness and disease, but not of spirits. The throne drives all who sit upon it to madness, power or sanity. A man can only have one. And all the faster will his grasp on his mind slip when he has no one at his side to shield him from his enemies. I am not Jean-Francois Barnier, and there's no way for you to banish the spirit. Your mind is broken, on the verge of collapse. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. No. No, 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 no! You're lying! My mind is not broken. I'm perfectly sane. There's not a grain of madness in me. Tell me, Jacopo, is this the power you always sought? Is this what you spent day and night fighting to achieve? How are you? You thought you wanted power in order to protect those you cared most about. But here you are, using that power to destroy their lives. Or is power the only thing you care about protecting anymore? Shut up. Is that what I took up the blade for all those years ago? Enough. You don't have any place criticizing me. You're just a stupid child with his head in the clouds, who thinks he can become some kind of hero. If you hadn't been so foolish, I wouldn't be in this place at all. You're right. We chose the wrong path. And there's no way for us to get back on the right one any longer. This wasn't what I had wanted at all. The future I dreamed of. The outcome I'd hoped for. But who did I even have to explain that to? And who would even understand if I tried? There were walls as high as the eye could see on both sides of this path. Forward was the only way I could go. I'd killed my old friends and comrades, lost everything along the way, but still I had marched on. Because it was all I could do, and now power was the only thing that remained in my hands. So I would make a despot of myself, bury all my feelings for her, and continue my march straight into hell. I had no other choice. Every day felt like a slog through a swamp with no end in sight. Though I did everything to keep up appearances when I wasn't alone, I masked any trace of my discord beneath a veil of bottomless confidence. It had reached a point where nearly everything I said or did in public was an act, a farce even. Among the mistakes the Far Eastern dog had made was involving a third party. He was a young man, and there was a considerable possibility he was nobility, which meant I couldn't simply dispose of the boy until I had more information. Between that and his decision to cut off Morgana's arm, I was looking like quite a fool for thinking I could tame a beast. Though, of course, my biggest mistake was coming up with the scheme in the first place. Soon after locking Morgana up in the tower, I summoned the boy, making it abundantly clear he was not to tell anyone what he knew, then sealing the deal by turning him into a co-conspirator. The boy was irritatingly timid, in part, I presumed, because the dog had already threatened him. All it took to keep him nice and obedient was a stern glare and a few choice words. I hired the dog to be my bodyguard and assigned the boy to an administrative supervising post on the new church grounds. Having been originally built as a second manor for the previous lord, the church was still more mansion than church, which meant there was an abundance of rooms for the boy to stay in. I then summoned a saintess there to serve as the face of the church. She was to remain on the grounds all day. And at night she was in a cottage, a safe distance from the church. I also informed her that I stored my money and valuables in the observation tower, and that she would be charged with treason if she trespassed. She was a naturally trusting woman, and she seemed grateful for everything I was doing for her, so I doubted she would spill anything. Though, even if she did, 3 keys were required to enter the tower. One held by me, one by the dog, and one by the door.
Oh my god! Pika! Hello, thank you so much for the raid! Cold raid, hello!
I was lurking you in the background.
Hello, thank you so much! Welcome to the stream! Whoa, thank you so much for the follow, Lightning Wolf! Hello, thank you so much, Argo, do the thing!
Oh! Can you do the Nice. How were you? How was your Arden? Did it go good? Wink wonk. Yeah, usually finish before this, so this is a treat, uwu.
Aw, thank you. You're so sweet.
Yeah, we usually do.
Say that saucy wink. You like it? Here, okay.
Oh my god, that's so old. Oh my god, that's so old. What the hell? Good. Got all the layers organized, which took forever. There's over 900. What? Oh my god, I never actually counted. You really? You're for real. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot. Jeez. Yeah. But yeah, I did get a message back that I think we might just have been sent the wrong file, and there is. I'll let you know when I get my info back.
Over 900! Thank you so much.
Yeah. I think it might have just been something if something happened, so it's fine. We'll think about it. Don't worry. I didn't expect for you to raid me. I just saw you were like, oh, she's going offline, and then I hear the sound, and I was like, oh, hello. It's gonna, yeah, good stuff.
It's over 900!
Yeah. So all 3 of us were in this until the witch died. I lost power, I'm an electrical nomad right now. Lol, I was like, oh my god, Mina's still on, let's raid, right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're going until this game is over, like, we're just going. So, I wanted my aide to stick around for information on the noble boy. Mel was his name, and he claimed he had been banished from his home, but I couldn't just take him at his word. I had to be absolutely sure so that when the witch died, I could eliminate him. The dog too, of course. No one who knew anything would be allowed to live. Spoiler alert, they all died. They all died. All at once. That said, he seemed like he could put up a better fight than the boy, so I would have to be a little more careful in choosing how to take him out. I wasn't too worried, though. I was the Lord, after all. So long that much didn't change, I could just do just about anything. Once we started distributing the miracle elixir, the church following grew far quicker than I had expected. Numerous reports of people being cured of diseases spread through the city, and before long even the healthy came seeking its powers. Every smiling face that walked out of the chapel put another black stain on my spirit. Estimated time is 1 AM, you finish the story in 2 more hours. For the rest. Yeah, we'll see. Gotta lurk for a bit and join from Strangeful Games. Love you. Okay, have fun! Play some good games, Vika. Love you. Her blood really was miraculous, and it was then that I understood why the last Barnier had held all those banquets. He wasn't just torturing a little girl, he was feasting on miracles. Mwah! And now that word was spreading and I knew the rumors were true, I lost my final escape route, the plan failing entirely because her blood was just ordinary blood. Forward was the only route that remained. One day the Far Eastern dog said to me, "Everything is proceeding exactly as you said it would, Lord." I didn't believe in miracles, but seeing all this has tempted me to change my mind. You were right. One girl's life is indeed a worthy exchange. I wasn't quite sure how I responded, though by that point I largely just rattled off bitter snark and insult reflexively in response to anything. So presumably I called the dog a dog, perhaps giving a laugh. A laugh. Ha! Like that. I don't know if that's how he laughs, honestly. Why do I keep getting... Wait. Oh, they're doing it as part of... Oh, they're doing an April Fool's thing. Oh. Oh, that's why I keep getting Discord notifications. Oh. Most nights I could no longer sleep without the aid of alcohol. I was pretty sure none of it was poisoned, but I spent a lot of time throwing it back up regardless. Barnier's cackling echoed in my chambers. The world twisted and contorted. Quite frankly, I was considering taking my own life, but I wouldn't let myself run away from what I had done. What I was doing to her. I had said I would continue my march straight down to hell, and that was exactly what I planned to do. Again and again I repeated to myself. I feel nothing for her. I never loved her. She's just another faceless peasant. I have no memories of my past life. Oh, pain. The days turned to months, and soon spring was upon us. I finally got shackles to put on me. Must have given them quite the scares when I tried to climb the wall. Isn't that funny?
Look, I made a flower crown. Ahaha!
Festival preparations seem to be going well. Hey, aren't you gonna go? I'm not going anywhere. You're a strange one. It's much nicer out there than it is in here. If anyone is to leave, it will not be me. Say, I've been wondering, who are you anyway? I was created to carry your pain. That doesn't answer the question. I cannot give you any other one, though. I carry your pain for you and offer you someone to talk to. So the last remaining flame of hope in your heart doesn't flicker out. How very honorable of you. You sound like a saint. Don't know how you could stand living like that. What's so funny? Nothing. You don't remember anything, do you? I don't consider my work to be saintly, but if you perceive it that way, then that's thanks to you. Because that's who you were, Morgana. You're not making any sense. That's fine, my dear. Knowing what I carry in my spirit will only cause you pain, so I beg you to live on, to not give up hope. Where am I supposed to find hope? Chained up in a tower. You've been with me long enough. You see me here. My body's on the verge of death, and a black cloud fills my spirit. I despise those men. Every one of them who did this to me. I want to kill them myself, and I hate that I lack the power to do so. I want to place a curse on them all. Don't talk like that, Morgana. Please keep your spirit pure. Don't talk about cursing people. There's still hope. Someone will come to save you. I'm guessing that this is what would eventually become the white-haired girl? Though, this is just conjecture on my part. Maybe one of the three will have a change of heart, or maybe someone else will come through the door. Just have a little patience, alright? There's no point. Even if someone does come, I have nowhere to return to. I have nowhere. That's not true. Remember, all those years ago when the Lord had you chained up? Someone came and set you free then, and someone will. No one's coming. That was a miracle, a one-time miracle. The flaxen-haired boy, he lied to me. This world is nothing but betrayal. No one is going to set me free anymore. Actually, there is one possibility for my salvation. Perfect. Then we'll wait for them to come. Yes, let's wait for an angel to come. What? An angel to come and set me free. Morgana. Deliver divine punishment unto the sinners who would defile me. Rip. She lost it. Officially gone. She's having a very Maria moment. Morning, Maria. You're here bright and early. Hey.
Yeah, not like I've got much else on my plate. Well, aren't you the workaholic? You know, you're going to be about that age where most girls would close up shop and settle down with a man or free. Haha, and you know no man wants to get hitched with this kind of bitch. I what? I volunteer. I volunteer. Fair enough. Most girls in this biz are rough around the edges, but you're rough all the way through. Look how you got all up in a client's face the other day. Now that was a sight to see. But anyway, I will. Thank you, B. You're with me. My OG. B, my OG. The blacksmith brought this by for you. Huh? Oh, that. I was planning to go pick that up myself. Maria! I love Maria so much. Special thanks for being such a faithful patron, he said. But another prostitute who regulars at the smithy. She just loves knives. That's one heck of a hobby. Maybe so, but it's the only hobby I have. Not gonna lie, that's a little scary. What kind of girl collects knives? This kind of girl. What kind of girl doesn't like something nice and shiny? There's nothing more to it, right? It's just a collection, not for you to, like, use or anything. Like I said, they're shiny. When have I ever drawn a knife on any of you? My kind of gal! I know, right? Never, right? Oh, no, not use them on us. The thought never crossed my mind. I know how much you care about us girls. I just mean, you're not planning to do anything, like, dangerous? Oh, hell no, hell no. You're way overthinking it. If you say so. It just looked like this one was made for a special occasion or something. You even had your name engraved in it. What's so strange about that? Collectors get their names engraved on shit all the time. I once had an ex-mercenary for a client, and he told me people engrave names in weapons for all sorts of reasons. The name of someone you love to help strengthen your resolve. Your own name is a symbol of your honor. Is this for... How much honor does a dirty old whore like me even have? Like I said, it's just my hobby. I like shiny things, and that's all there is to it. Now hand it over. Promise me you won't do anything dangerous with it. Pinky swear! Thanks. Don't worry, she won't. She won't. Sorry, friend. It had been 4 years since the raid on the brothel, and we were still just barely getting back on our feet. We actually get Maria Cam! Sorry. Maria POV. It would never be the same as before, though. Not because we had to move locations, but because the slums were shrinking away to almost nothing thanks to the Lord's renovations. Not to mention all the new foreign women who sold their services up in the city's bustling marketplace. Most of our old regulars had taken their business there, and we weren't drawing in much the way of new blood either. That burp was perfectly timed. I didn't burp, what? Did it sound like I burped? I didn't burp. Like, I'm not even trying to deny it. I didn't. That's so weird. It did for me, at least. Interesting. You were sus? I would own up to it! You know I'd own up to a burp, come on! Stop bonking me! With better options to get their rocks off, only the real oddballs went for the rundown whorehouse in the little back alley in the slums. It was enough to keep us afloat, but we'd hardly last another 6 months. A year if we were real lucky. And while we were down here fighting to make it by day to day, our ever-gracious lord was planning a festival to celebrate the spring harvest. Celebrations were to take place in and around the new church set up across the river, and with this being the first annual harvest festival, the whole city was in a rather jolly mood. Everyone except us slum brats, of course. The merchants, the upper class, and even most of the regular citizens were in love with the lord. Public opinion took a huge turn after the new church opened its doors. I presume it was all part of his grand plan. Me, on the other hand, I was far from pleased. He'd abandoned us in the slums, left all his old friends out to dry because he wanted a little extra gold, and like hell I was gonna stand for that. Yeah, she was going in to kill him. See, there I burped. I did a little burp there. Word through the grapevine was the lord and his bodyguard spent a lot of time at the new church, and not everyone called the saintess worked there, handing out some kind of miracle elixir. I assumed it was her that he had business with, but his business didn't matter so much as the fact that he was there. That wasn't a burp. Thanks, Mina. Why did you thank me? Wait, what?
But his business didn't matter so much as the fact that he was there. There's no way I was getting through the fortifications around his manor on the hill, but the church wouldn't be nearly as well protected. Thanks, Mina. Why are you guys thanking me now?
Help!
Last night, I snuck onto the grounds to survey the area, and there was no sign of any guards or people at all. What did you send? Aww, little worm bee. Thanks for the burp. What? You mean thanks for the burp? What the hell, guys? Last night I snuck into the grounds to survey the area, and there was no sign of so it wouldn't likely be difficult for me to slip into the building and hide there until he showed up. Tonight I brought everything. I was going all in. These past 4 years, my feelings for him have been, well, mixed, to put it lightly. I don't know, man, lol. You're making it worse. I knew damn well he wasn't the same man I grew up with, but a part of me deep down wanted to believe the man was still there. Maybe he had some reason and I just wasn't seeing it. Sasuka burp, thank you. That I was misinterpreting him somehow, but if I was right and the old Jacobo was gone, let's settle it once and for all tonight. On guard, bitch! It's quiet in here. Doors locked tight, figures. Now with that out of the way, how do I want to get in? Could break a window. I'd rather not make that much noise, though. Hmm? Now who do we have here? He's heading for the mansion. Maybe he's got a key. He's gonna bail if I ran across anyone, but that might not be necessary. How much longer am I gonna have to deal with this? I can't believe he's holding a festival. He's gonna be out of his mind. Too tired to worry about this too. Don't move. What? Oh, and no squealing either. When peeping, this little baby will carve your brand new mouth. What? Who are... Are you a thief? I don't want your shit. Honestly, I wish I could do a Sasuke burp right now, but I can't. I just wanted to answer a couple questions. Hoppy! I go get caffeine and I come back to a different cutie.
Hello, thank you so much for the follow, Howie, Hoppy.
That was very cringe, I'm sorry. Was it some good? Did you get some coffee?
I just wanted to answer a couple questions. Wait, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dreamland. I hope you have a great time. Yay, woo!
If you can do that for me, you get to keep your throat in one piece. Nah, big Red Bull. Fair. What do you want from me? What are you doing here? The Lord comes by here pretty often, right? I do not get notification! Classic. Good job, Conan. He's here in my meme gacha, falling for eternity. The Lord comes by here pretty often, right? I want to have a little chat with him. What? Are you out of your mind? I can't let you see the Lord.
Oh, alright. Nighty night then.
Wait.
I'm not fucking around. I don't care who you are. If you're gonna cover for him, then say your prayers and curse your bad luck. What's it gonna be, little man?
Don't hurt me, please. Ah yes, the classic Mel.
Where's the Lord?
He's not here.
Well, it's nice knowing you.
Slow down. He's not here now. He'll be here at dawn.
Is that so?
I'm not comfortable saying it anymore out here. Someone might see us. It'll be safer if we go to my room. We can talk more there. Let's go.
How do I know you're not gonna split the second I let go?
I swear. I don't know you either, but you're not here to just talk to the Lord, are you? I'm doing what he says, but not because I agree with him. So if anything, I'm on your side. Ah yes, what an asshole.
You're better at sucking dick than most of the prostitutes I know.
I mean it. At the very least, we can have a productive conversation if we're both on edge like this.
You got a decent head on your shoulders for someone who was within seconds of losing it.
Alright, you convinced me.
Lead the way, little man.
But if you so much as breathe suspiciously, your head will roll. I get it.
On your feet.
Glad I ran into someone without a spine. Yep, that sounds about on brand. I definitely have trouble sleeping after this if I had to kill a complete stranger.
Well, well. Nice looking room you got for yourself, little man. So, the Lord's gonna be here bright and early, you said?
She's so bad. I love her. She's so bad. A baddie, more like it. Lol. Baddie! Well,
Daytime I'd understand if he was here to play friendly with all the followers. But no one's gonna be here at the ass crack of dawn.
they're not his followers. The patrons of the church are true believers in the word of God.
Can't say I'm convinced. Looks more to me like he's built himself a damn cult. Now, my question.
Are we sure those two are not related?
Yeah.
The Lord has important business to attend to in the mornings.
I'm not stupid. I'm asking what his business is.
I can't tell you that. Only that he'll be here early in the morning.
You think I'm just gonna take you at your word? Oh, I can't tell you why, but I promise he'll be here. It's really, really important, so just wait here till morning. So I sit on my thumbs, morning rolls around, and whoosh, I'm never seen again. That sound about right?
No.
Then answer my question. What's he gonna be doing here so early?
He's coming to check on some valuable assets.
Say again?
I help manage his assets. His ass. But not because I want to. He's threatening me.
And what are these assets?
It's,
Spit it out.
I can't. I really can't. Anything but that.
What if I say I'll kill you if you don't?
Go right ahead. Threaten me all you want. It's the one thing I can never tell anyone.
Guess I'll make it disappear if you spill.
It's not my safety I care about. It's my sister. They'll kill my sister if I tell anyone. So I can't say anything.
I have a sister.
She's my only family.
I see. So the Lord's blackmailing you to help manage his assets. And as part of that, he's also holding your sister hostage.
Not directly, but essentially, yes.
That sick, rotten fuck. I don't have any family myself, but a few years back, there was this girl who was like a sister to me.
Oh.
And he felt kind of the same way about her, or at least I thought. But now he's fallen so far, he's taken some kid's sister hostage.
Maybe I'm reading into things, but do you actually know the Lord?
I did.
Like a former mistress or something?
Oh, hell no! We grew up together, believe it or not.
What? So you used to be a noble?
No, you dingus. You doodle dinky dongus.
I didn't think so. You don't seem particularly dignified.
Yep, just a dirty old whore here. Sorry to disappoint.
Whoa, I never said that.
Well, I did. Anyway, that's all you need to know about me and the Lord.
Alright.
Now, what about you?
You known him for long? About 6 months, maybe.
So no. But you've been in regular contact with him that whole time. Tell me, what's he like these days?
Don't worry, the knife's taking a nap.
My knife is taking a nap.
How's your power going, Argo? You still out?
Just tell me whatever you can. I'm curious.
I don't know much, but alright. The only time I really see the Lord is when we meet up to check in on his assets. We don't chat or anything like that. He always seems to be in a foul mood, and he gives me dirty looks whenever he sees me.
Even though you're working together?
Like I said, I'm not doing it because I want to. I just wound up in this position.
Go on.
I can tell you this though, he's a monster. Plugging stationary bike to power generator at the moment. What? Like for real, or is it a joke? I'm trying to figure it. I can't figure out if it's a joke. He's a cruel, evil, heartless man. No one with a conscience could do the things he doesn't care about how much pain he causes. And anyone who doesn't fall in line is eliminated. His reputation is improving because he's got the saints vouching for him. But it's all a load of crap. He's a villain and a tyrant. I'll connect the generator to the main breaker in my room and I'll just pedal really fast. Sure. Good luck with that, honey.
So it's just like the previous lord. Huh? Previous lord? You're not from around here, little man.
They're going to call me nuclear plant with the amount of steam I'm going to fucking produce getting gassed on that bike. Nyum! No, I live somewhere far away. I just sort of ended up here recently.
Well, that explains it. There's a different guy on the throne until about 4 years ago. He's a vicious, barbaric fuck who treated people like his playthings. He would murder slaves by the dozen just for shits. And he did some very bad things to a little girl.
This new lord is exactly the same. People are just not a commodity to him. Man or woman or child, he doesn't care as long as they're useful. He'll hurt people, he'll kill them. Anything to get what he wants.
I got that impression. After everything I've seen and heard, was I honestly hoping he'd tell me he wasn't as bad as the previous lord? I've heard enough. He's gone over the edge and there's no bringing him back. I was originally planning to talk to him, but that was never gonna work. He's a lost cause.
So what are you going to do?
I'm gonna make sure he can't shame himself any more than he has, by putting an end to his miserable life. You want to see the Lord gone too, don't you? Get out of the shitty hole he's thrown you in. Because if you do, then stick your neck out and give me a hand. You know what'll happen if you keep on like this. Once your job's done, once he's done with you, you're gone. You're not stupid enough to think he'd let you live, are you? Well, it be. You're gonna go being his obedient little bitch? Or you're gonna give him what's coming?
Alright. I'll help.
Excellent. Your tailor must be damned skilled to accommodate balls that big. What?
Honestly, I've been waiting 6 months for this. Someone to show up and give me a way out. Interesting. While waiting for the sun to rise, me and the little man hashed out our plan of attack. The Lord kept a skilled bodyguard around at almost all times, so we wanted to avoid causing any trouble while they were together. He was only alone for a small window of time. When he arrived at the church each morning, he would first head for his private study, unguarded. That was our chance. Time was limited, which meant we'd make it simple, move quickly. We had the element of surprise on our side, though. I could do this. No, there was no room for even the slightest uncertainty. I would do this. I didn't care about saving the people from an oppressive despot or anything grand and honorable like that. All I wanted was to stop an old friend from falling any further. That's my entire reason for assassinating the Lord of the Land. I wouldn't be a hero if I pulled it off. I'd be an insurgent. But to hell with my reputation. I'd be hunted down and killed for my crimes not long after anyway. Jacopo, it's your old friend. I'll join you on your trip to hell. And then, at long last, the moment arrived. Exactly as Mel had said, the Lord showed up at the mansion early in the next morning with bodyguard in tow. The Lord disappeared into his study, and then the bodyguard headed for the chapel. Once he was out of sight, I glanced over at Mel and nodded. Who is it? It's me. There's something I need to talk to you about. We'll be seeing each other shortly anyway. Whatever it is, you can tell me then. It can't wait. It's important. And I don't want anyone to overhear. Is it about the assets? Yeah. Fine, come in. Here goes. I took a deep breath, held it in. It would all be done in a matter of seconds. All our memories together, all the times we shared, sent straight down to the grave. Also, holy crap, without me sidetracking and bumbling lines, your pace is way faster for the game. Ah! Oh, it's this room. Okay, that's the study. What?
So long, Jacopo. I'll see you down in hell.
However, not a thing went according to plan. My resolve rendered null in an instant. My confidence shattered like glass. My vengeance brushed aside like nothing. My outstretched knife hit empty air. And without even enough time to blink, my whole world shifted. I wasn't looking at my loathsome target's face, but the flat, unadorned ceiling above me. My body spun, and then something slammed against my back. With barely enough time to even gasp, I crashed into the floor. It all happened faster than the blink of an eye. He had me on the ground, knee pressed into my back. My arm twisted up into the air. I had him! I had the element of surprise. How could he? It's like he knew exactly what was coming. How could he react so quickly? You look perplexed. Well, unfortunately for you, I've seen my share of assassination attempts. But you I wasn't expecting. Let me go. I thought, if anyone, you might be different. The hell are you going on about? You weren't even gonna try to talk before killing me? There's nothing to talk about. Not a goddamn thing. I've heard what you've done. What you're doing. Well, credit where it's due. At least you didn't try to poison me. Either way, there's plenty you could have done better. Second-rate attempt at best. You rushed, knowing you didn't have much time, but you still could have used the fact that we've known each other most of our lives to get a little closer before pulling the knife. That would have increased your chances a little. Alternatively, you could have tried to distract me with your body, but I doubt you could swallow your pride long enough to do that. Shut your fucking... Get off me! Are you trying to break my arm? You're breaking an old friend's arm? Don't take me for a fool. You just try to kill me, you conniving harlot. Haha, they say swallow. Fucking fuck! You're a completely different man now. No, not even a man. A useless sack of flesh. Call me whatever you like. I've heard it all and more. Lord. The boy was sneaking about, so I apprehended him. Running away at the first sign of your grand plan going south. I see you still haven't grown a spine yet, have you, boy? You might have had a better chance if you both came at me together. Shall I kill him? Quit your drooling, dog. I want you to watch him. Make sure he doesn't try and run again. And what about the woman? She tried to attack you. Shall I kill her? Right ahead. Go right the fuck ahead. Kill me like you killed everyone else. Cut off my head. Put it on a pike in the town square. Everyone. You know, you're right. Nearly everyone I can think of died by my hands. Gratian, the rest of the gang, and Jaren, too. Excuse me? I thought Jaren died in the raid on the brothel. But you're saying you killed her? That's right. It wasn't becoming the Lord that fucked you up. You were always on the other side. From the day we first met. I should have never trusted you. Fuck. So it was all bullshit, was it? Every last minute of it? Throw her somewhere I can't see her, dog. Why not just kill her? The last thing I need is people making a big fuss about a dead body showing up while preparing for the festival. And it's not like a damn whore poses any real danger to me. Especially not with her arm bending backwards. We don't need to waste any more time being concerned about her. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? You won't even fucking kill me. I came here with no intention of coming back out. And you don't even have the decency to do that much for me? Shut your goddamn mouth already. Leave your key here, dog. I'll handle our business alone today. So you just have to drag the whore out, then. What a disappointment. Don't get any funny ideas. Just because I only told you not to kill her doesn't mean you can sate your first with one of her arms and legs. You throw her out and nothing more. Understood? Clear as crystal, Lord. And get out of here. I hate myself for ever thinking you were a good guy. Enjoy an eternity in hell, asshole. Now, how do you plan to make up for this mess you so kindly made for me? You know damn well how busy I am right now. I had no choice. She threatened me. Yes, you had no choice but to hole up with her until morning, and you had no choice but to lie about having business with me. Don't give me that look. Like I told the dog, I have no interest in creating any bodies during festival prep. So I'll let you off the hook for this one. And you'll swear you never do anything like this again? Yes, sir. I swear on my life. Excellent. Next. And with that, the books are settled. The only reason I didn't hit you in the face is because your damn sister would throw a fit. So be sure to thank her when you see her. And remember, never again. Hand over your key. And get out of my sight. Yes, sir. I'm very sorry for everything, sir. Was it all bullshit, Maria? Was it? I'm beginning to wonder myself. Not even a word before coming at me with a knife. Not even a sliver of faith in me. I mean, I wonder fucking why, Jacopo! I wonder fucking why! I've been at this long enough, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Naive enough to think that maybe she would be different. That she would understand. No matter what anyone else said about me. Believe me when I said I really was trying to help. That I gave everything else up in the hope of improving their lives. God, I'm such a fool. How many times do I need to be reminded that no one's on my side anymore? She was right about me. I am just a useless sack of human flesh. I should head up to the tower. What's that? A necklace? Maria must have dropped it in the struggle.
So, what'd you get her? As your big sister, I'd be happy to check the present out before you give it to her, to make sure you make too big of an ass out of yourself. Today's the day, right? You give her the present and you finally tell her how you feel. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we'll have a good laugh about it.
I was positive it had been taken or broken in the raid, but you've been holding on to it? You've kept it for all these years? I would have figured you'd have thrown it away by now. You're the problem, Jacopo! You're the problem! Where will you learn that you're the problem? Necklace in hand, I made my way toward the observation tower. A thought bubbling from the depths of my mind. It was a wretched, unsightly thing.
Am I the baddie?
Which only swelled up.
Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee woo! Wee woo!
Okay, I'll save! Jesus. I saved. Never would have conceived of such a monstrous notion of exploiting my old identity. Had this trinket not falling back into my hands. I knew Morgana wasn't of sound mind, that the world she saw was a twisted falsehood. And though I couldn't see what delusions her mind was producing, it was evident that the man I was now and the boy she once knew were two distinct entities in it. So maybe if the old Jacopo was still good in her mind, if she still remembered him fondly, then perhaps I could assume that role, much like I assumed the role of the Lord. The thought sent a chill down my spine. By putting on that mask, I would be disregarding every horrible thing I had done to her. Every time I'd come up here in these past months to draw her blood. In that moment, there was no one in this whole wide world who had fallen so close to hell as I. And at that moment, I could no longer deny the madness that had taken root in my heart. The madness that had given rise to such a fancy. Oof. Morgana, do you know who I am?
The Lord. What do you want with me? Are you here for... I don't have any. There's no blood left for you to take.
That's right, I'm the Lord. I'm the man who's brought you a lifetime of pain. The man who locked you up in this tower. And the man who struck fear into your young heart 7 years ago.
Yes, you did. I'll never forget.
Now tell me, Morgana, do you know what this is? On your birthday 4 years ago, a young man was going to give you this necklace as a present. Do you remember that young man? Or have you forgotten? Forgotten what a pleasant time that was? Can't say I'm surprised. You're always saying how much you hated staying at the brothel. Those 3 years were no more pleasant than any other time of your life.
I remember... I remember him, and I remember those days.
And do you remember them fondly?
Yes.
Well, that's great to hear. You can rest at ease, Morgana. Because he's gonna be here soon and he'll...
That was the only time.
What?
That was the only time in my life when I was actually happy. Except for those years, my life's been nothing but pain and misery. But those days, they were warm. Everyone was so kind to me. He showed me love. It was all I had. The only happiness I ever had. No time in my life was better than that, but it was taken from me. I wish it had all just ended there.
Ooh.
Ouch!
Her words were like I'd plunged through thin ice. I could put on the best forged mask all in the world, but I would never again be the man in her memories. If I could act exactly like him, but I would never be him. My hands were permanently stained with blood. The sharp smell of death hung around me like a cloud. I was a heartless killer, and anyone could see that. Never would I be able to smile like him, and never would I be able to share his dreams. The fact that I'd even had the idea to pretend to be my old self was proof in and of itself that I was too far gone. I'd reached a point where the real me was the imposter.
He's dead, and so is everyone else. Why do you have that necklace, Lord? Did you kill him? Was that your doing too?
Man, she's right on the money, but for all the wrong reasons. Oh, man. So the best thing I could do was let Morgana have her pleasant memories unmolested. I'd ruined enough for her already. She'd said those 3 years were the happiest time of her life. I couldn't tell her the truth now, and there were no possible lies or justifications that would ever allow me to stand by her side again.
You did, didn't you?
I did. I killed the young man. I killed all of them. I killed and I killed until there wasn't a soul remaining.
I knew it. You're the cruelest man in the whole world. The most evil, irredeemable man to ever set foot on God's earth.
That I am.
I despise you more than anything.
I
hate you.
I love you.
I want nothing more than to put a curse on you.
I buried my feelings for you so they wouldn't get in the way of my being the Lord.
I want to see you dead.
But those feelings never entirely went away. I tried to weigh what was more important to me, but I misread the scales.
I hate you with all of my being.
I lost any right I had to say this years ago, but I want you to know, I truly do love you.
I revile you, detest you, loathe you.
I loved you.
There's not enough hate in all creation for you.
Tell me, what do you see when you look at me? What do you hear when I speak to you?
I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you.
You can't see the tears on my cheeks, can you? Nope, she's not hearing a word you're saying, bro. Your mind, your spirit are shattered beyond repair, aren't they? You're not actually understanding anything I say, are you? You're not going to be able to remember any of this, are you?
I hate you.
I hadn't realized it had gotten so bad. My eyes have been shut for far too long. To what was happening to you. To my own feelings. To everything. For so long I've avoided facing the truth. Not only did I fail to protect anything, I destroyed the one thing I cared about most with my own 2 hands. That's all I ever managed to do. I wonder, what's the point of no return exactly? This isn't the world I wanted to show you at all. I of all people should have done everything in my power to ensure those good days never ended. But any apology I make would just ring hollow. Seems like being here isn't doing your mental state any favors. So let's leave your food here and get out. I'd like to tell you this though. Even if I'm fairly certain you don't understand what I'm saying. Tomorrow's the first day of the Harvest Festival. And when it comes, I'm going to finally do something I've been considering for a long time. I'm gonna set you free. I'm gonna put an end to all this. Too late, bro! Too little, too late. That ship sailed long ago, I know. You're in no condition to go out in the world anymore. So I'm not just gonna release you and forget about you.
My father, through his side, an angel, send me back to heaven.
That's the plan, yes? We'll go out and find somebody to die together. Jesus Christ! Too little, too late, bro. I hate him. For as long as I've had the throne, a part of me has wanted to say, I'm done. I've no need of this anymore. But every time the thought rose to my mind, I was pushed back down by a refrain of, so you'll let all that work go to waste? Everything you sacrificed to get here? Back and forth, the voices would go, day in and day out. In reality, it wasn't pride or desire to hold onto my power that stopped me from doing this sooner. But the fear that everything I'd worked so hard for would be for naught. But now that I saw death looming over her, it was clear that only greater and more crushing despair awaited me. It would break me utterly, and I would end up abusing my people even worse than Barnier had. The best thing I could do for everyone was to end it all here. To step down off the stage. Morgana wanted release from her agony, and death was the only path she would find it down. My sickness was worsening by the day, and death the only thing that could cure me. I chose the Harvest Festival, in part because it seemed like a fitting end, but more because with everyone distracted by festivities, they weren't as likely to notice the Lord had gone missing. As my final act of penance, I would find her somewhere with a gorgeous view to gaze upon as I took her life. Somewhere you could see almost over the horizon. Somewhere the sun shone bright and proud. Somewhere that felt like you could see the world. And carrying the full weight of her enmity on my shoulders, the Lord too would meet his end. Finding someplace beautiful for her to depart this life from was all I could do to ease her pain. Like, honestly, you're just too late. I think it's divine punishment that she dies before he gets to do that. It's his fault. All of this shit is his fault. What did you send me? What did you even send me? What is this Xeno bullshit? Wait. The ending would have been a lot funnier if they did that. Thank you. I needed that. Oh my god. I needed that. All I could do to provide her a peaceful repose. All I could do to pay her for all I had done. I'm sorry. On the first morning of the Harvest Festival, townspeople swarmed the new church grounds. When I arrived, there were wide smiles on everyone's faces. From the young to the old, from those here to partake of the church charity to well-off churchgoers, everyone was in good spirits.
Whee! It's a festival! Hehehe! Look, everything's got flowers on it.
Quite the impressive event you've put together. 40 to 45 more minutes of the story. Nice! The decorations are a bit on the thin side, perhaps, but for a church anymore if it starts looking garish. They can go ham all they want down in the square. You don't seem very enthusiastic. Why would I be? Spent so much time preparing for it, I assumed you would be more excited. As if. This is all politics, not fun and games. An effort to bring unity to my people, you could say. I don't understand you at all. How can you spend so much time doing something you don't enjoy? I'll give a rat's ass if you understand me. Fair enough. When I first met you, I thought money and power were all you desired. But I've come to realize that's not the case. I'm beginning to think you're hardly a bad man after all. I knew you were an idiot, but I didn't realize you were that foolish. How can I possibly say I'm not a bad man knowing all I've done? That's also fair?
Hey, no running, kids. You're gonna get yourselves hurt. What's the big deal? Run with us, Marie. Eek! You shouldn't pull on people. That hurts. Good morning, Lord Barnier. Preparation is all complete here, and the stalls down in the city are ready to open up as soon as you give the word.
Thank you.
I couldn't be more thrilled to be part of such a wonderful celebration.
I'm glad to hear it.
Are you well? You look a bit tired.
It comes with the job. There's hardly a day I'm not exhausted.
Well, don't work yourself too hard, Lord Barnier. It's important to get your rest.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, I almost forgot. Would you like a flower, my lord?
A flower?
We made all sorts of flower accessories, and we're giving them out to anyone who wants one.
Oof. Oof. Throwback! Oof.
They do the same sort of thing at the Midsummer Festival, and I like the idea so much I borrowed it. What do you say? I think this one would look lovely in your hair.
I'll pass.
That's a shame. And what say you, Mr. Bodyguard? Care for a flower?
No, Go on, take it. Don't let their efforts go to waste. Very well, I'll take one then.
Hehehe. May God smile upon you.
Thank you.
Well, see you later. And Lord Barnier, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Hey, you can have the day off. Go spend it with your nun. Why the look? I'm merely surprised you would show any consideration for your dog. Well, it is a special occasion, I suppose. Needless to say, watch out for yourself. You were assailed just last night. I didn't realize you were incapable of concern. You won't hesitate, bitch! It is a special occasion. We'll take care of our usual business this afternoon. Should be able to bring a little more food than usual as well. Understood. Until then. Until then.
I've died and gone to heaven. They're sweet as far as the eye can see. Better hurry before they're— Ah!
Hey there, watch where you're going.
Yes, Lord Barnier, I'm so very sorry.
Well, if it isn't Mel's sister. Sounds a bit too wound up, it seems.
I've never been to a festival before, so I'm terribly sorry for running into you. Please don't get upset at me.
Don't worry, I'm not upset. So you never went to any festivals in your homeland?
What? No. I couldn't go to any because I was stuck at home all the time.
I suppose you wouldn't be able to get out much and spread your wings as the daughter of a noble family, huh?
Nope, none the slightest. It's all dresses and manners and no time for fun. I'm surprised. Most people just don't get it. So I'm gonna spend all day celebrating with my Mel.
That's what the festival's for, but don't go too crazy. Until you're not in the best of health.
Yeah, but I'm feeling wonderful today, so I'll be fine.
You look anything but, girl. The festival isn't just for one day, so if you find yourself feeling unwell, let someone know right away and then get some rest, understood?
Yes, sir.
Nelly, where'd you run off to? What business do you have with my sister?
Dearest Mel?
I'm begging you, don't hurt her. I'm not sure what this looks like to you, but I haven't touched her.
What's gone into you, dearest Mel? The Lord was just concerned about me.
Concerned? Him? Not in 1,000 years. Mel, we take care of business this afternoon. Be at my study at noon sharp. Okay, I'll be there.
Aw, we can't have lunch together? Running a festival must be a lot of work.
Stress. Is his name Mel or Dearest? I'm confused. I don't know. That's up in the air for me. I could hear the sounds of countless people making merry outside, but my mind was elsewhere. Envisioning the place I would take her to die. Somewhere far away, somewhere with a majestic view. I wanted nothing more than to run off right then and there, but there were things I had to sort out before I could disappear. I delegated several days' worth of work to my attendants so the festival wouldn't fall apart without me. My mind may have already been made up, but it was still my responsibility as Lord to ensure everything ran smoothly so long as I remained on the throne. But all I could do after was pray that someone much more qualified, someone of actual royal descent, stepped in to take my place. And before I knew it, noon was upon me. As the bell chimed 12, the three of us climbed the observation tower. The plan was to deliver Morgana her food, then send the other two back outside so I could take her somewhere far, far away. But when we opened the door, she was already dead. Her spirit had already left her body. Yeah, she was already gone. It was too late. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. The wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. There goes another one. What's going on? We were told it was a miracle elixir. You're saying we were drinking a witch's blood? Please, everyone, don't panic.
This must be some kind of mistake.
A mistake? A girl is dead because of this mistake. No, this whole thing was a damn sham from the beginning. You and the Lord were working together, buying our favor with this rubbish.
But please calm down, everyone.
Deaf to all the devil's deceitful minions. That's what you get for coming in and making such a mess of our country, foreigner. We're all these damn outsiders getting better treatment than the rest of us anyway. The Lord's a traitor to his own land. He doesn't deserve to be on the throne. We'll take the city back, free it from his corrupted grasp. Death to the traitor! Morgana's death set off a chain reaction of hell and suffering. Perhaps it was fate, or her intense animosity made manifest. All I knew for sure was what I could see. That the world was crumbling around me, and I watched through the observation tower's window. The first to go was Mel's sister, who had regularly partaken of the miracle elixir. Jesus, they went gung-ho. Yeah. She started vomiting blood, and shortly thereafter she was dead. Mel then broke down, revealing the truth about the elixir before stabbing himself in the throat. Fear and panic spread like a plague, breeding in desperate rage that found an outlet in the saintess, the face of the church. The Far Eastern man dashed in to protect her from the mob, and soon a full-on battle broke out between the supporters and opponents of the Lord. Actually, no, a battle would imply one side stood a fighting chance. It was closer to a riot, with anyone perceived to be on the Lord's side ruthlessly slaughtered. It was as though I was peering into a nightmare. There was no question who would come out victorious. It was a scene I'd witnessed once before, but this time I was on the receiving end. The illusory faith I had instilled in the people to distract them from their dissatisfaction disappeared in a wisp. And upon discovering it was all based on a lie, that dissatisfaction came flooding back stronger than ever. I could tell myself I always had the people's best interests in mind until I went blue in the face, but it didn't matter. I was a tyrant in their eyes. I turned away, and there lay Morgana's limp body. For a split second, I considered going over, leaning against the wall beside her, and taking my own life. With my foot hovering in the air, I swung my leg around, making my way towards the stairs. I had done enough torment to her in life, failing to even allow her to pass on peacefully. It would be cruel and disrespectful to force her to be with me, the man she despised more than any in the world, in death as well. And as I was still the Lord, having not yet stepped off the throne, the right thing to do would be facing the wrath I had wrought. For a second I wondered if maybe Lord Barnier had greeted us thinking the same thing. The revolution 4 years ago was also a foregone conclusion, but he didn't run. He stayed and waited for us to arrive. Perhaps it was partially pride, and partially that it was the only way out. We had lived as lords, we had ruled as lords, and when the time came to harvest the seeds we had sown, we would die as we had lived. When I reached the ground level of the tower, I could hear shouting and banging and stomping through the door. They were probably tearing the mansion apart looking for me. Find him, they cried. Dethrone him, they cried. Burn him, they cried. I felt a slight pang of nostalgia as I listened to them, remembering when I had been in their position. All I had to do was open the door and I would be dead in seconds. They didn't just have me vastly outnumbered. I had no intention of fighting. My life amounted to nothing. My people are all dying. Soon I'll be stripped of my title as Lord of the land, and not a thing will be left. It was all utterly meaningless. I killed everyone I ever cared about. Even Morgana. There's not a single person. No, I didn't end up killing Maria. I guess that's something to be thankful for. I pray you'll live on. By all means, spend the rest of your life hating me. Just so long as you live. Now, off I go. I stepped out before my people, and a dozen bloodshot gazes snapped onto me all at once. I raised my hand in preparation to give them a few parting words, but lowered it again without saying anything. There was nothing for me to say anymore. Nor did I have the willpower to produce words. Words. He definitely looks worse for wear, that's for sure. Oh hey, it's a rake! They impaled me from head to toe with sickles and pitchforks and all manner of deadly implements. And no longer able to support my own weight, I fell back against the door, sliding to the ground. I could feel the life draining from my body. Their voices grew faint. Barnier Skewer getting popular, right? Were they shouting, grieving, cheering? I could no longer tell the difference. Also, I do find it very interesting how this kind of mirrors Michelle's death in like a visual sense. Like that they both died at the door to this fucking tower? Sorry. My consciousness quickly slipped away, and as it did, flashes of memories whisked past. A child, fighting to survive day by day. A young man with his head in the clouds, hell-bent on going out of the world. Mob loves pitchforks. Yeah. I mean, Michelle was skewered by swords. He wasn't attacked by a mob. He was attacked by the knights, right? But still. A crowd of friends, hooting and howling in a pub. Girls at a brothel, constantly teasing but always reliable. And you at my side. I thought I felt a gust of wind, guiding Jacopo's mind towards one particular memory. Knights of the Mob Republic? You're killing me.
I don't need to see the world. All I want is...
I could hear her voice with incredible clarity. And after so many years, finally figured out what she had said that day. You're dumb, Jacopo! You're a horrible idiot!
Don't need to see the world. All I want is... to find our home.
Not long after we met, I told her that I thought we might come from the same region. Ugh. And that perhaps if you went back far enough, you might find we would share the bloodline. No way! No! Don't do that! Fuck this game! I'm okay, I'm okay. I can't. And she remembered. Nearly 3 years later, she still remembered that insignificant conversation. Which was why she didn't want to see the world. She was more than happy to just find the land from which we came. I never needed to reign supreme. I never needed the favor of the masses. All I needed to do was go looking for that little pocket of tranquility. You're an idiot! Turns out, that home was Barnier's we pitchforked along the way. Yeah. I stayed before a gorgeous golden field. Flowers bloom all around, swaying in the warm breeze. Vaguely familiar faces smile and laugh. After a long, hard journey, we finally made it. There's no big, bustling city. No one dressed in extravagant clothing. But they would welcome us warmly. Welcome us as kin. It's a quiet land, not a trace of strife. They bask in harmony. I'm a laugh through the pain. Step. Stop it, Argo! You're ruining my moment. Smiles on everyone's faces. Nevertheless, she's still afraid of how they might treat her, so I offer her my hand. This is it. This is our home. As we draw closer to our home, her tense nerves seem to loosen, and she lets out a barely audible sigh. She slowly draws back the hood covering her. No! 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 That's not fair! That's so... that's so mean. The culmination of 60 hours is this! The soft light of the sun shining down to reveal for the first time her face. Yeah! Right! This is... I'm cleaning my glasses, by the way. A beautiful girl stands there. So enchanting I find myself at a loss for words. A smile rises to her face, now free of the hideous marks that once covered it. There she is! Amazing! A smile brighter than I've ever before seen. The lush fields stretching out behind her accentuate the glimmering gold of her eyes. I stand there silently taking in the sight. Her braids flutter in the breeze. A sky blue as sapphire drapes the scenery. She isn't a witch here. She's an ordinary girl. And me an ordinary boy. We have no power, no extraordinary abilities. and I can't think of anything more wonderful. With all the weight lifted from my soul, I give a soft sigh, looking her in the eyes, and then I chuckle, remembering something she once said. And you told me to prepare to be let down. Ordinary though we may now be, our banter remains unchanged, and I know she's got a snarky response waiting to let loose. This is what I could have had if I made the right choices. What I wanted, more than anything in the world. We did it, boys! That wasn't like 40 minutes. Unless there's more. This is the conclusion, right? That was like more like 20 minutes. I am smashing this because I'm just letting myself cry and just like keep going. I just keep going for the pain. I told you, you blaze. I am 420 blaze it. I'm rehydrating my eyes. So I can cry some more later. Also, it doesn't help that for some reason my nose has been stuffed all stream. Not unrelated to my crying. So it just makes it even harder to read things good. And it bothers me. We were behind like 30 minutes, 2 hours into the stream. And I caught up and then some. I caught up and then some. Because we weren't busy listening to a guy reading German application names. Okay, let me just try to give it a good... Now you're an hour ahead, right? Okay, I'm just trying to get rid of some of all that. Sneeze. Like, honestly, I think you might have just heard me sneezing and not burping. Like, that's what you heard. Okay. Okay. God damn. Everyone's lost their fucking minds. I need to get the hell out of this city and fast. On the first day of the Harvest Festival, I got this crazy bad sinking feeling, so I went to check out the new church across the bridge. Some kind of riot or uprising or something had happened, but it was all finished by the time I got there. And not long after, the truth of what the Lord had been doing came to light. I wished I'd never heard a damn thing. I didn't need anyone to tell me he wasn't the guy I grew up with. But never in my wildest dream had I imagined he was that far gone. All the time in the world wasn't enough to make sense of that. The valuable asset he'd been storing in the observation tower was of all fucking things the girl we'd looked after a few years back, Morgana. But the madness didn't end there. The witch with the miracle blood everyone had been talking about, that was her too. My mind was so scrambled I wasn't sure what to be most stunned by. But I had far less time to organize my thoughts or vent my frustration than I could have ever imagined. If I were smart, I would have left town the instant I learned the truth. After the riots, a strange sickness began spreading throughout the city. If you caught it, your skin would start turning black, then before long you'd be vomiting blood. Everyone who tried to treat it was infected themselves. The people called it the witch's curse. Get your heads out of the sand, there's no... I tried to say there's no such thing as curses, but I couldn't bring myself to finish. As much as I wanted to believe it wasn't, I was starting to think that maybe the curse was real. Especially thinking back of the scene at the top of the tower. The heavy air in the chamber, her dead body's eyes wide open. The eerie glimmer in those eyes that I was pretty sure I hadn't imagined. Just like I'd stepped into another world. And could barely keep myself vertical. If she really was a witch. Then yeah, that scene was a pretty damn convincing argument in favor of the existence of her curse. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just trying to stop stuffy nose, but it's not happening. Maybe I have allergies or something, I don't know. It didn't matter that she was dead. And even me, the least superstitious girl around, was starting to consider it a possibility, so the people who had actually believed in the miracle elixir were freaking right the fuck out. They'd seen what the Lord had done to her, how much pain and suffering he'd caused her. It was easy to believe she hated the world enough to curse it. That's what the witches did after all. And the city was scared to death. Yeah, Morgana allergies, sad face. First they tried to seal the curse into the observation tower, but that didn't stop its spread, so next they went after anyone who had known her in life, and punished them. Almost there. Forest isn't far. There she is! That's her! Shit! They discovered that the witch had taken refuge at a brothel a few years back, and it wasn't long before they linked me to it, making me their next target. None of us at the brothel had any idea Morgana's blood possessed that kind of power, but the more I tried to defend myself, the more they began to suspect me, thinking every word a ruse. The whole city had gone completely batshit. It's right there. Like hell I'm gonna let them catch me. Fuck, my arm! She's down, boys, get her! No! Oh, get off me, asshole! Get away from me! What the hell do you think you're doing? Wait! A bunch of men dragged me into the church and tossed me in the cellar. Is this why Maria was in the mansion? I could hear them shouting through the locked door. So please, we beg of you, stay your anger. Have mercy upon us. Hey, have you assholes lost your fucking minds? I didn't do a goddamn thing to her. I never wronged her, and I sure as hell didn't forsake her. I didn't have any idea what the sick fuck was doing to her. Oh, great witch, please spare us from the wrath of your curse. Please have mercy on us who laid not our hands upon you. You're fucked in the heads, every last one of you. You're not accomplishing anything by putting me down here. So let me out, please. Let me out of here. Damn it, they really did just leave me here. The door's locked tight, I'm not pounding my way through this. Damn thing won't even budge. Fucking fuck! There has to be something I can do. Hey, is anyone out there? Someone let me out of here. I didn't do anything! How long have I been in here? I'm so fucking thirsty. Food, that'd be nice too. Someone get me out of here. Please. I feel like my body's made of stone. I'm gonna starve to death in here. You gotta be kidding. Ugh. Oh god, I feel sick. My everything hurts. Is that blood? My blood? It's so dark, I never noticed. All the black patches on my skin. Why? The curse? But I never did anything to you. Why would you curse me? Why, Morgana? What did I do? You didn't mean to, did you? Just a little mistake, wasn't it? You can still take it back. This time, just take it off me. I didn't do anything to deserve this. Didn't do anything to deserve being cursed. Come on, spare me. This is all on his fucking head, not mine. Is it because I didn't do anything? Is that it? You're saying that I'm to blame too? Because I didn't do anything to stop it? Because I couldn't trust anyone but myself? That's asking way too much. How was I even supposed to know what was going on? I was up to my neck in my own shit already. Come on, Morgana. Give me a little sympathy. Spare me from your curse. I can barely move my body at all. I feel like I'm all out of blood to cough up. I don't even have the energy to cry for help anymore. So this is how I go, huh? And when I'm gone, that means everyone's dead. I wonder what whoever finds my body will think. They'll probably think that I was one of them. Now wouldn't that be some real bullshit? Look at me. I know how to write. I'm a woman and a whore and from the slums. But look at me. I can read and write. Pretty impressive, huh? Why? I forgot how I learned, though. Oh, right. I had a friend who was doing some really important work. So I studied, so I could help them out if they ever needed anything. I'll make sure to write it all fancy and proper, so no one suspects it was written by a whore. See, I'd make a kick-ass aid. Who were they, though? Can't remember anymore. You hear that? I'm innocent. The sinners are the ones who lived here. It was all them. Not me. So if somehow there's something after this and our souls live on, please only curse them. They're the bad guys. It's all their fault. Maria? Wake up, Maria. What? I've unlocked the door for you. Now get up. You don't want to be sleeping on that cold, hard floor. Morgana? What? How? You're dead. Oh, I'm dead, am I? And you must be half asleep still. But I... No, that's enough of that. Let's get you out of here, shall we? How? I can barely move. I think you'll find it untrue, my dear. Go on, stand up. Ah, you were right. I can move, and I feel better than ever. It's like I was just imagining all the pain. See? What did I tell you? Now come, let's get out of this dreadful place. They're waiting for you. Huh? Ah, it's about time you showed up, boss. What?
Yay, I'm so glad you're okay. I've been worried out of my mind.
Jaren? I was told you were killed.
Say what? You really want me to that bad, boss? Did I goof up on the job?
No, I never said that. You're a model worker, too. I've always been glad to have you around.
Whee! Maria said something nice about me. It must have been real rough in there, huh, boss? Can't believe all those bad men would just lock you up. It's not nice.
How's the city doing? Everything's cleared up?
You can rest easy. Everything all's alrighty. Oh, now.
I'm glad to hear it. You look like someone just pissed in your stew, girl. Where's the burning fire in your eyes? Hey there! I knew a little solitary wouldn't get the best of you, girl. Whoa, don't just stare. What, you think I was dead too? Like hell, ain't nothing in this whole damn world could take me down. I'm the crew's #1 for a good reason. That's right, you are, aren't you? You survived living as a slave in Barnier's manor. There's not much that could kill you. Damn straight, eh? Don't worry about nothing. Long as I'm around, nothing can touch your slums.
Yeah, I believe you.
So hey, if you're alive, does that mean... That it does. We're all alive, every last one of us. You were never a morning person, but this is a bit ridiculous, don't you think?
Jacopo.
Is that really you? Is it really the same old Jacopo I used to know? What do you mean, used to know? I'm the same Jacopo you've always known. But you became the Lord, and then you killed everyone. Do you really have that little faith in me? I would never kill any of you, you know that. Just look around. Does anyone look dead to you? Because they sure look alive to me. Whatever terrible dream you were having down there, Maria, it's about time you came back to reality. But look me in the eyes. Tell me I'm not the same Jacopo you've always known.
No, you're definitely you.
The same old friend I've always known. See? Is that so hard? Well, we got the whole gang here, so what do you say we go do something? Hit the pub, maybe? Ooh, now that's a plan. We're well overdue for another drinking contest.
Ooh, I want it too. You're coming with us too, aren't you, Marks?
I'm not comfortable in such lively places.
Come on, just this once. We can sing together, even. Your voice will have the whole place enchanted in a snap.
I won't be singing, but I suppose I can join you this once. The chance doesn't come around often. Oh, come on. You never want to go when I ask, but you will if she does? How nice, everyone's dead. I know, right? You could be drowning, and I still wouldn't agree to anything you asked, so that's irrelevant. I'm not going because Jaren invited me, but for Maria. Will you join us?
You bet your butt I will.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, fuck me. So glad that everyone's alive. That is such a fucked up... Oh my god.
It was all a dream. Just a bad dream. I knew it. None of that could ever happen to us. Save a seat for me, guys. I'm coming.
I didn't want to I knew that was what was happening, but I didn't need you to show me. Come on. Let's pass this prologue! We did it! I say sniffling. Okay. Sub-episodes time. I'm just gonna keep going before I think too much about it. Okay, 3 of them. Let's just go. We're just gonna do them in order. See what happens, you know? Because I am in pain and I do not want to think about it.
I think we made pretty good friends, don't you?
Those words left were before disappearing into the darkness. Their time together was brief and they knew nothing of each other, so could they in fact be called friends at all? Oh shit, we're back to this! There he is! Amazing!
Welcome back, Didier. I've missed you.
Hello there, Michelle. What a pleasant welcome this is. You don't have to come all the way out here to meet me, though.
I haven't seen you in so long. And waiting inside is so dreary.
What a wonderful sister I've been blessed with. You best be careful, though. The sun is quite strong today. Mother would throw a fit if she knew you were out here in this weather.
Do not worry. I heard from a servant you would be back around now, so I haven't been out terribly long. And I know you're not one to be tardy either, Didier. I took all the necessary precautions.
Well, curses. I'll have to be absolutely certain nothing delays my next return.
Yes, indeed you will.
Well, since you're here, would you like to ride back with me?
On your horse? I would love to, but I came on horseback as well. She's tied to the tree over there.
Unlike your brothers, your horse is smart enough to follow you back.
Alright then, I suppose I shall. How was your expedition, Didier?
More of the usual. Thus proposed really no engagements to speak of.
Quiet is never a bad thing.
I'm not sure if I'd say never.
Do you think something might happen?
No. Nothing you need concern yourself with, at least.
If you say so. Oh yes, Mother, said she had something important to tell you and to see her as soon as you arrived.
Now that I do not like the sound of.
I can hardly blame you. Mother has something important to tell you is the last words anyone wants to hear.
You've gotten feisty now, haven't you?
Don't tell her I said that.
I wouldn't dream of selling out my beautiful baby sister. In fact, I beg you not to say anything of the sort to her either. She can be a bit easy to set off.
If anyone, I think George needs this warning most.
You're on fire today, Michelle. He is so funny! And there she is. The world-renowned Castle Ballinger in our lovely home.
I'm not a child anymore, Didier. I know our estate is not nearly as large or impressive as a castle.
You used to love when I called it that.
I also used to not be 13.
13 is still plenty a child. Now hold on tight. We're gonna gallop the rest of the way. Yeah!
What? Wait! Slow down, Didier!
Try not to fall.
Good day, Sir Didier.
Thank you. Everyone looks well. Where's my father?
Lord Antonin is out on personal business. He should be returning tomorrow.
Thanks. Guess I just missed him. Well then, should I see what mother... What was that noise?
That'd be George.
Oh, I didn't realize he was going to be home.
Shall we check in on him?
No! This won't do at all. It needs more wild innovation and fiery passion and solemn beauty, matched with a squeeze of delicate eroticism that doesn't undermine the impact of the piece as a whole. Rah! It has to be like a good cake to the marbles. That's how I imagine him. I'm sorry, I'm bullying him, just like everyone else. As he finally lost his marbles. Eek! Holy heck, well look who it is! I didn't know you were back, Dee. And you know it's uncouth to barge in on someone without knocking.
He knocked several times and called out to you through the door. I must say though, George, it's much more uncouth to take out your frustration on inanimate objects. I hate that word. Inanimate. Oh, you're here too, Michelle. Couldn't see you in the shadow of this hulking barbarian. You really are a teeny tiny little gal, aren't you? Why are they doing things that oh my god. I feel like the writers are trying to reinforce his dysphoria even more with this shit. Mother will not be pleased when she sees the mess you have made of the room. Oh ho ho, my dear, dear Michelle. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. True art is only born in the fires of pandemonium.
Important to you specifically, this letter, too.
Is that so?
You can at least pretend to care. So... Would you care to explain this pandemonium?
Ooh, you wanna know? You wanna know all about the masterpiece buried in this wellspring of inspiration? You'll never be able to turn back what you know, but if you're really sure, I can give you all the juicy deets.
I don't care that much, no. George can never catch a break. Shall we see what Mother's needs to talk about, Michelle?
Yes, let's.
Hey, wait! Have you no heart, you Philistines? No. You're supposed to grab me by the shoulders and beg to hear what all the fuss is about. If it'll make you stop shouting, fine. Give me the short version.
Bleh, so much for brotherly love. So the royal family is planning construction on a new chateau in the city, and guess who the king himself asked to do all the paintings for it? Why, moi, of course, the great artiste, George Bollinger.
Is that so? What is wrong with you two? This is huge! It's huger than huge! I wager His Majesty did not, in fact, come within 1,000 meters of you.
Life's no fun if you limit yourself to only the truth. I somehow doubt if you're in charge of all the art either.
So in other words, there's almost no truth to your claims.
Hey, I really was commissioned to do a piece for the new chateau.
And this disaster area is all you have to show for it.
Yep, and I don't know what to do.
It's a chance for me to make it into the big leagues. I gotta paint something that'll go down in history as one of the great works of our time.
Perhaps it would be better if you didn't put as much pressure on yourself. You do much better work when you're relaxed.
You're brilliant, Michelle. Let's go out into town and let loose, just the three of us. That's exactly what I need right now. I've barely had time to sit down since I got back.
Sometimes I think there might be no hope for the three of you. Not even a word to your dear mother.
Good day, Mother. My apologies. I meant to see you as soon as I returned, but... Crap, Mom's gonna flip her lid! We better get out of here before she brings her wrath down on us, Michelle!
But... George, I heard every last word.
What big ears you have.
Care to repeat that?
Repeat what, my beautiful mother?
I swear, young man. So how did your expedition go, Didier? Did you run into any trouble?
No, it proceeded without issue, thank you. Everyone returned safely, by the grace of God.
That's wonderful to hear. I prayed for you every day, and it seems he heeded me. I wanted to know I've quite missed you, even if George and Michelle robbed me of the chance to tell you first. I'm deeply relieved to have you back in perfect health.
There's no need to be dramatic, Mother. I was never in any danger of not returning. Nonetheless, I too am.
And there's no need for you to be so stiff around your mother.
Sorry, it's good to be home, Mom.
That's more like it. Welcome home, my darling boy.
Yeesh, just look at him go. A grown man fawning over his mother like a little boy. Make sure you give him crap about it later, Michelle.
But, why me?
You really need to learn to whisper more quietly. Wonder who you inherited those ears from. I swear you. So, Mother, Michelle tells me you have something important you wanted to speak with me about?
Yes, that I do. I'm sure you'd like the rest of your trip. Will you come to my chambers a bit first?
Certainly.
Ooh, what's this? Can I come too?
This is my business. Why should you be allowed to stick your nose into it?
Because it sounds like fun. Maybe I'll give my muse a nice kick in the rump. It's not a private matter, so I don't mind. In fact, maybe it would be better if you were there too, George.
Heck yeah!
You're coming along too, Michelle. What? Why would I? Oh, what am I gonna do with you, Free? What do you think?
Of the painting? It's a fine piece. Clearly not made by George. I would have done 10 times better! Who's the hack responsible for this rubbish?
Quiet, boy. Does George have a disease where he'll die if he isn't running his mouth every waking moment or something? Not the painting itself, the girl in the painting.
She is pretty, I suppose.
Do you like her?
In what sense, Mother? Where are you going with this?
This girl is the daughter of the Castanier estate to the south of us. Or what she will look like a few years from now.
In a few years? Then she's still a child?
She is, yes, and her family is trying to complete arrangements for her marriage as early as possible.
Her marriage?
The Castaniers are a respectable family with lots of land. We have plenty to gain from this arrangement. All you need to do is say,
Mother, as I've told you on several occasions, my body and soul belong to the church. I will neither succeed father nor take a wife.
And you're firm in your decision.
Yes, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
It's very disappointing indeed. It would be so much more comfortable with you taking over the house. Well, what about you, George? Do you have any interest in her?
Well, I don't know, not really feeling it.
No, George. You do realize that Didier not becoming head means that you will be, right? So you can't make a decision like this, which will affect the future on both of our houses for generations because you're not feeling it.
That's easy for you to say, Ma, but I can't change what appeals to me. It'd all be for nothing if we couldn't hit it off and never had any kids.
And tell me, what is there not to like about her? She's a beautiful young lady.
She's pretty sure, but I'm getting nasty vibes from that picture. Looks like a real sourpuss. I want someone more, you know, cheery if I'm gonna have to spend the rest of my life with her.
I wouldn't go as far as him, but there is something about her that doesn't sit right with me. I'm not sure how to put it into words, though. She just looks that way in the painting. I'm certain you'll find her to be a lovely girl once you meet her.
How can you be so sure? You haven't even seen her yourself. Anyway, not interested, and that's that.
Such a wonderful offer, too.
Once I'm sworn in as an official court artist, I'll be up in my ears in marriage offers. Something even better will come along, I promise.
I'm afraid with your attitude, this may be the last offer we ever see.
Don't you worry. We got ourselves a proud knight of the order, the most sought-after artist in the land, and a brilliant, beautiful princess. If that's not a recipe for success, I don't know what is.
Oh, George. Is something troubling you, Michelle?
What? Oh, no, nothing.
My mind was wandering, that's all.
See, look what you did, Mom. You upset Michelle by being such a worrywart.
Throwing me to the wolves, are you, my boy? Oh dear, Michelle, I'm just being cautious about our future. I'm not as worried as I may have sounded. I have the three most wonderful children in the world. I couldn't be more blessed. We're strong, and together we're even stronger. I have no doubt in my mind that we'll thrive and grow for generations to come. Yeah. We'll be together forever.
Oh, Michelle! My poor boy. Oh. For a brief moment after waking, seeing only darkness, I forgot where I was. As my eyes adjusted to the world and the world faded into view, a faint sense of disappointment swelled up in my breast. That was over a decade ago. A life I no longer had. And in fact, a life I couldn't be certain that I ever had. For all I knew, my mind could have fabricated the entire thing. But in short order, the wave of sentimentality receded. A few years earlier, that yearning for bygone days would leave my heart in tatters, but now I had grown largely numb to it. This is the life I knew best. I wasn't a 13-year-old child anymore, nor was I a girl, nor was I a member of the Bollinger family. I was a demon most frightful, exiled to a remote mansion. No, you're just a good little boy. Stop it! Stop it! I'm gonna get him. I'll be back to the old one.
Kill the accursed thing.
Those are the first words uttered by the witch upon my discovering the being lying in a heap outside the front door. The witch had haunted me ever since the day I resurrected her at the top of the mansion's observation tower a few years earlier. At first, her constant whispering in my ear had been insufferable, driving me to my wit's end. I did everything I could think of to deny her existence and push her out of my life, but that too had passed. I'd been drained of all will to fight against her, or frankly, feel anything at all. No joy, no anger, no frustration, no sorrow. Perhaps that could be said to mean she had defeated me, but in retrospect, the witch causing me to encase my heart in stone had consequently kept me from being miserable every time I received a letter from my mother. It had made me think getting worked up over some stupid words on scraps of paper was a waste of time and energy. So while I wasn't at the point of gleefully cozying up to her, it was true that her presence had made my life easier.
I can't stand the sight of it. It's utterly dreadful.
The witch wanted me to kill them, but instead I crouched down to get a better look. They seem to be dead already. It appeared someone had died on my doorstep, and because of the way they were clothed, I couldn't make anything out beyond that at a distance.
It's faint, but they're still breathing. Look, you can see their chest moving.
I'm surprised she noticed. I can barely tell from up close. I reached my hand out to roll them over, at which point the witch gave me an exaggerated sigh.
I wouldn't recommend touching them. They're deceased. That's why they look like a human raisin.
That was indeed one way to describe them. What had first come to mind for me, though, was something I'd read in a book about how desert cultures would mummify their dead. The person on the ground looked like what I imagined a mummy did, though I was under the impression mummification was performed in order to preserve the bodies of high-ranking individuals. Which is to say, you weren't likely to find one collapsed on your doorstep. Ignoring Morgana's warning, I put my hand on their arm. It twitched and I let out a groan.
Just a swift stab for the heart and they won't have to suffer any longer.
The person didn't seem to have enough strength to sit up, barely enough to hold on to their last vestiges of life. Their fingers continued to twitch, but it didn't seem deliberate. The tall grass in which they were lying seemed to want to swallow them up.
Do it, my dear. Send that poor soul to heaven by whatever means you please. Or perhaps they'll end up in hell.
They're not long for this world, with or without my help.
And who's gonna have to deal with the rotting corpse in a few weeks if you just leave them there?
Next month's delivery boy, presumably.
Imagine the look on his face when he finds it. Imagine what he'll tell your family when he returns. It would make everyone's lives easier if you just killed them here. Bury them somewhere nearby. Let them nourish the earth with their flesh. If there's any nourishment left to be squeezed from them, that is. Or you could try luring some animals here. There wouldn't be a trace of gore to clean up if you let a couple of wolves at them. And they get a nice meal out of it, so everyone wins.
I can't imagine they'd find much to enjoy in this pile of bones.
How cold.
You have no room to talk. You're clearly enjoying yourself.
My, what would I ever make you think that?
There's been nothing to entertain you recently. I certainly haven't been talking much, and nothing of note has happened. I can tell you've been bored.
A few quiet weeks hardly counts as boredom compared to the years I spent in slumber.
If you say so. Brushing the witch's distractions aside, I put my hands back on the vagrant's arm and flipped them over so I could get a better look. They were much lighter than I had expected. Their arm was little more than flesh and bone, and that flesh felt like leather. I couldn't guess their age or even gender. They were dressed in unadorned brown robes and a cowl. One thing stood out about their dress, though. Their mask. And when I removed the mask, I was greeted with torn, wrinkled flesh and eyes so sunken it was disquieting. I wasn't sure what I saw beneath it could even be called a face. Bandages covered their head from the nose down, and what hid beneath them was in even worse condition. I couldn't tell where their nose ended and where their cheeks began, and their lips had curled back into their mouth, turning it into a gaping gash. Even as close as I was, I could barely make out the sound of their breathing. They almost certainly wouldn't survive much longer.
Good heavens.
As I thought the witch might find some compassion in her heart for the dying vagrant.
Get rid of that filthy thing.
I wasn't immediately proven wrong. Her tone of voice was like that of someone who had found rotten food in her pantry while looking for something to eat. Ugh.
As I said, they are deceased. You shouldn't stay away. You should stay away unless you want to end up like that. Your leg's too frail to hold you up. Your body withered and your eyes sunk in worthless orbs. It's highly infectious.
I largely ignored the witch's whisperings. She liked toying with me, so I couldn't take what she said at face value. Yeah, probably not. She was more than happy to lie or exaggerate for the sake of tormenting me. There's no guarantee their ailment was contagious at all.
So just hurry and get rid of... Are you listening to me?
I hoisted the vagrant onto my back. A simple task even for me, perhaps the least fit man in the world. Oh, he has noodle arms. That is the one known Michelle fact. He has noodle arms. He's a weakling. Even Giselle could probably carry him. They were smaller than me, but not child-sized. It was like I was carrying an empty sack of skin. This will give you something to save off your boredom.
I told you I am not bored. Heavens, I never took you for the kind of raving lunatic who helps strangers.
I wasn't bringing them in out of the goodness of my heart. They simply piqued my curiosity. There's something oddly amusing about the whole twisted situation. A witch, a demon child, and a living mummy. And what better place to gather them all together than a cursed mansion? I also think that some part of me wanted to see and feel death up close. What's going on? I can't see a thing. Oh! And my eyes finally started going. And I was so close to that mansion. But I guess this is the end of the line for me. Wait, no, I still have my vision? It's just dark as hell. Where in the world am I? I'm on a bed. Good morning. And who the hell is that? What's going on? I don't... It's the boy! It's the boy himself! There he is! Amazing! Sorry. But maybe... Can you not speak? No, I can talk, but it hurts. I was just a little startled. By what? The angel that's come to meet me at the gates. He doesn't seem to have taken that one well. The man sitting there was a curious specimen, and yeah, I know, pot meet kettle. It appeared almost as if he was part of the surrounding darkness, an ethereal being that might vanish when I next blinked. Not human, but merely something taking its form. The more I looked at him, the more it seemed like, rather than being part of the darkness instead radiated from him. Which is probably where the angel bit had come from. This isn't the afterlife. No, I guess it isn't. If this were heaven, I wouldn't feel like death, and there'd at least be a dozen half-naked ladies hanging over me. But I heard like hell, so I must still be alive. Reality's a bitch, huh? That said, though, I felt like I'd get a lot better with a stony-faced angel like him than what they usually advertised. The sack of bones in the bed had a voice like dry leaves scraping against one another. While carrying them to the room, I noticed several of their joints seemed to bend in ways they shouldn't, so I thought they might be on the older side. But upon closer inspection, that didn't appear to be the case. The way they talk make them sound young too. I'm gonna guess a man? Early 20s, maybe? If you're not an angel, then you must be the witch. I beg your pardon? I'm just kidding. Don't bite my head off. You don't look anything like a witch. He's not as far off the mark as he thinks, but he doesn't need to know about my childhood. So, hey, would you mind sparing a bit of water? My throat hurts like 12 kinds of hell, and I'm sure you'd appreciate being able to understand me better. There's some right there. Huh, oh, you already got some for me. Thanks, I can't unbend my damn arm. You mind grabbing that for me? Did no one ever tell you how to say please? Oh, lighten up, would ya? Show a dying fella some pity. Maybe he wouldn't have died if I had left him out there. He's much feistier than I expected. In fact, he's nothing at all like I imagined. When he was still lying half dead on the ground outside my door, there was a mystique about him. As a mummy, he was interesting, which gave him inherent value. But now that he was awake and talking, he was normal, human. Almost excessively so. I reluctantly picked up the goblet and handed it to him, watching as he pulled down the wrappings covering his mouth to drink. It seemed like he wanted to down the whole thing in one go, but judging from the groans I heard, his body wasn't cooperating. A few years earlier, I may have sympathized with him, but not now. All I felt was curiosity. What was this sick man doing in front of my mansion? What brings you here? Can't you at least let me drink in peace? Let me tell you, man, I'm no shape to be multitasking. It takes all my attention just to drink a glass of water. Plus, it's darker than hell in here. I can barely see what I'm doing. You're free to leave if you're not happy here. Once I'm through with this water and have had a chance to rest, and maybe a complimentary glass of wine on top of that to raise my spirits, I'll be right out. Rather brazen for a guest. Oh, I'm a guest now, am I? I thought I was just a subject for your observation. Hit the nail on the head. Now you're implying that means you should have free reign here? Sure am. You stop worrying about a lot of things when you're on the verge of death. What's the worst that happens if I piss you off? You kill me? All that means is I lose a few days. No real risk in acting like I own the place. Not a bad deal if I do say so myself. You certainly are lively and talkative for someone on the verge of death. I did just have a hefty helping of the elixir of life. I sighed to myself. I'd taken in quite the high-maintenance specimen, it seemed. It wasn't going to be much worth observing when he was full of such vitality and his lips never stopped flapping. He was exactly the kind of person I could least stand to be around. I could practically hear the witch saying, "See, what did I tell you? You should have just listened to me and not wasted your time and energy." Which only made the whole thing that much worse. But curiously, I couldn't feel her presence, even though she was seemingly always around. Maybe she was afraid she might catch whatever disease this man had. Can spirits even get sick? Never mind her. I have more important things to deal with. Like how to get this man out of my house. Anyway, you were asking what I was doing here. Well, I was looking for something. And let's search. Back up a sec. What is this place anyway? Sure doesn't look like a tiny little one-man shack. Not that I can see much is in dark. In this dark, but these furnishings don't look cheap. It's a mansion. Yours? Half of it, roughly. So what, you live with someone? In a sense. Huh. Now, I don't want to sound rude, but... We're well past rude at this point. Go on. I don't care anymore. It's fine. Ha ha ha. Already making friends. So I'm curious. There wouldn't happen to be any rumors about this place, would there? Such as? Like say, a cursed witch dwells within its halls. Oh, for the love of... That's what he was searching for? Hell yeah! I'll take that sigh as a yes! Excellent! Fan-freaking-tastic! I was heading in the right direction. Let me stay here for a little, please! Are you out of your mind? I have a favor to ask the witch. That's the whole reason I came here. I don't know what you've heard, but the witch isn't one to go around doing people favors. Whatever your wish is, it won't be granted here. Hey, you never know. There's a first time for everything. And I doubt this is it. Why is he so fixated on the witch anyway? The witch of legend was said to be cursed. She was spoken of around these parts only in whispers, and people stayed away from the mansion for fear of provoking her wrath. Her curse had destroyed an entire city, it was said. I had no way of knowing whether that much was true or not, but I did know that the witch was real. I couldn't figure out how someone could hear the rumors about the witch and decide I'm gonna ask her a favor. It's beyond ludicrous. Well, now that's out of the way, thanks for the hospitality, buddy. Stop right there. I never said you could stay. Anything I could do to change that? Not a thing. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but you've left me no choice. I'm staying with or without your permission. What the hell makes you think you have the right? I'll happily comply with whatever the head honcho here decides. But remember, you said the mansion was only half yours. So until there is a unanimous agreement to boot me from everyone with a stake in the property, I'm sticking around. It's a weasel. I won't just be a straight-up leech, though, don't you worry. If you need help with anything, chores, whatever, just give me a shout. But to do that, I guess you need to know what to shout, huh? The name's Aimion. Pleasure to meet you. Hey now, giving me the silent treatment? Is that how you're gonna play this? Flat pretending I don't exist? No. My mind just froze up for a moment. It looks like he's serious about staying, which is a problem even setting aside the witch situation. The more contact I have with anyone, the greater risk there is that the word of my survival finds its way out. No. No, what? That said, he doesn't long for this world. His vigor won't last, that much is certain. In fact, it might be smarter to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's dead before he has a chance to tell anyone about me. Hello? Need help finding your way out of your forest, body? Death will find you long before the witch does, I'm sure. Yeesh, that's the first thing that comes out of your mouth. I braced myself for that outcome already. But following the logic of that singer, it sounds like you're giving your approval of my stay. Resigning myself to it may be a better way to put it. Haha, that's all the same to me. So tell me, what's your name anyway? Unless you want me to stick with calling you an angel or the witch's right hand, that is. I'm neither of those things, thank you very much. So, what should I call you? Michelle. Michelle. Derived from the name of the Archangel Michael. What's that about you not being an angel again? I haven't wanted to strangle someone this badly in a long time. He makes me feel alive again, if only spite.
And what exactly do you think you're doing?
The witch spoke almost as soon as I stepped into my chambers. I could hear her voice right in my ear as if she was standing beside me, which was especially jarring as she had been completely absent during my conversation with Emion. She seemed to know what we had talked about though, so I assumed she had been spectating from a safe distance. What do you mean?
You're hardly the type to take in poor wandering souls on a whim.
You're right, I should have asked you first. This is your house after all.
Half mine, you mean? I should be thankful you let me have half of it. But you are the master of this house, and I...
Go on.
I was never a master. So I have no say in who you choose to let stay here.
But you will heckle me about it.
Of course. I need my entertainment too. So what are you gonna do about, whatever his name was? Emion. Right, that. I was hoping you would chase that dreadful thing out.
He says he has business with you.
Oh, does he now?
So you weren't listening in on the whole thing?
I'd be more than happy to hover over you every waking moment if that's what you prefer.
I'd rather you didn't. Please do not do that. Please, thank you, and bye.
As you can see, I respect your personal space. It wouldn't hurt you to show a bit of gratitude sometimes. So, what does that man want with me?
Not a clue. All he said is that he wanted to ask the witch a favor.
A favor?
Indeed.
What a farce.
I agree. You'd never grant the wish of it.
No, not that. Did you happily pass on a stranger's request? But vehemently refuse to make your own of me. The offer still stands, my dear. Say the word and I'll put a curse on your entire family.
I told you repeatedly, I'm not gonna ask you to do that. They will curse themselves just fine. Don't you worry.
Obstinate as ever, I see.
Anyway, I never asked you to grant his wish, only conveyed to you that he had one. He'll be dead in short order regardless.
A week or two at most. How tragic for him, betting the last remnants of his life on the legend of the cursed witch, only to be dealt a pair of heartless jokers. In all likelihood, he just wants me to cure whatever disease he has.
Why would a witch who also deals in curses cure diseases anyway?
Now, it's not polite to judge someone by their appearance, my dear.
Are you saying you can do it?
Maybe not. Regardless, there's but one thing the two of us can do for him. Watch as the poor witch's life slips away, alone and in the dark.
Bruh. Ugh. Christ, this is hell. It shouldn't be this exhausting to just walk down the hall. I'd sure love to get a little more light in here. Might make moving around easier. Nah, this is fine. No light means I don't have to worry about how monstrous I look. This face is like a curse in itself. Okay, so the only places I haven't seen it are this room and Michelle's room. And he made it very clear he didn't want me anywhere near his room, so... In practice, that makes this the last one. Here goes. Damn. A huge stained glass window sat at the back of the chamber. The archangel within casted a faint light across the room. The light almost burned my eyes, which were still acclimated to the darkness. It felt almost like I was in the presence of an actual divine being. So we got a guy named after an angel and the stained glass window of an archangel. Whoever called this place cursed didn't look very hard, I guess. This is closer to a damn temple, if anything. As I approached the source of the light, the shape of the room came into view. Rows of pews, a pulpit, and a cross. Looked like I was right on the money. I was in a chapel. Or the remains of one, anyway. The wooden pews had rotted to the point of uselessness, and the floor was peeling all over the place. It was like an abandoned shrine to a saint, hidden away in the dark corners of the mansion. Fascinating. The worst of it's been mended, but you can still see marks on the wall where it looks like it's been struck with a sword or something. Did a battle take place here? There's splotches of black on the floor. Bloodstains, maybe? There's something on the pulpit, too. Ah, my mask. I figured he threw it out. So Michelle isn't all cold and heartless after all. And maybe he just didn't feel like going outside, who knows. Either way, I'll happily take it back. He's already seen my face, so it doesn't change much. But I feel better covering it up either way. My disease was highly stigmatized and said to be just as infectious. Not only was it obvious from my appearance, it was also required to carry around a bell to alert others of my presence. I lost that while wandering through the forest, but up until then, whenever I went into a town or city, I had to ring the bell as I walked. And surprise, surprise, it invited all sorts of dirty looks and people scrambling to get away from me. Churches would sometimes offer me aid, but that was a once-in-a-blue moon occurrence. Effectively, I'd been through nothing but hell up to now. I hadn't done a damn thing, and yet they treated me like a murderer. In fact, I'd almost bet a criminal didn't get half the crap I did. Just thinking about it killed my mood. He didn't hesitate to touch me, though. Does he not know what I have is contagious or something? I mean, it makes my life easier, at least. Speak of the goddamn devil. Hey there, Michelle. It's been, what, a couple hours? Oh, we actually get to see him. I was wondering, like... Look at this boyo! With that, as you could probably hear, I need more sippies, because I'm not gonna get through this game if I don't have the proper hydration. So I'll just be right back. boyo. There we go. Let me just... Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. I am cozy right up again. Okay. Sorry about that. I am reseated. I need to charge my headset while we're at it. Okay, let's go! I found Imiana in the chapel. He put his mask back on, despite the fact that I'd already seen what it hid. I couldn't imagine whether he gained from wearing it I couldn't imagine whatever he gained from wearing it was worth the obstructed vision. But surely he had his reasons. One hell of an impressive window you got there. I had a pretty good guess where he was going with that train of thought, and I was entirely disinterested in humoring it. He would start off with something about how beautiful and awe-inspiring it was, mentioned the Archangel, and then try to lead into, "You can make a friggin' fortune out of this." I beg your pardon? Glass doesn't come cheap, especially not the colored stuff. I was thinking, if you find the right buyer, you could be rolling in dough. Does he have any idea just how sacrilegious that is? Let me guess you're thinking, does he have any idea how blasphemous that is? I know you're thinking, can this fellow read my mind? I am not. You should say what's on your mind. Otherwise, I'll just have to keep saying it for you. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not particularly talkative. I'm not saying you have to yap on for days like me. Well, would you say it was indeed blasphemous? I do not disagree with the sentiment. Oh, really? It's just chunks of glass arranged into shapes. Bingo. There's no actual angel there, just a man's depiction of one. Who are you, anyway? Well, that sure came out of nowhere. And you want me to spill my guts without doing the same for me? My apologies. I've not had the chance to hold a conversation in some time. I see, I see. And you are not obligated to say anything if you do not wish to. I would not answer if you asked me the same. Sounds like we're on the same page, then. The more we share, the more uncomfortable it's gonna make it for everyone, so let's keep it things the way they are. A nice, cold, cozy distance. I may be curious as all get out about what the hell you're doing out here all alone in the middle of frig all, but I won't pry. Alright, I'll tell you what I can. I'm a nomad. Before I got sick, I traveled all across the lands. Had me a nice lute I'd strum as I trotted from place to place, singing songs and pretending I was a troubadour. You were a traveler? I could tell stories of my exploits for days on end if you want to hear them. I'll pass, thank you. You guys tell me you're lying, buddy. I'd rather you listen to what I said. More stories over dinner then, sounds like a date. No, I got a little question for you, if you don't mind. Not about where you came from or anything, I promise. Yes. Why didn't you say anything about my face? I assumed you were going to ask me about the witch, not me. Try not to be curious, you know? Everyone's grossed out by it. He makes a fair point. Even Morgana was taken aback by the sight. I can imagine he would appear monstrous to someone who's led a relatively normal life. And he's probably been subjected to less than charitable treatment for it. Which makes me wonder, how is he not drained and jaded by now? I don't understand how he can be so spirited. I've seen the kind of hardship that can be brought onto someone by their appearance. So what you're saying is, it's nothing new to you? Correct. I did think it a little unusual, but nothing more. I understand your ailment is contagious. What? You knew? Why did you help me then? Why didn't you hesitate to touch me? You carried me into the mansion, you handed me water, all the while knowing I could be infected. I couldn't figure out how to honestly explain my actions. Part of it was me deliberately acting against Morgana's wishes, frustrated by her repeated insistence that I kill him. But the aura of death that hung over him was the biggest factor. There was something indescribably alluring about it. All I'll say is, I would have left you if you were in good health. So was pity? You get nothing to gain from helping me. I don't have any money, and I'm definitely not a hot babe. Damn! I think you should own your hot babeness. Come on, bro. Come on. Be a hot babe. Be the hot babe you wish is to... I'm sorry. Be the hot babes you wish to see in your area. I have no interest in money or women. And to be clear, I didn't bring you in out of the goodness of my heart either. When I said you thought you were a subject for my observation, you were correct. You're here predominantly because I wanted to observe a withered, half-dead mummy of a man. A mummy, huh? Well, hate to burst your bubble, but I'm just an ordinary guy. Unfortunately so. I here thought you were only observing me because you didn't know about my disease. I would have guessed it was the other way around. God, you really are one of the most bizarre fellas I've ever met. I was just gonna not say anything. Keep it to myself. Use this as a chance to stretch my wings. Enjoy not just being the unclean for once. Didn't much care either way if you ended up catching it. So the witch has declined your request to speak with her. Not even gonna let me finish, huh? I take that as no apologies necessary then. Well, shit. You have no reason to remain here. I left the bar off the front door for you. The witch was my last resort. I saw who knows how many doctors. Not a one could do a single thing. Hell, as soon as they saw me, the asshole tried to rob me blind with fees. It all costs extra because they're putting themselves at risk, they claim. So I traveled to other cities, towns, villages. If docs weren't gonna do anything, maybe I'd have a better luck with regional remedies. Everything from herbal stuff to straight up hocus pocus. No effect, any of it. I have no interest in an apology or his life story, so why haven't I turned and left yet? Why am I standing here listening to him talk? All that's left for me to return to was God and the devil, but I figured God would just say accept your lot in life. Shrug his shoulders and tell me to die in a ditch. But I wanted to live. Even looking like that. Damn right. So what, do you believe it that if you tough it out, one day your valiant efforts will pay off? That there's light at the end of the tunnel? Because that's all fairy tale nonsense. You're right, the real world doesn't work like that. We just tell ourselves it does, because it makes it easier to get through the day. But the fact of it is, life's a big old swamp and no one's got a map. One wrong step and it swallows you whole, like a game designed by a goddamn 5-year-old. The odds are stacked against you, but like hell I'm gonna go down without a fight. I got nothing to show for it yet, which is exactly why I'm not ready to kick the bucket. You will never have anything to show for it either. Your desire to make something of your life will only serve to drag you deeper into the depths. The more you tell yourself you can, the greater your pain when you realize you can't. There's a hell of a lot like you're speaking from experience, buddy. As I said, the witch will not be seeing you. You would do best to look elsewhere to fulfill your dying wishes. You never know, bud. Tomorrow's another day. Maybe she'll be in a more accommodating mood then. But I'm sure not gonna let one measly no get the better of me. The witch Morgana is a sadistic woman. If she reveals herself to you, it will only be to torture and kill you. Can't say death much scares me these days. She's knocking on my door regardless. And you can never say for sure. Every woman's got at least 2 masks she switches between. Or she'll pick a friendlier one for me than she does for you. You're a damn fool if you believe that. And she's a witch. Even if she would hear you out, she doesn't have the power to heal you. Ruin and destruction is her singular desire. I have to ask. All you want from me is to watch me die, right? So what do you have to gain from warning me about the witch? Doesn't worrying about me counter to your own wishes? I'm hardly worried about you. Could have fooled me. I'm simply making a statement of fact. You would only be wasting your time trying to see the witch. I haven't seen the proof, so I'm not convinced it's not as much of a fact. It's as much of a fact as you claim. Which means this conversation's going exactly nowhere. Do as you please. I won't try to chase you out anymore, but don't come crying to me when my words prove true. Much obliged, buddy. That's one less hurdle to trip over on my way to making a huge ass out of myself. I'd like you to promise me one thing, though. Sure thing. I'll leave the bar off the front door, so when the time comes, make sure you save enough energy to get yourself outside before you die. You don't want to have to clean up the mess. You're a real treat, buddy. You're such a nice boy, thanks. After our little chat, Michelle gave me permission to make use of anything in the mansion. It still came with the condition that I stayed away from his room and didn't pry into his personal life. But it seemed fair enough, considering I didn't want him digging into mine either. In fact, I couldn't have asked for a better arrangement. After so long wandering with food and a constant uncertainty, having a roof over my head and meals at my convenience was heaven on earth. He had dried foods and smoked meats in his cellar, as well as bread, which, last I checked, didn't store for very long. But he never seemed to leave the house, so... I did recall hearing some rumors on my way here. Whispers of his shadowy carriage, occasionally seen heading toward the cursed mansion. No one knew for sure what they carried, but there was a general consensus. Offerings to the witch. Fresh sacrifices to help keep her appeased. Which was obvious nonsense. No one was sending shipments of virgins to offer to the witch. A basket of bread and other supplies now, maybe. Rumors have a way of taking on a life of their own. But that was so patently absurd that I couldn't believe anyone bought it. It still left me with scores of questions, though. Who was bringing Michelle the supplies and for what purpose? Why did he never leave? Was he imprisoned here for some iniquity? But obviously I had no intention of seeking out the answers. If we spent long enough together, I'd probably find out eventually. But I knew damn well that I didn't have that kind of time left. What point was there to me lifting the curtains on someone else's life when chances were I was going to croak not long after? I had no intention of repeating Pandora's mistake. If I was going to spend my last days here, living with him, I wasn't going to get anywhere near that jar and risk making waves. I couldn't say whether or not that was the best strategy, but regardless, I made it through our first 2 weeks together well enough. In those 2 weeks, it seemed like the two of us were talking more and more. I was standing before the stained glass window. It had become routine for me to spend a few hours of each far too long day in the mansion's chapel. I wasn't so naive as to think the angel was grant me relief, but I did sort of enjoy being in the presence of something so magnificent and undeniably beyond my reach. It was impressive in the same way as other massively expensive pieces of art. Now that I think about it, I never really appreciated art when I was younger. Couldn't even tell the difference between what was good and bad. Maybe because I was just a kid, or maybe because there was nothing there to appreciate. Imion. Imion? Oh, hey, sorry. Lost my thoughts. How's your kitchen? You almost never initiate. I need your help with something. Damn, is the sky gonna fall today? So what can I do for you? I'm going to cover up the stained glass window. You're gonna... what? It seems, unsurprisingly, that was the last thing he had expected to come out of my mouth, and the incredulity was obvious even in his raspy old man voice. I could easily imagine the expression he might be making beneath the mask if he'd had a facelift to make it with. Would asking for a reason count as prying? No particular reason. I simply disliked the sight of it. Well, that's a damn shame. I rather enjoyed my time with it. I seem to recall you saying it was nothing more than colored glass. In a spiritual sense, sure, but do I look like I'm praying to it? No, I'm admiring the craftsmanship. It's one hell of a piece. I see. Though, I've pretty much got the thing memorized by now, so sure, let me give you a hand. Thank you, follow me. I gave Imion a quick glance and started off down the hall. I walked at a relaxed pace, because as much as he tried to hide it, he was visibly more sluggish than 2 weeks prior. Even breathing seemed to be an endeavor for him. As I walked, I made sure he was keeping up by the sound of his footsteps, but never once did I turn back to look. Facing away, I said, "You didn't have to come along." Excuse me? You're the one who asked me to. Don't you think it a bit inconsiderate to ask someone in your condition to do hard physical labor? No one with any common decency would do that. Well, I guess I'll put you in the clear. I'm just joking, don't bite my head off. I didn't say anything. I don't say I think it's inconsiderate, personally. In fact, I really appreciate you not giving me special treatment, of any kind. You don't go easy on me because I'm sick, and you don't put me through the ringer for it either. I prefer it that way, us both on level ground. If you say so. Sure, whatever, bro. I know I just said I appreciate you not going easy on me. But this is a bit much, don't you think? And holy hell, this room's 10 times mustier than the rest of the joint. I've got it. This is a really freaking roundabout way of murder, isn't it? I told you that you didn't have to help. Two of us were looking down an old weathered bundle of cloth that had been in the mansion longer than I ever had. It was a single piece, large enough to cover the entire stained glass window, and thick enough to block out its light. The fabric was far heavier than most people realized, and something this thick and tightly woven was going to weigh a ton. I knew I wouldn't be able to carry it to the chapel by myself. You're free to head back to your room. I'll do it. I'm not backing out now. Besides, there's not a chance in hell you're getting this up there alone. It's not that long of a walk from here to the chapel, I think. Alright, so let's do this. I need a breather. Hey, don't drop it without warning me, asshole. If you're trying to act like you're hot shit, I can see you're just as winded as me. What do you know? I'm perfectly fine. Someone is out of shape. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Hey now, at least I have an excuse. You're in perfect freaking health. And look at me, I'm half dead here. If I got sick, I could run for 24 hours straight, no problem. Alright, let's get going. Jeez! Are you deaf? They sure do get along, huh? My friends, this is friendship. Sorry, I just love this. Very good noises. Finally, we made it! I seriously thought I would die before we got here. That's one for the graves. Just don't die carrying a bundle of fabric! Not trying to hide it anymore, are ya? Not a word. Oh god, I'm laughing and coughing. Where's this coming from? And please don't cough and laugh at the same time, it's disturbing. I don't know. This is freaking hilarious. What is? You don't think this is the funniest damn thing in the world? Two grown-ass men carrying a giant sheet for the dark, grinding themselves to the bone so they don't have to look at a pretty stained glass window. Like, for real, are you hearing that? It's the stupidest thing. I can't say I find it amusing myself. Well, you're lost, buddy. Let's finish this up then, shall we? I assume the pulpit isn't nailed down, so we can use that to get some height. He seems to be enjoying himself. I can't imagine enjoying much of anything in that kind of condition. I'm not sure if I'll ever understand him. The way he's been so upbeat, it's kind of bringing me down. Why should him acting cheerful have any effect on me? I buried that emotion long ago. What are you doing here exactly? Huh? Haven't we been over this? I want to ask the witch. You're a fool. You're no fool. I don't need to tell you that the witch isn't real. For the past 2 weeks, I let Imion explore the house as he pleased. He'd likely seen everything but my chambers by now. It should have been obvious there was no third person living here. I was the only one who could hear the witch's voice. I was the only one who could feel her presence. All the servants my family had sent over the years were proof of that. She may have existed for me, but from his perspective, there was no meaningful difference between that and her not existing at all. Remember what you said in the storeroom? There's not a chance in hell you're getting this up there alone. If you still believe the witch was real, if you still believe there was a third person living in this mansion, you wouldn't have said that. What do you want from this place? Somewhere to die? Do you want to make this your final resting place? Someone's feeling talkative today. This isn't funny. It's comfortable here. There's a warmth to the darkness. It doesn't reject me for being impure. Impure? That's what everyone says about me. I have no say in the matter. I have an impure disease, so that makes me impure. I think it's story time, would you say? This time we'll go into a little more detail. My life was set. I had a dozen of friends and a wonderful loving family. I didn't bother with the family business, instead spending my days wandering. But on one of my trips I got sick, and I got scared. So I rushed back home, wanting nothing more than to see my family and friends again. But when I got there, no one recognized me as me. They called me a demon, impersonating their Imion. A demon. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child. They throw a mark of shame on our name. Who's gonna have you executed? They came to the consensus that the real Imion was still off traveling. They wouldn't accept me for who I was, just because I didn't look like what they thought I should. What does that have to do with my question? Basically, what I'm saying is, there's not many people who are willing to see the truth. The truth? That I am who I say I am. That I'm Imion, not some evil doppelganger. The only person who sees me as an ordinary fellow is you, Michelle. I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. Don't misconstrue apathy for... I don't care why. All that matters is that you do. You see me for who I am, and that's the most amazing feeling. I haven't done anything to warrant that reaction. And if there's one thing I can tell you, it's that it's foolish to rely on anyone for emotional support. Don't blindly put your trust in me, and don't expect anything out of me. Please. Like I said, I don't care why. As I stood there in silence, Imion's laugh echoed off the chapel's walls. He then climbed onto the pulpit, which was probably brutal on his joints, though he didn't show it, crossed his legs and looked up at the glass angel. His arms were thin as twigs, his voice raspy as an old man, his hair devoid of all sheen, his entire body deteriorating. Even the most callous of men would cringe at the piteous sight. Yet he sat there, with his head held high, a smug smirk on his face. For a split second, the thought crossed my mind that if the name Michelle didn't belong to me, but to him instead, he would have been able to just laugh off that painting. And as soon as I caught myself, I froze. Back to your question, what do you think? Why do I want to stay here, even though the witch doesn't exist? I knew what he wanted me to say, and I knew that I couldn't. I hadn't done a single thing to deserve that from him. What he felt was disproportionate to reality. Silent treatment again. You figured it out, though. I know you have. Here's your answer. If I were even half of what I used to be, I'd love to drag you out of this house kicking and screaming. Travel far and wide together. Find a place you feel more at home than anywhere else in the world. Be nice, wouldn't it? Leave me out of your fantasies. You could only think that way because he'd lived such a cushy life. That may have come crashing down when he got sick, but only someone who had been well off would ever think there was hope to be found outside. And on top of that, he was simple and honest enough to admit it. I'm just jealous of him, that's all this is. Take a seat up here in the pulpit with me. Feels like you're shoving your ass right in God's face. Wish I tried this sooner, it's freaking incredible. It really is. Between the two of us, a guy who probably couldn't overpower a rabbit, and someone on death's damn doorstep, covering up the stained glass window was a grueling task. That day marked a turning point in our relationship, though. It was an insignificant change, something I doubted anyone but us would even be able to notice, but it wasn't the degree that mattered. There was a real shift in the air between us. Michelle didn't seem to be so persistently wary of me anymore, and I started to feel more relaxed in his presence. I didn't have to prove anything to anyone here. In part because he didn't pry into my personal life, but also because my time was so limited. I didn't have any reason to keep up a front anymore. The biggest factor, though, was that no one here knew who I was. From time to time, Imion and I would have supper together. I wasn't going out of my way to spend time with him, but I didn't particularly mind it either. I had no reason to. We stayed out of each other's business, and we both knew it was a temporary arrangement. As his disease worsened, his once exasperating vigor started to seem more and more obviously like a facade. When he spoke, it was like I could hear the remnants of his fading soul spill out with each gravelly syllable. It was getting difficult to make out what he said at all, but still he persisted to act as though nothing was wrong around me. So I acted in kind, making sure not to touch on his deteriorating condition. You know, never to get around to talking about my adventures. Nobody's stopping you. Here, just be honest and say you want to hear them. I can see it in your eyes. You love adventure stories. Not only that, you want to go on some yourself. That could not be further from the truth. Alright, let's see. How about the story of the battle in the Northlands? About 5 years back, I was traveling the lands far north. Heavy snowfall covered the land in the winter, stretching as far as the eye can see. And with the arrival of double click and it would melt and rejuvenate the earth. It was a lot colder up north than it is down here, but the lands were fertile nonetheless. And naturally, with this fertile land, there's people fighting over it. 2 countries, one to the east and one to the west, vied for control over this particular area. I watched the battle from safety of a nearby hill. The theater for this battle was large plains, a sea situated to the north. Separating the two was a river floating south from the sea. It was a very deep river though. Both horses and infantry could cross it, albeit with some difficulty. The Western Army attacked first. They outnumbered and were better equipped than the Eastern Army, their soldiers well trained and commanders sharp. Planning and organization allowed them to cross the river with ease. And once they were on the other side, they stormed the Eastern Army. Now, how do you suppose the battle went? It wouldn't make for a very good story if the Western Army simply went on to defeat the Eastern Army. Because you're asking, I presume the Eastern Army had something up their sleeve? Jeez, you're the worst kind of person to tell a story to, buddy. Play along at least, would you? I hate to burst your bubble, but I'm not a child listening to a bedtime story. Well, you're right about one thing. I would have framed things differently if the Western Army was gonna win. Maybe gone into detail about how advanced their equipment was, how strong their soldiers were, name-dropped a commander or two. But no, the Western Army did not conquer the Eastern Army. In fact, they were both defeated. Oh? Yep. Thanks to the intervention of a third force. Now, where do you suppose this mysterious third force came from? It was the Danes. Damn! You gotta be kidding me. You suck at this. It was me! Given what you described, 2 sides divided by a river, flowing from a sea to the north. The larger Western Army crossing over it to take the Eastern Army by surprise. The logical conclusion is that the third force would travel down the aforementioned river. Neither side had ships to be able to sail such shallow waters, so they didn't anticipate an attack from the river. The Danes to the north, however, have numerous ships capable of exactly that. That's why they're feared as the lords of the sea. Yep, that's exactly right. Thanks for skipping all the good parts and going straight to the answer. A fleet of ships with dragon heads on both ends sailed down the river after the Western Army crossed, quickly making land. The Danes are fearsome warriors, and big boys at that. They attacked both armies from behind, taking them out in no time, and the land fell into the hands of the invaders from the north. And once it was all over, I hauled ass right the hell out of there. I've only read of the Danes' fearsome prowess in books. For you to have witnessed an actual ambush. Jealous? See what I tell ya? You're all about these adventure stories. I'm not. Well, I sure am. The Danes, they can travel both shallow waters and the open sea. The whole world is at their fingertips. Everyone just thinks they're savages. They don't see their potential. I wonder what's out there across the seas. What wondrous world awaits beyond those waters. I bet it's heaven on earth out there. A land unlike anything you can find traveling on foot. So long as man infests the surface, you will find no heaven on this earth. I knew you weren't a people person, but hot damn, you're worse than I ever imagined. You can't make it through life on misanthropy and cynicism alone. Someone needs to teach you how to dream, buddy. Dreams are just that. Fantasies never to be realized. Dreams are freedom. Doesn't matter if you're sick or a sinner, infirm or exile, you can go anywhere inside your head. You have complete and absolute freedom in your dreams. All empty hopes and dreams do is erode the spirit. I gave up on mine for a reason. If I were in good health, I could have asked the Danes to take me on one of their long ships. Bring me somewhere far, far away from here. A place where everyone's equal. No poor and no rich to oppress them. No one being judged for their looks or the family they were born into. I could have gone on another adventure. Brought you along this time. Found our paradise. I'm pretty sure the only way you're getting on a long ship is a captive to the Danes. Remember what I said about dreams like 3 seconds ago? Come on. Shove that silly realism into a box and lock it up. You can dream whatever sort of crazy, outrageous nonsense you... Emion? Don't worry about... okay, so back to story time. After I escaped from the Danes. I crossed paths with this incredible bard. This one's gonna blow your mind, I'm sure. I'm sure. I didn't tell him not to push himself. He knew his own condition far better than me. I didn't have to tell him continuing was a bad idea. My role was to be quiet and listen. Emion then sung for me a song he supposedly learned from the bard. I could sing way better than this back then, he said with a strained laugh before beginning the raspy ballad. Every note melted into a sort of indistinct flat buzz, but it was still somehow pleasant to listen to. Perhaps because I could imagine what his voice may have sounded like in his prime. A bright, optimistic, unwavering, powerful voice. All the more enchanting because it existed only in my imagination. And as I listened to him sing, much that I kept sealed away slowly crept back onto the surface. It felt like I was being whisked away into a far distant world by the tales of his exploits in the bard's song. With Emeon, his hand held out waiting to take mine, the words had set off to a new world, buddy, on his lips. But his time on this earth was drawing to a close. Those fantasies faded to fade into nothing.
Huh. You aren't seriously gonna make friends with him, are you? I thought you were better than that. But do you think you'll get something out of this? Well, you're sorely mistaken. You've forgotten what you truly are, and gotten into your head that you could be equals with him. Your heart brims with blight, yet here you are, grasping at companionship, knowing full well it's but a fleeting illusion. What do you have to gain from forging a friendship with him? Already tired of me, are you, my dear? Very well, I shall take my leave. Despite what they may say, I'm a very kind-hearted girl. To those whose fates are sealed, that is. I pray you'll be blessed with wonderful dreams tonight.
That night I had a dream. Not a nightmare, nor a dream of the past. A warm, pleasant, slightly bittersweet dream. I hadn't had one like this in quite some time. An endless field stretched out before us. We pushed our way through the sea of waist-high grass, pressing onward toward the ever-distant horizon. A spring breeze whisked past, caressing my cheek. At my side stood a man, beaming as bright as the sun. He had hair of deep scarlet, like the color of the setting sun. His eyes were unflinching, his lips showing his strong resolve. His chest was smooth and muscular, and he had a musky scent. It was my first time seeing his face, but I knew exactly who he was. Not much farther now, the man spoke. Our paradise is just up ahead. His lips curled up. It was a smile that might look condescending on any other face, but on his it seemed perfectly natural, not a trace of disdain. In fact, anything but a cocky smirk would have seemed out of place, which made reality that much more bitter. Here on the other side of the sea, in this beautiful land, no one will think less of us for anything. If someone happens to find out about you, no one's going to make a big deal out of it, and no one's going to be afraid of my disease. I was well aware of the fact that it was a dream, and I thought it a rather cruel one. Emeon was right. I did love adventure stories, and I did want to go on one of my own. This was the very thing I'd wished for since I was a child. Two men setting out together, free from obligations on a journey to see the world. Exploring the unknown and sharing that experience with a dear friend. But it could never happen. Not so long as I was who I was, and not so long as Emeon was sick and on the verge of death. It was a dream where we could never make come true, no matter how badly we wanted it, no matter how hard we fought for it. It wasn't an entirely impossible dream, though. There's one part of it that could become reality. The two of us becoming friends. There was probably enough time before he died for me to get close enough to tell him how I really felt. That I just wanted a friend. That I wanted to be able to laugh and frown and get upset like an ordinary guy. Like him. There may be time, but it's not enough. I'd spent too much of my life isolated. I'd almost irreversibly adapted to the solitude. Breaking through that shell would be no easy task, especially not with my unspeakable secret hovering over me. The very fact of my nature, which had transformed me from the namesake of an angel into an abominable demon that didn't serve to live. Something I couldn't tell anyone, couldn't let anyone find out. Which meant that a normal friendship was impossible for me to form. And I knew that far too well.
No, Michelle!
That night I had a dream. Not a nightmare nor a dream of the past. A warm, pleasant, slightly bittersweet dream. I hadn't had one like this in quite some time. An endless field stretched out before us. We pushed our way through the sea of waist-high grass, pressing onward toward the ever-distant horizon. The spring breeze was past, caressing my cheek. At my side stood a man with a somewhat forlorn look on his face. He had long silver hair that fluttered in the wind. A darkness was visible beneath the pale red of his eyes, and his lips were furrowed into a half scowl. He was tall enough that I had to look up at him. The man furrowed his brow, as if to scorn the shining sun for daring to be brighter than the candlelight he was so used to. It was my first time getting a good look at him. I might have gotten some of the smaller details wrong, but he was very distinctly the Michelle I knew. I pointed toward the horizon and said, "That's where our paradise awaits." He didn't seem to believe we would actually find anything, but he Still he joined me on my endless journey, with nary a complaint. So all it takes is bringing him into my dreams to drag the cynicism out of him, huh? I thought. Then with a laugh I said, "You would make pretty good friends, don't you think?" His eyes swam for a few moments before I finally muttered a response. Many years ago, I dreamed of having something like that. You gotta be a little more specific. Like my two brothers. Keep going. Someone I could share anything with, and could do the same with me. Someone who understands me without need of words. The classic image of a friend. Two guys who've always got each other's backs. Michel crossed his arms and turned his head away. He might even have blushed, but I couldn't see for sure. I had mixed feelings, though mostly I was glad to hear he felt that way, and wanted to make the dream come true. It'll be just like that, you see, buddy. Another breath of wind blew past. I was pretty sure I was smiling. The way I always did, the way I always pretended to. My self-confident, utterly vacuous smirk. If we really got to know each other, there's no way we would ever be friends. True friendship was impossible to achieve between us, and I knew that far too well. Sad boys. I awoke in darkness, in a house where the time of day held no meaning. The same sight awaited me every morning. Before I had grown fully accustomed to a world without light, the uncertainty of it had occasionally morphed into fear. My instincts reacting, I presumed. Danger was harder to perceive in the dark, after all. But once I got used to it, the darkness felt almost compassionate with its indiscriminating embrace. Now I was more stable here than I was in the light. This morning was an unusually pleasant one, though. All my problems were still problems, my curses still curses, but it felt like I'd managed to break the surface and catch my breath for the first time in who knew how many years. Perhaps I could thank the dream I'd had. I rolled out of bed, grabbing the candlestick off my nightstand. With the remains of the mostly melted old one, I lit a new candle and headed for the door. Next on my list was the fireplace. I tried to make sure there was always at least a small flame in it. But as soon as I stepped out into the hall, "What are you doing there?" I found myself face to face with Imion, although that wasn't an entirely accurate description, as he was slouched against the wall across from my door. "Morning, Michelle." I couldn't help but cringe at the sight of him, still insisting on keeping out this everything's alright act. "What are you doing?" "Seems pretty obvious to me." "Well, it isn't to me. You're clearly in no condition to be walking around. It's come." "What has?" "My time." The light from the candle fluttered about, slightly offset from the trembling of my bony hand. But Imion, he was visibly shaking. Enough that I probably could have seen it even without the dim candlelight. Not out of fear of cold, but as simply a physiological reaction to his condition. His breath sounded like puffs of wind, the whoosh of a bitter winter morning echoing in the hall. His arms and legs were so atrophied that if I didn't know better, I might think him a small tree withering away in the fierce cold at first glance. My gaze slowly drifted downward, stopping at his splayed arms. Blotches of red were visible on the palms of his hands. "Did you..." puffed that up. I almost reflexively made to draw nearer, but he stopped me after only one step. "No, stay back. Don't touch me. You might catch it. We've been living here together, breathing the same air. If I were going to catch it, I would have already. The fact that I haven't shows it's not an infectious disease. Maybe, maybe not. But either way, you shouldn't touch the blood. You know as well as I do that blood is unclean. It carries everything in our bodies, even diseases. You may be able to catch it from the blood, even if you didn't from anything else. So I figured I'd drop on by to say my goodbyes. I stopped myself before finishing the sentence, realizing just how foolish it would make me sound. I was the one who had told him to leave when he knew his time was up. That was back then. That was just how I felt when he first showed up. If I'm real lucky, I have maybe a couple days left. I've been hiding it, but it's been hard to even stand these last few days. And you did a terrible job for a bit. Although, I didn't realize you were in quite such bad shape. Well, I guess I get a passing score on my acting then. How can you laugh about this? I'm in a great mood. That's ridiculous, you can't be. Just drop the act already. It's no act, bud. I'm serious. I'm feeling great. I had a fantastic time. And what better way to show that than with a nice laugh? Looking down on this man, laughing as death crept closer, I didn't feel pity or sorrow or anguish. I was angry. My chest clenched and my stomach lurched. Ah, how aggravating. There's something else there too. Some other way I could describe it, but I didn't know what that feeling was. I couldn't draw it to the surface. was aggravating, frustrating, sickening. Those simple negative emotions were what I kept falling back to. I wanted to block it all out. Imion's deteriorating body, that comforting dream, my own circumstances, this dark mansion, the whole world. I had an amazing time here with you, seriously. Stop it. You're just getting sentimental, and letting your emotions cloud your memory. I've done nothing for you. Think about your time before you got sick, when you were with your friends and family. Think about the time you spent traveling. Then you'll realize how insignificant your time here really was. It was all a lie. What? I was never a traveler. My name isn't even Imion. I never went to the Northlands, and I never saw the Danes. Even what I said about having a ton of friends, all lies. Here's the truth. I look like I came from the slums now, but I was born into a decently upper-class family. My father and brothers all owned several estates. I wasn't traveling when I got sick, but at home. And for a while, I was kept locked up to keep it under wraps. I spent my life doing everything asked of me for them, and they turned on me the second I caught the damn disease. The servants I fought respected me. The brothers I fought loved me. They all wanted nothing to do with me anymore. And before long, they started saying it was punishment for my transgressions, that I was cursed to transform into a hideous monster because I deserved it. Real swell family, huh? The disease hadn't progressed this far either, so I still looked, well, half decent at least. A pretty damn good looking guy, if I do say so myself. So I used that to manipulate one of the maidservants into helping me escape. And that's how my life as a nomad really began. So while I was something of a traveler, I was carrying some pretty big luggage along with me. Everywhere I went, I was treated like garbage. The Imion you met, brimming with self-confidence, it was all an act. I'm sorry for lying to you. Why? Why not pretend to be something I'm not? Because... No, I don't care about that! Why didn't you say something sooner? Imion's story, his life, was painfully similar to my own. Yep, that's the part that hurts, right? They're peas in a pot! They're peas in a pot! I'd been called a demon, mocked and insulted, made out to be a madman, and then locked away where no one could see me. Everyone I'd fought to be on my side turned against me. You should have told me! Cracks began to form in the thick shell that I've spent so long building around myself. Sharp claws dug their way through the fresh flesh of my heart, which I'd fought long since numb. Thick blood seeped from within me. It was absurd. If anyone here was hurting, it was Imion. If I'd known... I could have done something? Was that where I was going with this? That I could have told him about my own past, and we could have bonded over our suffering? No, that wasn't how I would have gone. If Imion had told me what he'd been through right off, I would have seen so much of myself in him, that I have likely detested him for it. I wouldn't have wanted to get to know him better. I wouldn't have wanted to even see him. I suspected pretty early on that you've been through something similar. That you weren't here of your own will. And from your mannerisms, that you came from a noble family. Which is why I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want you to think that was why I was here. I didn't stay because we both led tragic lives. That's not why I found it so comfortable here. Everything about how I presented to you was a facade, which is precisely why I was able to be myself. I can't tell you how wonderful it felt for you to accept me for me. I didn't... You didn't have to do anything. That was enough to set me free. I could feel sweat trailing down the back of my neck. I couldn't follow along, couldn't make sense of what he was saying. My heart was wavering, but I couldn't put any of it into words. What were you supposed to say to that? I hadn't the first idea. And with the way I had lived my life, the way I had closed myself off, I never would know. So I want to thank you. Goodbye. Imion let out a long sigh, like his nerves had loosened all at once now that he had said his piece. He then climbed to his feet, using the wall for support, let out a couple muffled coughs, and started off down the hall, leaving me behind. Wait, Imion! The shackles around my spirit were on the verge of coming off. Everything I'd worked so hard to bury was bubbling to the surface. The man I had killed in order to survive in this empty darkness was being infused with life anew. I was opening myself up. Wait, I lied too. Or I mean, what I said then isn't true now. I don't want you to leave anymore. I don't care if you've only got a few days left. You'll last longer here than you will out there. So what, you're gonna take me in and nurse me? Exactly. Imion. It's damn tempting, but no thanks. Why? I'm sorry. Why? The first person I'd ever met who could have possibly called an equal, a friend, was trying to withdraw from my life. Forever. Something inside me cracked, and something inside me formed anew. Morgana! Morgana, Morgana, I know you're listening! Michelle. Cure him, please! That's enough, Michelle. The witch isn't just a legend. She doesn't have a physical form. But she lives here in this mansion. And she's somewhere nearby, watching everything. Really, it's okay. Believe me! I do believe you. Imion. It's okay. Thank you. Why are you so insistent on leaving? Didn't you want to talk to the witch? I just think now's the best time to call it quits. But why? I do feel bad about this for what it's worth, and I'm seriously grateful to you too. That doesn't tell me why. Sorry. I want you to take what you're feeling right now and keep it with you. You what? Seeing the person in yourself will help you see the person in someone else when you next have that chance. Whoever that is, you take him by the hand. Get out of here. Go somewhere you both want to be. You may not find paradise, but you'll have a life. What on earth are you talking about? Alright, I'm seriously on my last legs. Can't even fake that I'm okay anymore. Imion. So long. Wait! Michelle. I think we made pretty good friends, don't you? And with that, he marched off down the dark hallway. It was almost unbelievable how sure-footed he seemed compared to only a few moments earlier. And then I realized what it was, his final show of self-confidence. I could have easily caught up to him, but my feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. Maybe because I knew that even if I stopped him, it would not stop me from losing him, because anything I did would amount to nothing. I slowly dropped to my knees. The candlestick spilled from my hand, and the flame flickering out, a heavy darkness draping the hallway. I covered my face and let out a sharp, bitter groan. He had lived here less than a month. We barely knew each other well enough to call ourselves acquaintances, never mind friends. There was no reason for me to be feeling this emptiness. But telling myself that didn't make the pain go away. The pain of having something dear snatched away from you. Why is this game so bad? Why do they do this? I thought I'd get some funnies finally. But no. I can never have funnies. A pain I'd never ever wanted to have to experience again. I thought I could hear the witch cackling, whispering that opening myself up only made me more vulnerable. That bringing that dying man into my house was only ever going to leave me feeling all the more lonely. That I always belonged in darkness, not light. Oh, fuck, don't keep it. Game. Free me, please. Not the song. Fuck the song. Thank God he left the bar off. I barely got enough in me to push the door open.
Is that really how you want to do this?
Oh, it's you. Well, color me surprised. I figured you'd be with Michelle.
I'm here to see you off for him.
Oh, do you think all the times he wasn't with us, he was with Imion? Isn't it? That's interesting. You mean you decided you'd get more entertainment out of me? A girl with long braided hair stood before me. A smile spread across her lips. Her form was vague, almost a silhouette, and I couldn't make out any details, but I still knew exactly who she was. This wasn't my first encounter with the witch, after all. I'd been able to see her and hear her voice since shortly after arriving at the mansion. When I told Michelle that I believed she existed, I wasn't just saying it. I knew.
You're quite the seasoned liar. Making it out like you're coming clean, and then replacing one set of lies with another. You can still go back and make it right. Tell him the truth and you'll have my wish. Think about it, my dear.
A few days after taking up lodging at the mansion, the witch appeared before me. She spoke in a pretty but almost childlike voice, explaining how unusual it was that I could see her, because evidently
no one with a trace of hope in their heart is capable of seeing me. They can't hear my voice or even sense my presence. The despair that coursed through Michelle is what serves as the catalyst for my resurrection. You're not here to be healed. You want to put a curse on someone, don't you?
That's right.
Your eyes don't lie.
I'm honestly kind of floored right now. First, the witch of legend is real, and second, she's not even human.
Immortal could neither cause miracles nor cast curses.
Fair enough. So how'd you know what I really wanted?
It was obvious, my dear. All that murky filth swirling beneath your smiling visage. It's like a window directly into your soul.
Sounds like there's no hiding anything from you, huh? So I can just drop the act, huh? Tell me you at least can't hear everything I'm thinking.
What if I can?
I would appreciate a little bit of privacy.
Fear not, my dear. I don't have the ability to read your mind, no. But you should know that the world as you see it, and the world as I see it are very different things. Emotions, such as your seething animosity and desire to curse, as well as fragments of your memory, are all laid bare to me. I normally wouldn't bother sparing anyone a moment of my time. I have a mission to accomplish, and I would like Michelle to accompany me on the long journey to its completion, so I don't have time to distract myself with anything else. If you were indeed nothing but a needlessly optimistic fool come in search of miracles, I would have done everything in my power to chase you out. So I can assume the fact that I'm still here means you've taken at least something of an interest in me, then. Indeed, though you were broken enough to come seeking me.
And I'll get straight to the point. I wanted to curse my family. Never less one of those damn Castañers. That's my final wish. The last thing I want from this life. I gave my whole life for my family. Sacrificed everything. And they repay me with derision. Hell, making me into a demon. I'm here sick and miserable, and no one gives a rat's ass. They need to experience the living hell I had to endure. I can't go in peace until they have.
It would be my pleasure.
Wait, seriously?
What, do you not believe me?
Wait, no, I just didn't think it would be that easy.
On one condition, though. I will offer my sincerest wishes for your family's utter devastation, as long as you offer me something in return.
Now that sounds more like the witch I was expecting. So what do you want from me? My life? Sack of gold? My resources are a bit limited, but let's hear it.
Michelle's spirit.
Excuse me?
I told you I wanted Michelle to accompany me on my journey, but too much of his worldly concerns remain for him to be any of use to me right now. He still racks his mind over trifling drivel. That stone-faced Michelle?
The stone-faced Michelle? He has actual worries?
It's all an act. For now, that is. I want you to crush his spirit, transform him into something more fitting for my purposes, and then I will make your wish mine.
That sweet voice makes what you're asking all the more frightening. So how do I go about it?
Start by using your head, my dear.
It was worth a shot.
That said, I will give you a hint. You have at your disposal everything you need to become exactly what he desires most.
It didn't take long around Michelle to figure out what the witch meant. There was one thing he very clearly sought, and it was something I was presently capable of making myself into. I had everything one would need to slip through the cracks in the wall around his heart. I was on the verge of death. I didn't know a thing about him or his personal life, and I was a man. Michelle seemed to have trust issues when it came to women. Also, the way that he phrased that, are you telling me that their backstory is just 100% the same? Like, really? Are they just clones? He had no interest in a lover or a romantic partner, but a peer, a male friend. I guess Michelle had probably been subjected to countless betrayals over the years. His mother, father, siblings, loved ones were probably never at the hands of a friend. I doubted he'd even had a real friend before. So Morgana's proposal was for me to become his friend and then betray him.
There's still time for you to go back in there and reveal everything, to see your wish to fruition. You could even ask for a miracle instead of a curse. To rid what ails you.
Don't bother. I'm not interested in any of that anymore. I'm just going back into the forest. I'm just going back to go back into the forest and die. So nope, you won't get me to go back there.
I don't understand. What on earth brought you to this decision?
I stopped caring about getting back at my family. That hatred was what had kept me going for so long. It was what had driven me to wander in search of the cursed mansion. I had in service of it, feigned getting friendly with Michelle, until at some point it stopped being fake. I'd found something more valuable than petty vengeance, and wanted to live the rest of my life and then die for that. With a bit more time, maybe I could have even told him that he pulled me up from such a dark place. And then were it within my power, I'd like to have done the same for him. But that was a dream beyond my reach. He would have to remain in his darkness for a while yet.
I can understand you losing interest in cursing them, but you're ignoring the other part of my offer. That I could wish for a miracle. Perhaps you don't believe the cursed witch can perform miracles, but you would be mistaken, my dear. In life, do you know what I was called? A saint.
Well, you're a saint with one hell of a mean streak.
My now, that was hardly called for.
I'll pass on your miracle too. I can't imagine it comes free of charge when the curse has a price. You want me to go in and tell him everything, right?
What do you have to lose? What possible reason could there be for you to hesitate?
That should be obvious even to you. I want him to think of me as a friend. That is what he wanted after all. A peer, a male friend. So if I'm gonna go, I want to go out as that.
You would give up your chance at life for something so utterly meaningless.
I don't care how stupid you think it is. I didn't have enough time to pull him out of his dark place, but if at least he remembered me as a friend, and that had some positive effect on him, however insignificant, I much preferred that to anything the witch was proposing. Just don't you go blabbing once I'm gone.
I can't make any promises, my dear.
You say a word to him and I'll curse you.
My heavens, are you picking a fight with a witch? Do you honestly believe you can curse me?
You bet I can. I could well turn into a witch just like you once I'm dead.
You very well could. You have all the makings of a fine witch. But you can rest easy, my dear. I won't be saying anything to him about you. Because you're too inconsequential to be worth mentioning again.
Wow! That's almost like a setup for the story. Wait. Are? Yeah, my YouTube event just ended. What? I didn't even notice. What happened? When was that? Wait, let me just check. Yeah, it ended. What? 6:35. It ended like 10 minutes ago. Why? Are? I didn't do anything. Something happened? I'm confused. I don't know why the stream ended. Okay. It seems my YouTube stream just ended for some reason. Oh well, I'll just have to re-upload it. I guess that's what you get. It just says stream finished. The stream was deleted or has ended. Chat comments are unavailable. Wait, let me just check it real quick. Is it like some copyright shit, maybe? I mean, that could definitely be it, but... Come on. That's annoying. Doesn't really seem to be any problems with the video. Oh well. It's fine. I beg your pardon?
At the end of it all, the only one Michelle truly needs is me. What he wants is a curse, and I'm the only one who can provide it. You pretended to be his friend for a few weeks, but in a year's time that memory will have eroded away into nothing. Your death will amount to nothing. All you did was cast a light on his isolation, and sooner or later, it'll transform him into an inhuman spirit who lives only to spread curses much like myself.
Now that I can say you're wrong about. There's more care and understanding in him than you realize. He hides it, but it's there. Don't fool yourself. The whole world isn't going to bend to your whims, Morgana. There's nothing left that I could do. I couldn't leave any more of a mark on him, nor could I free him from her grip. But someday someone would appear. Man, woman, friend, lover, it didn't matter. Someone would enter his life, take him by the hand, and lead him out of this cursed mansion. Someone would drag him out of his darkness.
Well, you turned out to be quite a disappointment. Everything I once saw in your eyes has been purified away into nothingness. Mark my words, all your hopes will be in vain. And you can watch from the afterlife, helpless as everything I said comes to pass. And I'll be praying from the pearly gates that you're wrong. Well, this is where we part ways, then. Farewell, Noemi. Until our souls cross paths once more in the boundless sphere of fate.
Looks like this is as far as I go. Can't see a damn thing anymore. But hey, it could be worse. I feel like I've been set free, like all my shackles have been loosed. I found one thing to appreciate about this disease. Give me the one chance in my life to be myself. Hey, Michelle. We're not that different after all. You were my first friend too. My real name was Noemi Castanier. It's probably the person from the marriage picture, right? Like Emion, the name I went by, was just my first name, still spelled backwards, but truth be told, I was pretty fond of it. Anything else I might have come up with would have probably given away my gender straight off. Yeah. Nearly everything I told Michelle was a lie. From claiming I was a guy to the story of my escape. I hadn't used my good looks to trick a maidservant into helping, but instead manipulated a manservant. But looking back on it now that it was all over, I felt like the fake me, Emion, was more me than the real thing. I'd always felt constricted my whole life. Nothing but barriers from the day I was born. I loved playing music, writing stories, running, riding a horse, swinging a sword, anything that gave me some sort of freedom. But I was only allowed that until I was about 10 years old, at which point my life became training in everything I needed to be married off to some noble man. Wow! They really were just twins! I still remember those days vividly. Sitting stone still, staring out the window while I had my portrait painted. I caught sight of a large bird taking off to fly north, watching it flap its heavy wings. I fantasized about riding the bird off somewhere far away. To a beautiful, boundlessly lush land no one had ever seen before. I would found my own nation and I would be its first citizen. It would be a land without unfair rules and customs. A land where everybody was equal. Man, woman, young, old, a smile on everyone's face. And you would be free to choose who you spent your life with. There would be no nobility and there would be no slaves. And in this land, I'd finally be able to find my true self.
Michelle? Michelle? Oh goodness, what are you doing in here? Oh, Mother. Still looking at that painting, are you? Yes, there's something about it. You agree with me, don't you? It's a wonderful proposition, but your brothers never seem to want to listen to me. We'll have to return the painting to the Castaniers, and after that they went through all the trouble. Indeed. But all aside, it's time for supper, Michelle. We are celebrating the deer's return tonight, so don't you dawdle. You need to be there and show him how much you love him. Yes, Mother. I'll be right down. Don't keep us waiting. It's been bothering me. Why I couldn't take my eyes off the painting of the Castanier girl, but I think I figured it out. That forlorn look in her eyes. There was more than resignation in those eyes. A trace of longing lurked within them as well. She was looking out at a faraway world, distant not only in physical location from her own, but in time as well. A boundless dream dwelled in her heart. I found myself slipping into her place, fantasizing about that same distant land. A place where I was allowed to be myself. And if by some chance I were able to make it there, would I find you there? Noemi? Holy shit. Why did they dare write something like this?
I think we made pretty good friends, don't you? Those were his last words before disappearing into the darkness. Their time together was brief, and they knew nearly nothing of each other. So could they in fact be called friends at all? Could you be friends with someone so nearly a stranger? You didn't know where they came from, or who they truly were beneath the surface? Had they known, though, were they aware of each other's inner selves, never would they have been able to become friends at all. They just would have been too reminded of each other and too much pain. We made pretty good friends. If that was precisely because the two knew nothing that they were able to know one another. A friend by any other name. Okay. I think I might be pushing it. I think I might be pushing it. It's 2 AM and my YouTube stream ended and and we have a stream tomorrow. I think I'm pushing it. How about this? I'll finish the rest on Sunday. I'll do a little extra something for you guys, and then we'll stream the rest of it on Sunday, because this is just not happening. I need to re-upload it on YouTube. That's frustrating. I'm very frustrated. I have no idea why that happened. I'll have to figure it out if Restream did something or whatever, but... is anyone even still live at this time? I don't even know. Let me just... there we go. It's quite an experience. Went through a lot. Very... oh my god. Come on. How dare you pull that one on us again? Again! It hurts so much! Like, the second I was like, oh, he wanted, like, a male friend, I was like, fuck. Is this another one? Why do you keep... Why do you keep trancing my friend? I love them. Very good. I love this game. It's absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Yeah, I think that we could give Hanan Muggin a good old raid again. He is at the moment playing Yakuza, which I know that's not really related, but I would hope you guys would go over there. Let me just give you guys the raid stuff, because I think Argo has probably gone to sleep. This is going on a lot longer than I was expecting. Let's just say it like that. Let's just say it like that. How about that? So, we're just gonna be good kids and vibe it over for now. It's quite the game. I hope you will send over your raids to Hun and Muggin today, and we will see you when I wake up again for some Yakuza, for some Ishin. I'm very excited to play some Ishin, and yeah, I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for this journey that we didn't quite complete, but it's okay. We still have time. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to Vika for the raid, and thank you so much to everyone who followed and all of that good stuff. And I hope to see you guys later. Oyasumina!